Hey guys. This is Fiction Life. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see second part, what if Harry Potter met a Neville Longbottom and awoke a new godly power. Here is short summary. When Harry crosses paths with a newly awakened Neville, no longer a timid boy but a reincarnated genius with god-tier power, the entire fate of Hogwarts shifts. Together, they uncover secrets, defy Dumbledore's plans, and rise as a force even Voldemort never prepared for. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. He stayed there for a moment before slowly standing back up, returning to where he had been standing. Neville reached out and patted Harry's shoulder. "Go on," Augusta said softly. "It's all right to cry, Harry. You shouldn't keep it bottled up." A choked sob escaped Harry as he looked at the grave. Neville sighed and gave Harry's shoulder a gentle squeeze, looking up at the clear sky. He must be feeling really awful right now. After all, he just saw his parents alive in the mirror of her eyes. It probably gave him some hope. And now, standing in front of their graves, it must have hit him hard. After a while, Harry slowly calmed down. Augusta, ever prepared, conjured a handkerchief and handed it to him. "Feeling better?" she asked gently. Harry nodded and took the tissue, wiping his eyes. Thank you." Augusta nodded. "Your parents were brave, Harry. They loved you fiercely. I know they'd be proud of who you're becoming." Harry nodded again, his gaze lingering on the headstone. Neville gave his shoulder another reassuring pat. "You okay?" Harry swallowed, pressing his lips together to keep more tears from spilling. He took a deep breath and stepped back. Let's go," he said softly. "I think I've done what I came here for." July 23, 1992. The sky outside Longbottom Manor had begun to darken, clouds rolling in as the wind picked up slightly. Neville zoomed past, gripping a ball tightly as Harry chased after him on his broom, a determined grin on his face. Neville pushed forward, eyes locked on the floating ring ahead, a smaller version of the Quidditch goalposts they had set up for fun. He hurled the ball forward, aiming straight for the center. Clang! The ball hit the edge of the ring and bounced off, falling toward the ground. Neville cursed. "Damn it, I missed." Before the ball could hit the ground, Harry swooped in, catching it midair. In a smooth motion, he spun his broom 180 degrees and bolted toward the opposite goalpost, flying low to gain speed. Neville leaned forward, pressing his body close to his broomstick to reduce drag, but his broom just wasn't fast enough to catch up. Harry reached the goal first and threw the ball effortlessly through the hoop. Score! Neville slowed to a stop, panting slightly. "Say, Harry," he called out, "how about we end this here?" Harry grinned smugly, hovering just above him. "What? Afraid you'd lose even worse than now? It's already 23-3. Are you chickening out?" Neville rolled his eyes and waved him off. Yeah, gloat all you want." He glanced up at the sky, pointing at the darkening clouds overhead. "I don't fancy getting struck by lightning. Gran would kill me if I got injured again." Harry chuckled. "Just admit it. You're quitting because you were losing so badly." The truth was, Harry was actually thrilled that he was better at something Neville wasn't. He had spent most of the summer struggling to keep up with Neville's training in spellwork, so finally having the upper hand in something felt good. Neville ignored him and angled his broom downward, steering toward the courtyard of Longbottom Manor. Harry followed behind, landing just as Neville dismounted his broom. Still grinning, Harry elbowed him playfully. "Go on, just admit it. I'm better than you at flying and Quidditch." Neville scoffed, crossing his arms. "The only reason you're better than me is because you had all of last year to train, and you actually like that dumb sport." He turned and started walking toward the manor's entrance. "And it's not like my old comet can keep up with your nimbus." Harry fell into step behind him. "Says the bloke who was quite keen on chasing me round the courtyard for half the morning," he teased. "If it's so dumb, you sure spent a good chunk of time playing." Neville rolled his eyes as they reached the broom rack just inside the house's side door. "Let's face it, I like a good challenge." Both of them placed their brooms on the rack before stepping inside. Neville stretched. "Man, I'm thirsty." I could really go for some chocolate milk. Harry nodded in agreement. Yeah, me too, and some cookies. As they entered the dining room, Neville called out, Clinky. With a soft pop, Clinky appeared in front of them, looking eager to serve. What can Clinky do for young masters? The elf asked, bobbing slightly on his feet. Neville smiled. Can you get us some hot chocolate and some snacks, please? Clinky nodded enthusiastically. Right away, sirs, and with another pop, he was gone. Neville walked over to the dining table and flopped into a chair, resting his head against the polished wood. Harry sat opposite him, stretching his arms behind his head. Neville let out a tired sigh. You know it's kind of getting dull, doing the same thing over and over again. Harry blinked. Huh? What are you talking about? Neville tilted his head slightly. You know, what we've been doing all summer. It's the same thing every day. Don't you find it getting dull? Harry shrugged. No, actually. It's the best summer I've ever had so far. It definitely beats being stuck with the Dursleys all summer. Then he grinned at Neville. But I get what you're saying. I'd probably feel the same way if I kept losing every day. Hard to enjoy that, huh? Neville scoffed, pushing himself up from the table. Says the guy who gets creamed every time we mock duel. Harry laughed. All right, fair point. He smirked. At least we each excel at something the other isn't good at. Neville smirked back. After a moment, Harry leaned forward. Well, we could do something different when Hermione gets here. She's coming this Saturday, right? I'm sure she knows somewhere fun to go. Neville nodded. Yeah, I was thinking we could go watch a movie or something. Harry grinned. Knowing her, she'll probably want to start studying for second year instead. Neville grinned. Yeah, but that'll have to wait until we get our supply list. Then, tilting his head, he asked, speaking of school, have you finished all your homework? Harry nodded. Yeah, just finished it yesterday. So, I'm free for the rest of the summer. Just then, Clinky returned, balancing a tray piled high with cookies, croissants, and other baked goods. Anything else Clinky can do for young masters? The house elf asked eagerly. Neville's eyes widened at the sight of all the baked goods. Wow. This looks amazing. Thanks, Clinky. Harry nodded in agreement. Yeah, thanks. Clinky bowed deeply before popping away. Neville grabbed a freshly baked croissant, tearing it apart with his fingers as golden flakes crumbled onto his plate. Dunking a piece into his chocolate milk, he took a bite and let out a content sigh. This is really good. Harry, eating a jam-filled croissant, nodded. Yeah, this beats the food at Hogwarts. He took another big bite, savoring the taste. Neville chuckled. Buying those cookbooks was my best idea ever. Last week, after their visit to St. Mungo's, Neville had stopped by a bookstore and bought a few cookbooks. One of them focused specifically on baking. To his surprise, Clinky and Tinky had been thrilled at the idea of learning new recipes. They had thrown themselves into their new cooking lessons with eagerness, and as a result, the meals at Longbottom Manor had improved dramatically. Now, every day, Neville and Harry were treated to freshly baked bread, pastries, and all sorts of new dishes. A welcome change from the usual looked thoughtful as he swallowed a bite. Do you think we could give a copy of the cookbook to the Hogwarts elves? Maybe they'll start making this for us there? Neville shrugged. Maybe, but I'm not sure where the kitchen is, though. Before they could say anything else, Tinky popped in beside them, carrying a stack of letters. Young Master has letters, Tinky announced, placing them in front of Neville. Neville popped the last bite of his croissant into his mouth, then took the letters. Thanks, Tinky. Neville sorted through the letters, recognizing the senders, Dean, Parvati, Lavender, and Seamus. There was also one from Hermione, addressed to both him and Harry, and finally, one from Ron, but it was addressed only to Harry. Neville handed it over. Here, Ron sent you another letter. Harry groaned, reluctantly taking it. No doubt he's asking me to stay for the summer. This is the second letter this week. Neville popped a cookie into his mouth. Well, you didn't reply to him. Maybe that's why he sent another one. Harry shot him an annoyed look. You told me not to reply to him. Neville nodded. Yeah, and we should keep it that way. Make it seem like Dobby is still interfering with your mail. Or do you want to explain to Ron why you don't want to stay at his house? Harry let out a frustrated sigh and took a bite of his half-eaten croissant. Why can't things just be simple? Neville shrugged, dunking his cookie into his chocolate milk. It's all fate, mate. Can't do much about it. Harry shot him a flat look. You mean that stupid prophecy? Neville shrugged again, clearly unconcerned. You have to admit, my theory fits perfectly. Harry sighed, staring at the letter in his hands. After a moment, Neville asked, So, what do you want to do about Ron? Harry sighed, leaning back against his chair. I don't know, he muttered. A part of me wants to trust Ron, but another part of me keeps wondering if becoming friends with him was orchestrated somehow. It's all so confusing. He sighed again, running a hand through his messy hair, frustration clear on his face. Then, looking at Neville, he said, Back then, I didn't really think about it, but now I remember it clearly. It's too suspicious. Neville raised an eyebrow, taking a bite of his cookie. You can remember it clearly? Then your occlumency practice is going well. Harry nodded. Yeah, and the more I think about it, the less things add up. That moment on the platform. Mrs. Weasley should have known the platform number. She's been there plenty of times before. But she asked loudly what the number was, practically making sure I heard her. Then she started talking about muggles, trying to get my attention. Neville listened carefully, chewing his cookie slowly. And then there's Ron. Harry shook his head. I don't know if I should trust him or not. Is he in on it? I'm pretty sure he knew who I was before we met in the compartment. He walked in and said the other compartments were full, but back then, I didn't question it. Now that I think about it, he came in as soon as the train left. Meaning, he already knew who I was looking for me. Harry sighed again, rubbing his face before running a hand through his hair again. And at school, it felt like he was always making sure I didn't become friends with anyone else. Every time you or Hermione tried to talk to me after classes, he'd always pull me away, saying, Come on, Harry, let's go do something else. Neville grimaced. I think that might have just been Ron's personality, mate. Harry let out another deep sigh. I don't know what to do anymore. Neville stared down at his cup of hot chocolate, feeling a twinge of guilt about separating Harry from Ron. But at the same time, he knew that nothing was ever a coincidence when Dumbledore was involved. He took one last sip of his drink, then set the cup down and stood up. Well, I'm going to take a bath and then do some studying, he said, stretching his arms. You should probably get some rest, Harry. And then there's Ron. Harry shook his head. I don't know if I should trust him or not. Is he in on it? I'm pretty sure he knew who I was before we met in the compartment. He walked in and said the other compartments were full, but back then, I didn't question it. Now that I think about it, he came in as soon as the train left. Meaning, he already knew who I was looking for me. Harry sighed again, rubbing his face before running a hand through his hair again. And at school, it felt like he was always making sure I didn't become friends with anyone else. Every time you or Hermione tried to talk to me after classes, he'd always pull me away, saying, Come on, Harry, let's go do something else. Neville grimaced. I think that might have just been Ron's personality, mate. Harry let out another deep sigh. I don't know what to do anymore. Neville stared down at his cup of hot chocolate, feeling a twinge of guilt about separating Harry from Ron. But at the same time, he knew that nothing was ever a coincidence when Dumbledore was involved. He took one last sip of his drink, then set the cup down and stood up. Well, I'm going to take a bath and then do some studying, he said, stretching his arms. You should probably get some rest, Harry. August 14, 1992. Neville stepped out of the shower, towel draped over his head as he rubbed it against his damp hair. His muscles ached slightly from the morning workout, but it was a satisfying kind of ache. The kind that let him know he was making progress. Dressed in a plain t-shirt and sweatpants, he made his way back to his room, still toweling his hair dry. It had been 2 to 3 weeks since Hermione's first visit to Longbottom Manor with her parents. They had arrived via Flo from Diagon Alley, stepping into the grand sitting room with wide eyes, her parents looking both fascinated and slightly overwhelmed. The day had been spent at the manor, with Hermione eagerly showing her parents everything she had learned during her first year at Hogwarts. For Mr. and Mrs. Granger, it was their first real glimpse into the magical world their daughter was now a part of, and they had been incredibly proud to see how much she had grown. After Hermione finished her demonstrations, levitating objects, simple transfigurations, and a few basic spells. The three of them had left the adults to talk. Augusta had taken the time to explain more about the wizarding world, answering any doubts or concerns the Grangers had about their daughter's education and future in magic. Meanwhile, Neville had led Hermione and Harry to the Longbottom family library, after asking Augusta's permission first, of course. She had agreed, though she had warned him not to let Hermione run wild in there. That warning had proved wise. The moment they stepped into the vast library, Hermione had launched into a barrage of questions, firing them off one after another, barely giving either of them time to answer. Neville, unable to keep up, reached out and gently clamped a hand over Hermione's mouth. "Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hermione, calm down," he said, raising an eyebrow. "You don't have to go all rapid fire on us, you know." Hermione froze, blinking rapidly before her face turned pink. She nodded, and Neville slowly removed his hand. Harry, who had been watching with an amused expression, shook his head. "Honestly, Hermione, it's not like we're going to disappear." Neville smirked. "Yeah, we've got time. Just ask your questions one at a time." Hermione sighed, rubbing her arm. "Sorry about that, guys," she said sheepishly. "I was just excited." Harry waved her off. "It's fine. We're used to it by now." "Ow." He winced as Neville elbowed him in the side. Neville grinned as Harry rubbed his ribs. "What was that for?" Harry muttered. Hermione huffed, crossing her arms. "Well, I just wanted to know what you two have been up to. You've been practically glued together all summer." She narrowed her eyes at them. "So, what did you guys learn?" Neville leaned back against one of the bookshelves, arms crossed. "Nothing much," he said casually. "We were just exercising, and I was teaching Harry the spells we learned last year." Harry nodded. "Yeah, it's mostly been Neville helping me get better at spellwork." He grinned. "Oh, and he's been making me run every morning." Hermione nodded, then frowned slightly as she remembered something. "By the way, you still haven't told me why the letters I sent to Harry weren't received before I came here." "All Neville said in his letter was that you weren't able to get any letters, and he'd explain when I arrived." Harry sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. "Yeah, that was all Dobby's doing." Hermione blinked. "Dobby?" she repeated, confused. Before Harry could answer, Neville cut in. "Before that, Hermione, how's your occlumency coming along?" He looked at her with interest. Hermione's puzzled expression shifted as she registered the question. "Oh, right. I've been practicing all summer," she said, nodding. "But I'm not really sure how good I am. The book said the better you can recall memories, the better your occlumency is, but is there a way to actually test how well we've improved?" She reached into her backpack, rummaging for a moment before pulling out the occlumency book Neville had lent her. Handing it to him, she said, "Here, I've read through it. It's quite interesting, but it doesn't say anything about testing our shields." Neville took the book and flipped through a few pages before closing it with a nod. "From what I know, if you can recall all your memories clearly and in detail, it's a sign that your occlumency is improving. There isn't really another way to test it unless we had someone use legilimency on us, but since none of us know how to do that, we just have to rely on memory recall." Hermione hummed in thought before nodding. "Well, I did notice that my memories are a lot easier to recall than before. It's really helpful for memorizing things." She then leaned forward slightly, her curiosity returning. "Now tell me, who is this Dobby?" Neville and Harry exchanged a look before Neville spoke. "Dobby is a house elf. We don't know who he belongs to." Hermione's brow furrowed. "Belongs to?" she asked, her voice tinged with confusion. Neville nodded. "Yeah. They form magical contracts with wizards in exchange for magic. According to Gran, while house elves are born magical, they can't generate magic on their own. They rely on the magic around them, so they bond themselves to wizarding families. In exchange, they work for them, and in return, they get access to the family's magic. Without magic, they die." He paused, remembering that in the movies, Hermione had been strongly against house elf Ensel. Avement and had even tried to free them. Knowing how she was, he figured it was best to explain things to her properly. Hermione looked even more confused. "So they're magical creatures that work for wizards in exchange for magic?" she asked, trying to process the concept. Neville nodded. "Yeah, pretty much. But I wouldn't call them creatures. They're closer to humans than creatures. From what I know, they can bind themselves to places with a lot of ambient magic or to wizarding households. Hogwarts has an army of them, and there are 2 working here at Longbottom Manor. Hermione's eyes widened in shock. Wait, Hogwarts has house elves? She exclaimed. Harry nodded. Yeah, apparently, that's how Hogwarts stays so clean and how they manage to cook for that many people. Hermione looked utterly bewildered. But if they're in Hogwarts, how come I've never seen them in the entire year we were there? Neville shrugged. They usually keep away from wizards while working. Most of the time, they stay invisible so they don't disturb anyone. Neville waved a hand. We're getting off topic. Anyway, this house elf, Dobby, has been stealing Harry's mail all summer. He didn't want Harry to go back to Hogwarts because, according to him, Harry's in mortal danger if he does. Harry sighed, running a hand through his hair, and Dobby was adamant that I'm not safe going to Hogwarts. Hermione frowned deeply, her worry growing. But why? What exactly did he say? Neville crossed his arms. Not much, really. Just that something terrible is going to happen at Hogwarts this year and that Harry's in the middle of it. But he couldn't tell us who's behind it. Whenever he tried, he started hurting himself. Hermione's eyes widened further, and she looked between them before leaning in. Could it be Dumbledore? She whispered. Neville shook his head. No, it's not Dumbledore. Dobby confirmed that when he was caught by Clinky and Tinky. Harry nodded. Yeah, and Dobby couldn't say who was after me, but we know that whoever owns Dobby is behind whatever's going to happen at Hogwarts this year. Hermione chewed on her nail anxiously, glancing between the 2 of them. Shouldn't we tell someone? She asked, her voice quiet but urgent. You know, an adult? Neville sighed and shook his head. And tell them what, Hermione? That a house elf with no proof warned us about something bad happening at Hogwarts? They'd just see it as the ramblings of a deranged house elf. No one would take it seriously. Hermione frowned. Can't we tell your Gran, Neville? You said she was part of the Hogwarts school board. Neville nodded but hesitated. Yeah, but I don't want to stress her out. She's already got enough on her plate. He ran a hand through his hair, exhaling. Besides, even if I did tell her, without any proof, there's nothing she could do either. Hermione looked between Harry and Neville, a determined expression on her face. Then how about we transfer schools? She suggested. I know there's one in France, Beauxbatons. It's supposed to be a really good school. When I was in France, I heard people saying they have excellent academics. Harry immediately shook his head. I'm not running away, Hermione, he said firmly. Hermione opened her mouth, ready to argue, but before she could get a word out, Neville cut in. We can't, Hermione. Even if we wanted to, Harry can't transfer. He folded his arms and sighed. Dumbledore wouldn't let his pawn slip out of his grasp that easily. Plus, we need permission from him since he's Harry's magical guardian. Harry scowled at that but didn't argue. Neville continued, I'm pretty sure he's already planning to make sure Harry doesn't stay here next summer. He's got everything mapped out, we're just playing pieces in his little chess game. Hermione let out a frustrated sigh and bit her lip, her worry evident. Seeing her so stressed, Neville reached out and patted her on the head. Don't worry, he said dramatically, puffing out his chest and putting on an exaggerated refined accent. As your knight in shining armor, I shall protect you from the evil that lurks in Hogwarts. Hermione flushed a deep red and swatted his hand away. You prat, she huffed, crossing her arms. Neville grinned and swiftly moved out of her reach before she could hit him again, laughing to himself. Don't worry, Hermione. I have no intention of fighting a basilisk. I'm getting the diary from Ginny as soon as we're back at Hogwarts. After that day, Hermione started visiting Longbottom Manor at least every 2 days. However, it soon became clear that all the traveling was a hassle. She had to have her parents take her to Diagon Alley, then flow to Longbottom Manor every time. Seeing how inconvenient it was for the young witch, Augusta had offered Hermione a simple solution. She could stay at Longbottom Manor for as long as she wanted. It would be easier than traveling back and forth every other day. After talking it over with her parents, Hermione agreed, and for the rest of the summer, she stayed over during the weekdays and only returned home on weekends. On the 30th of July, Neville and Harry celebrated their birthdays together. Even though Harry's actual birthday was a day after, they decided to celebrate them on the same day to make things easier. For their birthday outing, Augusta had arranged for them to visit Thorpe Park, a well-known theme park. It was an entirely new experience for Harry, who had never been to a theme park before, and he absolutely loved it. They spent the whole day riding roller coasters, eating junk food, and laughing at each other's reactions to the rides. The next day, on Harry's actual birthday, they continued the celebration by going to watch Batman Returns, which was running in theaters. The three of them, Neville, Harry, and Hermione, were completely engrossed in the film. Later that day, Neville had also stopped by a bookstore and picked up a bunch of manga, mainly Dragon Ball Z, which was currently in the Cell Saga. Both Harry and Neville quickly became invested in the story, spending hours reading and debating over what would happen next. Neville walked over to his work desk, pulling the towel from his head and draping it over the back of his chair. He let out a small sigh as his eyes landed on his open notepad. Picking it up, he scanned through the notes he had scribbled down the night before. What should I do next? He mused, flipping through the pages. How'd I isolate the effect of the potion to that part of the brain? He tapped his fingers against the desk, deep in thought. Before he could think further, a knock sounded at his door. Come in, he called, setting the notepad back down. The door cracked open, and Hermione poked her head in. Hey, Neville. Harry and I are heading to breakfast, want to come? Neville nodded. Yeah, give me 1 minute. He placed the notepad back on his desk, grabbed his wand, and turned towards them. As Hermione and Harry stepped fully into the room, Hermione's gaze landed on his desk. She walked over, eyes scanning the papers before picking up one of his notes. She raised an eyebrow. Are you trying to make the Game Boy work with magic? Neville nodded, scratching his head. Yeah. Entertainment in the magical world is really dull. So, I'm trying to figure out a way to shield it from magical interference. That way, magic won't affect it without having to redesign the whole thing to accept magic. Hermione's eyes widened in excitement. That's brilliant, Neville, she said enthusiastically, looking up at him. If you can do that, we could get all sorts of electronics to work in magical households. Harry, who had been quiet up until now, picked up the Game Boy from Neville's desk and turned it over in his hands. So, did you manage to do it? He asked curiously. Neville sighed, shaking his head. Not yet, he admitted. But I have a few ideas, I just need to test them. Hermione placed the notes back on the table and gave him a determined look. I'll help you if you don't mind, she offered. This could be really useful. Neville smiled. Yeah, I'd appreciate that, Hermione. If possible, I'd like to find a solution before we head back to Hogwarts. Harry grinned. Well, if you do figure it out, I wouldn't mind being the first to test it. Neville smirked. You'll have to fight me for that, Harry. With that, the three of them exited the room and made their way downstairs toward the dining hall. As they stepped into the dining hall, they found Augusta Longbottom already seated at the table, waiting for them. Augusta Longbottom sat at the head of the dining table, flipping through the pages of her morning newspaper. The rustling of parchment barely masked the sound of the dining room door opening, followed by the familiar voices of her grandson and his friends. Morning, Gran, Neville greeted as he took a seat beside her. Good morning, Gran, Harry added, sitting across from him. Hermione, always a touch more formal, gave a slight bow. Good morning, Mrs. Longbottom. Augusta nodded at them, setting the newspaper aside. Morning, you three. So, what's on the agenda for today? Hermione swallowed a bite of toast before answering. We plan on practicing charms, ma'am. Augusta gave them all a scrutinizing look before shaking her head with an amused huff. You three are the oddest 12-year-olds I've ever met. Most kids your age would be spending their summer playing outside, getting into harmless trouble, or simply lazing about. Yet here you are, talking about practicing spells over breakfast. Neville scoffed, placing a hand over his chest in mock offense. Hey, I take offense to that, Gran. We do play and mess around. But we also like to practice magic. It's fun for us, it's not like we're reading books all day long. Augusta smirked but didn't comment further. Just then, a small pope echoed beside Augusta as Tinky, one of the Longbottom family's house elves, appeared. The little elf bowed deeply. "Mistress, we's deliver mail," Tinky said, holding out a small stack of letters. Augusta took the sealed envelopes with a nod. "Thank you, Tinky." The elf bowed again and disappeared with another soft pop. Augusta glanced at the writing on one of the letters and raised an eyebrow. "Well, it seems your school supply lists from Hogwarts have arrived," she said, handing them each an envelope. Neville took his and immediately tore it open, skimming over the required items for second-year students. Across the table, Harry had done the same. "Why do we need a whole set of books for defense against the dark arts?" Harry asked, frowning at the parchment in his hands. Neville looked down at his own list and read aloud, "For defense against the dark arts, you are required to buy the following. Magical Me, Autobiography, Gilderoy Lockhart's Guide to Household Pests. Break with a Banshee Gadding with Ghouls Holidays with Hags. Travels with Trolls Voyages with Vampires Wanderings with Werewolves. The Travel Trilogy, Collection of Holidays with Hags, Voyages with Vampires, and Wanderings with Werewolves. Marauding with Monsters Who Am I?" Neville's eye twitched. "All books by Gilderoy Lockhart. Great." He internally groaned. "I really hope we don't have to meet him. I saw in the Prophet that he's going to be at Flourish and Blots on the 19th. If we go that day, we'll definitely run into the Weasleys and I'd rather not deal with that circus." Before he could dwell on it any longer, Hermione's voice pulled him from his thoughts. "So, when do you guys want to go?" she asked excitedly, practically bouncing in her seat. "I can't wait to read next year's materials." Neville shook his head with a chuckle before turning to his grandmother. "Gran, are you free today?" Augusta, who had just taken a sip of her tea, set her cup down and raised an eyebrow at him. "You want to go get your supplies today?" Neville nodded. "Yeah, it would be the least packed day since we only just got the list. It's better to get all the shopping done early rather than rushing at the last minute." Augusta hummed thoughtfully before nodding. "That is true. It's always best to do shopping ahead of time rather than scrambling at the last moment. And I am free today, so sure, why not?" Before Neville could respond, Hermione suddenly perked up. "Wait, you want to go today?" she asked, looking concerned. "But Neville, I don't have any money with me right now." Neville blinked, rubbing his chin. I didn't think of that." Augusta, however, waved her hand dismissively. "It's all right, dear. I'll buy your supplies for you." Hermione looked at Augusta in shock. "But ma'am, I can't let you do that. You're already letting me stay here for free," she said, shaking her head. Augusta gave her a pointed look. "Hush, child. I don't mind buying your supplies. You're my grandson's friend, and I'm more than happy to help." Neville, noticing Hermione's hesitation, quickly added, "If it makes you feel uncomfortable, you can just pay it back later when you have the money." Hermione bit her lip, looking between them, before finally nodding. "All right, thank you, Mrs. Longbottom," she said sincerely. Augusta sighed but gave a small nod in return, accepting the compromise. "All right, then. Finish up your breakfast, and we'll leave shortly." Augusta hummed thoughtfully before nodding. "That is true. It's always best to do shopping ahead of time rather than scrambling at the last moment. And I am free today, so sure, why not?" Before Neville could respond, Hermione suddenly perked up. "Wait, you want to go today?" she asked, looking concerned. "But Neville, I don't have any money with me right now." Neville blinked, rubbing his chin. I didn't think of that." Augusta, however, waved her hand dismissively. "It's all right, dear. I'll buy your supplies for you." Hermione looked at Augusta in shock. "But ma'am, I can't let you do that. You're already letting me stay here for free," she said, shaking her head. Augusta gave her a pointed look. "Hush, child. I don't mind buying your supplies. You're my grandson's friend, and I'm more than happy to help." Neville, noticing Hermione's hesitation, quickly added, "If it makes you feel uncomfortable, you can just pay it back later when you have the money." Hermione bit her lip, looking between them, before finally nodding. "All right, thank you, Mrs. Longbottom," she said sincerely. Augusta sighed but gave a small nod in return, accepting the compromise. "All right, then. Finish up your breakfast, and we'll leave shortly." September 1st, 1992. Neville stood in front of the mirror in his room, combing his hair back neatly. The 1st of September had arrived, marking the start of a new term at Hogwarts. Summer had ended much sooner than they had hoped, and now, it was time to return to school. Neville was dressed in a black suit vest over a white long-sleeved shirt, with the sleeves rolled up to his elbows. He paired it with black trousers, keeping his usual clean and sharp look. Satisfied with his reflection, he set the comb down on the table, turned around, and walked over to his trunk, which was already packed and ready. His wand lay beside it. Picking up his wand, Neville tapped the trunk lightly and muttered, "Reducio." The trunk shrank instantly to a pocket-sized version, small enough to fit inside his sling bag. Slipping it in, he slung the bag over his shoulder and headed for the door. As Neville stepped out into the hallway, he spotted Harry walking out of his room at the same time. Harry's trunk floated behind him, gliding smoothly as he levitated it with his wand. Harry was dressed in a casual t-shirt and well-fitted pants, ones Augusta had bought for him earlier in the summer. Neville raised an eyebrow. "Not going to shrink it yet?" Harry glanced at him and shrugged. "Oh, hey, mate. I am. Just later, before we leave. Kinda uncomfortable carrying it in my pocket all morning." Neville nodded. "Makes sense." He adjusted his bag and leaned against the doorframe. "So looking forward to going back to Hogwarts?" "Honestly, no," Harry sighed, running a hand through his hair. "With everything that's been happening, I'd rather just stay here, you know. But I don't have much choice." Neville shrugged. "Yeah, I get that." Then, in a more serious tone, he added, "Just remember, don't look into Dumbledore or Snape's eyes, and it should be fine." Harry let out another heavy sigh. "It's not Dumbledore I'm worried about. It's Ron. I'm not sure how to act around him." Neville nodded thoughtfully. "Yeah, that's going to be tricky. Just act casual, and you should be fine." Then, with a smirk, he added, "I'm more worried about the fact that we have to sit through another year of Snape's lessons." Harry let out a groan. "Yeah, don't remind me." The two of them descended the stairs, falling into a comfortable silence, making their way toward the dining hall for breakfast. He sighed as they made their way down the stairs towards the dining hall. As they entered, the smell of freshly baked pastries filled the air, warm and inviting. Neville walked over and took his seat, grabbing a croissant just as a steaming cup of hot chocolate appeared before him, along with a plate of a full English breakfast. He dunked the croissant into the cocoa and took a bite, savoring the rich, buttery flavor. Across from him, Harry picked up a sausage and took a bite, chewing thoughtfully. Neville hummed in delight. "I'm really going to miss this once we're back at Hogwarts. The food there's great, but it's not quite like this." Just then, Augusta walked in. "Good morning, boys. I see you're both dressed for the day." She was wearing a deep green formal dress, her signature stuffed vulture hat perched on her head, and a handbag hanging from her arm. Neville looked up from his plate. "Morning, Gran." Harry nodded politely. "Good morning, ma'am." Augusta settled into her seat, and a plate of breakfast appeared before her, sausages, eggs, and fresh toast. She picked up her fork and knife, slicing into a sausage before turning her gaze on the boys. "Have you both packed everything you'll need? I'd rather avoid any last-minute panics this time." Neville nodded, taking another bite of his croissant. "Yeah, Gran, I've got it sorted. Shrunk my trunk and everything. It's all in my bag." Harry nodded as well. "Yes, ma'am. Everything's in order." Augusta took a bite of her sausage, chewing thoughtfully before speaking again. Good. You're quite certain, Neville? Last term, you nearly forgot your robes." Neville sighed but nodded. "I haven't forgotten anything, Gran, and besides, that was before I lost my memories." Augusta sighed, giving Neville a pointed look. "Just make sure you don't get into trouble like last year. I swear, Neville, you're going to cause my hair to turn completely white." Neville grinned, completely unrepentant. "Can't make any promises, Gran." Then, as he reached for another croissant, he looked at his grandmother thoughtfully. "Say, Gran, any chance you'd send a few of these pastries to us at Hogwarts? You know, once a week or so." He gestured toward the table spread. "The food at Hogwarts is fine, but it's just not this." Augusta's lips quirked in amusement. "You've grown fond of them, I see. Can't say I blame you. They're quite tasty, but mind you, eat too many of these butter-laden treats, and you'll be rolling through the corridors." Neville laughed, taking a bite of his croissant. I'll manage some self-control, promise. Across the table, Harry nodded. I wouldn't mind a box or two myself. All right, then, Augusta said, setting down her teacup. I'll have them sent by owl, but not every day. You'll both end up spoiled rotten, and that's assuming the others don't beg you to share. Neville offered a grateful smile. Thanks, Gran. Then, turning in his chair slightly, he called out, Clinky? With a soft pop, a small house elf in a neat pillowcase tunic appeared beside Neville, wide eyes brimming with eagerness. What can Clinky do for young Master Nevy? Neville leaned forward. Could you pack some pastries for us to take on the Hogwarts Express? Enough for me, Harry, and Hermione. Maybe a few extra, in case other people ask. Clinky's ears perked up, and he bowed so low his nose nearly touched the floor. Certainly, Clinky will pack them right away. Augusta glanced at the clock on the wall, then turned back to them. Speaking of Miss Granger, we ought to set off soon if we're to meet her on the platform. Harry, who had just finished his breakfast, looked up at Augusta. Are we taking the Flow Network to King's Cross? She shook her head. No, Harry. The platform doesn't have flow access. Typically, parents take the Muggle side, but apparition is also an option, if they know where the designated point is. It can be tricky apparating multiple people, which is why some consider it safer to go in from the Muggle station. However, I plan to apparate us directly to platform 9 3/4. Her eyes flicked to Harry's trunk. You'll want to shrink that, dear. It's best if you keep it in your pocket so we're not fumbling about when we leave. Right, Harry said, nodding. With a loud crack, they arrived on platform 9. The place was bustling as ever. Parents saying their goodbyes, students chattering excitedly, and the steam engine of the Hogwarts Express huffing in the background. Augusta Longbottom placed a steadying hand on both Neville and Harry, gently guiding them away from the apparition point to avoid blocking new arrivals. A few steps in, Harry stumbled as his foot caught on something. He lurched sideways, colliding straight into a tall, platinum blonde wizard clad in expensive robes. Neville and Augusta turned to see Harry hastily straightening himself. I'm sorry, Harry said quickly, adjusting his footing. Neville and Augusta turned their gaze to the man Harry had bumped into, a tall, aristocratic-looking wizard with sleek, platinum blonde hair. Beside him stood a woman with a striking combination of black and owned hair, dressed in an elegant, regal gown. And next to her, a familiar face, Draco Malfoy. Lucius Malfoy's cool gray eyes landed on Harry, but before he could speak, Draco sneered. Watch where you're going, Potter. Lost your glasses or something? Lucius placed a firm yet graceful hand on Draco's shoulder, gently pulling him back. Now, Draco, he murmured. Play nicely. I'm sure Mr. Potter didn't do it on purpose. Harry gave a hesitant nod. I'm sorry, sir, I tripped. Lucius regarded Harry with a calculating gaze before his lips curled into a thin, polite smile. Ah, Mr. Potter, he said, extending his hand. At last, we meet. Lucius Malfoy. Harry hesitated briefly before reaching out and shaking his hand. The moment their hands clasped, Lucius subtly pulled Harry in, using the back of his wand to brush aside his fringe, exposing the famous lightning-shaped scar. Forgive me, Lucius said smoothly, his voice laced with intrigue. Your scar is the stuff of legend. Just like the wizard who gave it to you. Before Harry could react, Augusta stepped forward, her posture rigid, her voice cool and clipped. Mr. Malfoy, I'd appreciate it if you let go of Mr. Potter. Neville simply watched from the side, thinking to himself, didn't this happen in the original timeline? Lucius released Harry's hand, turning his attention to Augusta. His smile didn't quite reach his eyes. Ah, Lady Longbottom, he said smoothly. Here with Mr. Potter, I see. And, of course, your grandson. His gaze flickered to Neville briefly before returning to Augusta. I trust you are well. Augusta nodded curtly. As you can see, we are, she said, her tone giving nothing away. Lucius smiled, his tone light but dripping with false politeness. That's good, that's good. And how are your son and daughter-in-law doing? I hope they are well. Augusta's expression immediately darkened, her eyes flashing with anger, but before she could say anything, Neville stepped forward, cutting in smoothly. Oh, They're doing just fine, Mr. Malfi, Neville said deliberately, mispronouncing his name. Thanks for asking. Lucius's eye twitched, but Neville pressed on, stepping slightly closer with an innocent smile. You know, there's actually something I've been meaning to ask you. He tilted his head thoughtfully. I heard a rumor about you. Was it true that you were part of Moldy Short's cosplay group? A heavy silence fell over the group. Narcissus' eyes widened, taken aback that anyone would dare refer to the Dark Lord like that. Even Augusta looked momentarily stunned, her gaze snapping to Neville, as if wondering if she had misheard him. Lucius, on the other hand, sneered, his fingers tightening around his cane wand. You're quite brave, boy, calling the Dark Lord that. Neville shrugged casually. Nah. You're just a coward who followed an idiot who gave himself a ridiculous name. He then tapped his chin in mock thought. Speaking of which, I heard another rumor, something about him making his followers S.K. his. Lucius's eyes narrowed dangerously. Neville paused deliberately, then smirked and said, his feet. He held Lucius's gaze without flinching. Lucius's eyes widened, while Narcissus's face twisted in outrage. Draco, flushing with fury, lunged forward, wand drawn. How dare you? But before Draco could even finish his sentence, Neville simply snapped his fingers. Snap. Draco's entire body froze, his arms snapped to his sides, his legs locked together, and with a muffled grunt, he toppled over onto the platform floor with a thud. A full body bind. Neville didn't even look at him. The display of wandless magic stunned everyone present. Even Augusta and Harry, who had been watching silently, looked genuinely shocked. They had no idea Neville could do wandless magic. Neville turned to Draco, smirking slightly. Dracy, my boy, you should really think before picking a fight with someone you can't handle. He clasped his hands behind his back, channeling Dumbledore's infuriating way of speaking. They might not be as lenient as me. Draco, still frozen on the ground, let out a muffled growl. Lucius's jaw tightened, his grip on his cane visibly tightening as he stared daggers at Neville. Narcissa, meanwhile, was already kneeling beside Draco, her expression a mix of shock and anger as she helped her son. Before things could escalate, Augusta stepped in, her voice firm. That's enough, Neville. Let's not waste any more of our time here. Without waiting for an argument, she grabbed Neville's arm, steering him and Harry away from the Malfoys. Lucius watched their retreating figures, his face a mask of shock and quiet fury. Once they had put some distance between themselves and the Malfoys, Augusta glanced at Neville, and to his surprise, she looked proud. I didn't know you could use wandless magic, Neville, she said, raising an eyebrow. Neville shrugged. I've been practicing. I'm not that good at it yet. Harry snorted, shaking his head. Not good at it? You dropped Malfoy like a sack of potatoes. He looked at Neville, still clearly impressed. How did you do that? I thought you couldn't do magic without a wand. Augusta sighed, shaking her head. You can do wandless magic, it's just incredibly difficult. Only a few witches and wizards ever manage it because. Before she could finish, a familiar voice called out to them. Neville. Harry. Neville turned around and saw Hermione pushing a trolley toward them. He waved. Hey there, Hermione. Hermione walked over, slightly out of breath. Good morning, Mrs. Longbottom, Harry, Neville. Sorry I'm late. The traffic was awful. Harry nodded, while Augusta gave her a polite nod. Good morning to you as well, Miss Granger. No need to worry, we just arrived ourselves. Then, turning to the three of them, she added, well, go along now. You should find a compartment to settle your things in. As they headed toward the train, Augusta paused, looking at them sternly. Well, I'll be off, you three. Please, stay out of trouble, especially you, Neville. Neville grinned and hugged her briefly. I'll try, Gran. See you at Christmas. Augusta nodded, then glanced at Harry and Hermione. You both as well, come over for Christmas. Harry smiled gratefully. Thank you, Gran. I'll be there. Hermione smiled hesitantly. I'll have to ask my parents first, but I'd love to. After a few more farewells, the three of them stepped onto the train, Hermione walking beside them, her trunk already shrunken to fit in her bag. As they moved through the corridor, searching for an empty compartment, Hermione frowned slightly, So, what exactly happened back there with the Malfoys? Harry let out a laugh. You saw that, huh? Well, Neville dropped Malfoy like a sack of potatoes, and then mocked his father. Hermione's eyes flicked to Neville, unimpressed. I honestly didn't think you'd get into trouble before term even started. Neville crossed his arms, feigning offense. Hey, it's not my fault he mocked my parents. Hermione's expression shifted into concern. He did? Harry nodded. That was half of it. The other half? Neville used wandless magic. Hermione whipped her head toward Neville, her eyes wide in shock. Wandless magic? Before Neville could answer, he slid open a compartment door, and spotted someone he had been hoping to meet. Neville grinned and hugged her briefly. I'll try, Gran. See you at Christmas. Augusta nodded, then glanced at Harry and Hermione. You both as well, come over for Christmas. Harry smiled gratefully. Thank you, Gran. I'll be there. Hermione smiled hesitantly. I'll have to ask my parents first, but I'd love to. After a few more farewells, the three of them stepped onto the train, Hermione walking beside them, her trunk already shrunken to fit in her bag. As they moved through the corridor, searching for an empty compartment, Hermione frowned slightly. So, what exactly happened back there with the Malfoys? Harry let out a laugh. You saw that, huh? Well, Neville dropped Malfoy like a sack of potatoes, and then mocked his father. Hermione's eyes flicked to Neville, unimpressed. I honestly didn't think you'd get into trouble before term even started. Neville crossed his arms, feigning offense. Hey, it's not my fault he mocked my parents. Hermione's expression shifted into concern. He did? Harry nodded. That was half of it. The other half? Neville used wandless magic. Hermione whipped her head toward Neville, her eyes wide in shock. Wandless magic? Before Neville answered, he slid open a compartment door, and spotted someone he had been hoping to meet. Neville slid open the door to an empty-looking compartment, only to realize that it wasn't entirely unoccupied. Inside, a lone girl sat by the window, small and slight, her long bee-owned hair falling past her shoulders in soft waves. She wore peculiar round spectacles, shaped like two wide owl eyes, the magnified lenses giving her an almost otherworldly look. In her hands, she held a magazine upside down, flipping the pages as if reading it that way was perfectly normal. At their arrival, she glanced up, tilting her head slightly, her expression distant but curiously observant. Though her gaze seemed dreamy, Neville had the oddest feeling that she was seeing right through them. Neville recognized her instantly. Luna Lovegood. She had always been one of his favorite characters from the Harry Potter universe. He smiled slightly and asked, Hello there. Mind if we join you? Luna lowered her magazine, resting it in her lap. Oh, yes, of course, she said airily. I'd love the company. Her voice was soft and lilting, as though she was only half rooted in reality. Neville stepped inside, motioning for Harry and Hermione to follow. I'm Neville Longbottom, he introduced himself, giving a polite nod. These two are Harry Potter and Hermione Granger. At Harry's name, Luna blinked behind her odd glasses, her expression thoughtful and curious. Harry Potter. She murmured. I've read lots of stories about you. My friend simply won't stop talking about them. She paused, studying him closely before adding, You're not at all how the books describe you. Harry frowned, confused. Books? Hermione rolled her eyes. The storybooks. There are multiple books about you. Most of them are complete codswallop. Luna nodded serenely. My friend is a huge fan of them. She won't stop talking about you. Neville chuckled, leaning against the window. Yeah, I saw one where they had you fighting dragons and living in a castle like some kind of knight. Harry groaned, rubbing his face. Is that how the entire magical world sees me? Neville shrugged, smirking. I think you can sue them. I'm not sure, but I don't think they can use your likeness without permission. He walked over to the seat near the window and settled down, with Harry sitting beside him and Hermione beside Luna. Neville turned back to Luna. So, are you a first year? Luna nodded lightly. Yes, and my name is Luna Lovegood. Then, tilting her head slightly, she studied Neville for a moment before saying, You don't have that many nargles around your head. That's a good sign. Hermione paused mid-sit, frowning. What's a nargle? Luna sighed. as though she had been asked this too many times. Nargles are mischievous creatures that like to steal things, especially shoes and jewelry. They tend to hide in mistletoe. Hermione's frown deepened. I've read about magical creatures in Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them multiple times, and I've never seen anything about Nargles. Luna shook her head, unfazed. Oh, you won't find them in that book. She reached for her magazine, flipping to a particular page, before holding it up for Hermione to see. They're in the Quibbler. Hermione took the magazine, skimming through the pages filled with wild and bizarre topics. Her brows furrowed deeper as she muttered, "This is complete nonsense." Luna calmly took the magazine back, completely unbothered. "No, it's not. My father is the editor." And just like that, Hermione and Luna descended into an argument, Hermione firmly insisting that Nargles weren't real, while Luna staunchly defended her beliefs, stating that just because something wasn't documented didn't mean it didn't exist. Neville, chewing on a biscuit he had pulled from his pocket, sighed before stepping in. "Hermione, we can't say for sure that they don't exist. There's a lot about magic that we don't know about." Hermione huffed, crossing her arms, but paused, clearly thinking it over. Neville turned to Luna. "Luna, you say you see Nargles, right?" Luna nodded. "Yes." Neville thought for a moment, then asked, "When you see them, do you actually see creatures, or just colors?" Luna blinked. "Colors." That caught Neville's interest. "Colors around people?" Luna nodded again. "Yes, sometimes they're soft, sometimes bright, but always shifting." Neville's mind raced. Could this be like ancient magic in Hogwarts Legacy? Maybe she's not seeing creatures at all, but the magic itself, interpreting it as creatures because she's seen them from a young age? Hermione, still skeptical, folded her arms. "So, you're saying you can see them?" Neville turned to her. "Hey, don't judge her, you know." He leaned forward slightly. "I actually think she is seeing magic." That caught everyone's attention. Harry raised an eyebrow. "Huh? What are you talking about, mate?" Neville leaned back in his seat, explaining thoughtfully. "There are many magical abilities that only certain wizards have. Like Metamorph Maggie, who can shapeshift at will without potions or transfiguration. Or how some people can become animagi and turn into animals without wands." Hermione hummed, considering his words, before saying, "But I've never read about people being able to see magic itself." Neville shrugged. "Hermione, we've only been part of the magical world for a year. We can't know everything yet." Neville looked at Luna, his mind still racing with the possibilities. "I think you see magic, Luna," he said thoughtfully. "You might have been able to see it from a young age, so you associated it with magical creatures because that's how your mind understood it. Or I could be wrong, and Nargles are real. Who knows?" Luna tapped her chin, looking more thoughtful than usual. "I've never thought about it like that before. Maybe you're right." Neville hesitated, then asked gently, "How long have you been able to see them, Luna?" Luna smiled, but it didn't quite reach her eyes. Instead, her expression turned distant and sad. "Since I was 9, she said softly. She looked down at her lap, her fingers gently tracing the cover of the Quibbler. "It was the day my mother died." The compartment fell silent. "She was experimenting with a spell," Luna continued, her voice quiet but steady. "Something went wrong, and I was there when it happened. I blacked out. When I woke up, I could see these colors." Neville's chest tightened. That must have been the moment she awakened her connection to ancient magic. He wondered if that incident had changed her, shaping her into the Luna Lovegood they all knew from the books. Sitting beside her, Hermione didn't hesitate. She immediately wrapped Luna in a hug. "We're so sorry, Luna." Harry, looking genuinely regretful, nodded. "Yeah, we didn't mean to bring up something painful." Luna shook her head, smiling softly. "It's all right. You didn't know, and I'm not upset that you asked me." She glanced out the window, her eyes filled with a quiet sort of determination. "I still believe I'll see her again one day." Neville exchanged a look with Harry and Hermione, then turned back to Luna with a gentle grin. "Well, Luna, from now on, you can count the three of us as your friends. If anyone picks on you, just let me know, and I'll take care of it." Hermione, still sitting close to Luna, nodded firmly. "Yeah, if you need any help at Hogwarts, just come to us. We're here for you." Harry nodded in agreement, offering Luna a reassuring smile. Luna looked genuinely happy, her usual dreamy expression giving way to pure joy. I'm so happy to have made friends on my first day, she said brightly. Daddy will be thrilled when I tell him. Just then, the train gave a lurch and began moving forward. Neville opened up the box of baked goods that Clinky had packed for them, and soon, they were all laughing and chatting, enjoying their snacks as they settled into the ride. But their peaceful moment was short-lived. The compartment door suddenly slid open with force, and standing there was Ron Weasley, looking both frustrated and relieved. Ron stepped into the compartment, glancing at the others before focusing entirely on Harry. Where the hell have you been, Harry? Harry, caught off guard, choked on his cookie, coughing violently. Neville patted his back, helping him recover. Hey there, Ron. Where have you been? We've been in this compartment the whole time. Harry, still clearing his throat, nodded. Yeah, we've been here. Where were you? Ron looked confused, then finally noticed Luna, his eyes narrowing slightly. Luna simply smiled. Hello, Ron. Ron, barely acknowledging her greeting, frowned. Huh, Loony. What are you guys doing with her? Neville, Harry, and Hermione all frowned at his words. Luna, on the other hand, continued to smile serenely, as if she hadn't even noticed the insult. Neville, however, wasn't having it. He pointed at Ron, his expression sharp. Her name is Luna, Ron. Not Loony. Or do you prefer if people start calling you Ginger Idiot? Hermione crossed her arms, her tone firm. You should apologize, Ronald. Harry nodded in agreement. Yeah, Ron, you shouldn't go around calling people names. Otherwise, you're no different from Malfoy. Ron's face fell, guilt flashing in his eyes. He scratched the back of his head. I didn't mean it like that, it just slipped. I'm sorry, Luna. Luna, still smiling, tilted her head slightly. It's all right, Ron. Ron shifted uncomfortably, clearly feeling awkward now. Neville let out a sigh, deciding to move the conversation along. Anyway, what were you saying before? You asked where we've been. Well, we've been here with Luna this whole time. Where were you? Ron blinked, as if just remembering why he barged in. Oh, right. We were a bit late to the station, but that's not what I was asking. He turned to Harry, his expression serious. Why didn't you reply to any of my letters? I sent you loads. Me, George, and Fred even came to rescue you. We stole Dad's car and flew to your uncle's house, but you weren't there. We got caught by your uncle, and he said you'd already left with one of your friends. Harry glanced at Neville and Hermione, unsure how to respond. Neville stepped in. Yeah, Harry was staying with me over the summer. Ron frowned, his ears turning red. And you didn't tell me. Harry let out a frustrated sigh. It's not like we didn't try, but there was this house elf, Dobby. He was stealing all my mail, even the ones I tried to send. Me and Neville only found out yesterday when we caught him sneaking off with more letters. Ron looked skeptical, his brow furrowing. A house elf, mate. Neville nodded, leaning back. Yeah, apparently, the house elf didn't want Harry coming back to Hogwarts, so he kept stealing his mail. And even mine. To both you and Hermione, when Harry was staying at my place. Ron still looked uncertain. But a house elf. They can't really disobey their masters, you know. Why would he not want you coming back to Hogwarts? Harry glanced at Luna, who was casually flipping through her upside-down magazine, then lowered his voice. He said something about me being in great danger, and that someone has planned to kill me. Ron gulped, his face paling slightly. What do you think it could be? Hermione shook her head, arms crossed. We don't know. The conversation continued throughout the train ride, but the atmosphere between Harry and Hermione with Ron remained awkward. Neither of them knew quite how to act around him after Neville had told them about his theory about Dumbledore and the Weasleys. The easygoing friendship they had before felt a little strained, as though they were walking on eggshells. Ron, for his part, seemed to sense the awkwardness but didn't bring it up. The train came to a halt at Hogsmeade Station, the familiar hiss of steam filling the air as students began filing out onto the cool evening platform. Neville, Harry, Hermione, and Ron had all changed into their uniforms, blending into the crowd of returning students. As they stepped onto the platform, Luna drifted away, easily merging into the group of wide-eyed first years. Near the station exit, a large figure loomed, holding up a lantern and calling out in his booming voice. Furs years. Furs. Years over here. Neville and the others walked toward him, spotting Hagrid standing near the lake, a familiar smile on his bearded face. Hey there, you lot. Hagrid greeted them warmly as he saw them. Harry grinned, stepping forward. Hey there, Hagrid, how've you been? Hagrid chuckled, adjusting his lantern. Been fine. You four best be getting along before the carriages leave. Neville turned to Luna, offering a small smile. See you in the castle later, Luna. Hermione nodded, giving Luna a small wave. Yeah, see you inside. Luna simply smiled dreamily before turning back toward the first years, following them toward the boats. The four of them made their way toward the carriages waiting near the station. Unlike first years, who traveled across the Black Lake, older students were transported to the castle in carriages drawn by creatures only some could see. As they approached, Neville reached into his pocket, pulling out an apple. Instead of heading straight into the carriage, he walked over to one of the Thestrals, holding out the apple as he gently stroked its sleek, leathery snout. Hermione, watching from the side, frowned slightly. Neville, what are you doing? Ron, staring at what looked like empty space, raised an eyebrow. Yeah, mate, you gone mad or something? There's nothing there. What exactly are you petting? Neville smirked, eyes gleaming mischievously. Who said there wasn't anyone here? Before either of them could argue, the apple Neville had been holding seemingly disappeared, chomped down by something invisible. Harry, Hermione, and Ron all froze, their eyes going wide with shock. What just happened? Ron stammered, looking completely bewildered. Neville simply continued petting the unseen creature, a knowing smile on his face. They're called Thestrals, Neville explained. You can only see them if you've witnessed death. Harry hesitated, reaching out toward where Neville was petting. His fingers brushed against something solid, a faint skeletal form beneath them. His breath hitched. There's something here, he murmured. Hermione, still in shock, asked, but how can you see them? Ron, shaking his head in disbelief, muttered, you're pulling our legs, mate. Neville shrugged, his expression unreadable. I could see them last year, though I don't know if I could see them before I lost my memories. A heavy silence followed. Harry pulled his hand away, deep in thought, while Hermione looked like she was processing everything. Ron, on the other hand, looked pale, as if he was debating whether or not he wanted to know who Neville had seen die. Breaking the tension, Neville clapped his hands together. Well, come on, guys. We should get to the castle. With that, he stepped into the carriage, then reached out to help Hermione climb in after him. Still processing what they'd just learned, Harry and Ron followed suit, the carriage rocking slightly as they settled in for the ride to Hogwarts Castle. What just happened? Ron stammered, looking completely bewildered. Neville simply continued petting the unseen creature, a knowing smile on his face. They're called Thestrals, Neville explained. You can only see them if you've witnessed death. Harry hesitated, reaching out toward where Neville was petting. His fingers brushed against something solid, a faint skeletal form beneath them. His breath hitched. There's something here, he murmured. Hermione, still in shock, asked, but how can you see them? Ron, shaking his head in disbelief, muttered, you're pulling our legs, mate. Neville shrugged, his expression unreadable. I could see them last year, though I don't know if I could see them before I lost my memories. A heavy silence followed. Harry pulled his hand away, deep in thought, while Hermione looked like she was processing everything. Ron, on the other hand, looked pale, as if he was debating whether or not he wanted to know who Neville had seen die. Breaking the tension, Neville clapped his hands together. Well, come on, guys. We should get to the castle. With that, he stepped into the carriage, then reached out to help Hermione climb in after him. Still processing what they'd just learned, Harry and Ron followed suit, the carriage rocking slightly as they settled in for the ride to Hogwarts Castle. September 2, 1992, Great Hall, Hogwarts. The Scottish Highlands were bathed in the soft morning sun, casting a warm glow over Hogwarts Castle as students woke to their first full day of the new term. Neville entered the Great Hall, flanked by Hermione and Harry, both of whom had continued their summer routine of early morning exercise with him. As they approached the Gryffindor table, Neville sat down, and a goblet of orange juice appeared in front of him. Hermione took her usual seat across from him, while Harry, yawning widely, plopped down beside Neville and immediately helped himself to a full English breakfast. Neville, watching him blearily load his plate, smirked. "You're still tired?" he asked, taking a sip of his juice before serving himself some bread, sausages, eggs, and bacon, assembling them into a makeshift sandwich. Harry grumbled as he shoveled some beans into his mouth. "That's because you kept me awake last night," he muttered. Neville mused thoughtfully before nodding. "Right. Where's Ron, by the way?" Harry shrugged, still chewing. "Still asleep, I reckon." Neville nodded, then turned his attention to Hermione, who was eating sausages with toast and eggs while reading intently from Voyages with Vampires by Gilderoy Lockhart. Ever since she had started reading his storybooks, Hermione had become a huge fan of Lockhart, utterly captivated by his tales of adventure. She had been disappointed when they hadn't gone to Flourish and Blotts on August 19th to meet him, but Neville had warned her that they might run into the Weasleys if they went. "Hermione, is it really that interesting?" Neville remarked, taking another sip of his juice. "I swear, this is the second time you're reading that book." Hermione looked up, a faint blush dusting her cheeks. "It's really good," she said excitedly, her eyes sparkling. "Lockhart is just so accomplished. His adventures, the way he writes, he's incredible." Neville raised an eyebrow, unimpressed. "Right if you say so." Hermione frowned, snapping the book shut with a huff. "If you had bought it, you'd know." Neville shrugged, unbothered. "It's a storybook, Hermione. I'd rather read something actually factual." Hermione glared at him. "It is factual," she insisted. Neville, unconvinced, arched a brow. "Really now?" Hermione flushed, her fingers tightening around her book. "Well, some parts might be a bit embellished, to make it more entertaining for readers," she admitted reluctantly. Harry, who had been quietly eating, suddenly coughed, faking it. "Yeah, more like the whole book." Hermione's head snapped toward him, her glare sharp enough to rival McGonagall's. Neville and Harry exchanged amused grins as Hermione huffed, reopening her book with exaggerated care, pointedly ignoring them both. Neville smirked slightly but chose not to comment. He already knew that Lockhart was a fraud, but arguing with Hermione about it wasn't worth the effort. Shaking his head, Neville took a bite of his sandwich, glancing around the Great Hall. His gaze landed on Luna, sitting alone at the Ravenclaw table, seemingly lost in thought as she buttered her toast. Neville turned to Harry and Hermione, lowering his voice. "Do you two mind if I invite Luna to sit with us?" Hermione followed his gaze, noticing that Luna was alone. She nodded immediately. "No, she can join us." Harry shrugged. "Yeah, I don't mind." Neville pulled out a small piece of parchment from his sling bag and quickly scribbled. "Come join us at the Gryffindor table." Tapping his wand against the note, the parchment folded itself into a small bird and fluttered over to where Luna was seated. Luna looked up as the tiny paper bird landed in front of her. She unfolded it, her silver blue eyes scanning the message before she glanced toward them. Neville, Harry, and Hermione waved her over, smiling. Luna's face brightened, and she stood up, making her way toward them. "Hello, Harry, Hermione, Neville," Luna greeted softly, her dreamy voice as light as ever. "Thank you for inviting me to join you." As she sat down beside Hermione, she tilted her head curiously. "Though, I must ask, is it all right to sit at a different house's table?" Hermione waved off her concern. "It's fine. We're only required to sit at our house tables during the welcoming feast or for important events." Neville took another bite of his sandwich. "Breakfast," he offered, gesturing toward the food. "Thank you," Luna said, taking a piece of toast and spreading some jam on top. Harry, still chewing his eggs, swallowed and asked, "How are you liking Hogwarts so far?" Luna tucked a strand of owned hair behind her ear, her eyes lighting up. "It's wonderful," she said dreamily. "My dorm mates are nice enough, although they think I'm a bit odd." She shrugged lightly. "But I'm used to that." Neville exchanged a look with Hermione, who pressed her lips together, clearly annoyed at the idea of people judging Luna already. "Well," Neville said, offering a small smile, "if they don't treat you right, you can always sit with us." Luna's eyes widened slightly before she beamed. "That would be lovely." Just then, the rest of the Gryffindor second years entered the Great Hall, chatting amongst themselves as they made their way to the table. Dean Thomas, Seamus Finnegan, Lavender Brown, Parvati Patil, and Faye Dunbar all sat down nearby, helping themselves to breakfast. Lavender, spotting Hermione's book, lit up with excitement. "Oh, you're reading Voyages with Vampires too?" she gushed, leaning in. "Isn't Lockhart just dreamy?" Parvati nodded enthusiastically, grabbing a piece of toast. "He's so handsome. And all those adventures. Just imagine traveling the world with him." Faye sighed dramatically, placing a hand on her chest. "I'd let him rescue me any day." Hermione, who had been engrossed in her book, looked up, her cheeks faintly pink. "Well, I think his stories are fascinating. He's clearly an accomplished wizard." Before anyone could respond, a soft, dreamy voice chimed in. "I think he looks fine, but I have a feeling he's hiding something." The girls paused, turning their attention to the unfamiliar bee, owned first year sitting next to Hermione. Lavender, blinking in curiosity, was the first to speak. "Oh hello. Who are you?" The girl gave an airy smile. "Hello." Hermione quickly introduced her. "This is Luna Lovegood. We met on the train, and she was sorted into Ravenclaw. We asked her to join us for breakfast since, she's new here." Parvati nodded warmly. "Nice to meet you, Luna. I'm Parvati, and this is Faye and Lavender." Dean and Seamus, who had been listening, nodded in greeting. "And I'm Dean," Dean added, gesturing beside him. "This is Seamus." Luna gave them all a serene nod, completely unfazed by the new attention. Meanwhile, Dean turned to Harry. "Harry, mate, where were you this morning?" Seamus, taking a sip of pumpkin juice, nodded. "Yeah. I saw Ron still in bed when we came down." Harry, grabbing a piece of toast, shrugged. "Oh, that? I was with Neville and Hermione." Dean frowned slightly, confused. "With Neville? Didn't you do your morning exercises today?" Neville, reaching for his goblet, nodded. "Yeah, I did." Harry nodded as well. "Me and Hermione have been joining Neville in his exercises." Lavender, perking up at that, turned to Hermione with a mischievous smirk. Leaning in, she whispered teasingly, "You too, huh? Trying to impress someone?" Hermione turned, her grip tightening on her book. "Oh, shush," she stammered, immediately burying her face in the pages. Parvati, Faye, and Lavender all giggled at her flustered state, clearly enjoying her embarrassment. Seamus, shaking his head, looked at Hermione and Harry in clear exasperation. "Both of you as well? That's mental, mate. Why would you willingly do that?" Dean gave Neville and Harry an incredulous look. "Do you guys hate yourselves or something?" Harry shrugged, still chewing his toast. "I got used to it after the summer." Neville smirked, taking a sip of his juice. "You lot want to join? Make it a Gryffindor thing?" Seamus snorted, shaking his head. "Nah, we're not that mental. We just wanted to know where you and Harry disappeared to this morning." Faye, looking between Dean and Seamus, grinned. "You two should join Neville. It wouldn't hurt you to wake up early and train a little." Dean scoffed, taking a bite of his bacon. "And why would we do that?" Parvati, tilting her head curiously, looked between Harry and Neville. "Wait, you guys stayed over at Neville's during the summer." Harry opened his mouth to answer, but before he could say anything, a stern voice interrupted them. "Good morning." Professor McGonagall's voice cut through the chatter as she approached their table, handing out timetables. Her sharp eyes swept across the group as she distributed their schedules. "Here are your schedules for the term." As she finished, her gaze landed on Luna, who was still sitting with them. "Miss Lovegood," McGonagall said, "you should collect your timetable from Professor Flitwick." She nodded toward the small charms professor, who was currently handing out schedules at the Ravenclaw table. Luna smiled dreamily at McGonagall. "Thank you, Professor," she said lightly before turning back to the group. "Thank you for letting me join you. I'll see you later." With that, she gracefully excused herself, drifting toward the Ravenclaw tableau to collect her schedule. Neville, now holding his own timetable, nodded in thanks to McGonagall before quickly scanning his schedule, barely paying attention to the rest of the conversation. McGonagall, having finished distributing timetables, turned back to the group. Her piercing gaze landed on Harry. "Mr. Potter, where is Mr. Weasley?" Harry blinked, caught off guard. "I don't know, Professor. He might still be in the dorms." McGonagall pursed her lips, then handed Harry an extra timetable. "Give this to him," she instructed before briskly walking off. Harry glanced down at Ron's schedule before stuffing it into his bag. Well, our first class is herbology. But Neville wasn't focused on that. His eyes had locked onto a certain redhead who had just entered the hall, Ginny Weasley. She must have the diary, he thought, his mind shifting gears. After breakfast, the Gryffindor second years gathered together and headed to the greenhouses, where Professor Sprout was waiting for them. Professor Sprout, dressed in her usual earthy robes and large hat, stood at the entrance of Greenhouse 3, waiting for the students to arrive. "All right. Settle down, she called out, ushering them inside. "Today, we'll be working with mandrakes." She led them further inside, the humid air thick with the scent of soil and fresh plants. Standing near the rows of potted plants, she turned to the class and said, "Now, who can tell me the properties of the mandrake?" To nobody's surprise, Hermione's hand shot into the air first. "Mandrake, or mandragora, is a powerful restorative," Hermione answered in her usual textbook-like tone. "It is used to return people who have been transfigured or cursed to their original state." Professor Sprout beamed. "Excellent. 10 points to Gryffindor," she said approvingly. "The mandrake forms an essential part of most antidotes. It is also, however, dangerous. Who can tell me why?" Hermione's hand shot up so fast that it nearly clipped Harry's glasses. "The cry of the mandrake is fatal to anyone who hears it," she said promptly. Professor Sprout nodded approvingly. "Precisely. Take another 10 points. She then gestured to a row of deep trays, drawing the class's attention. "Now, the mandrakes we have here are still very young." The students shuffled forward, craning their necks for a better look. In the trays, rows of tufty little plants with a purplish-green hue were sprouting from the soil. Professor Sprout clapped her hands. "Everyone, take a pair of earmuffs." There was a scrambly as students rushed to grab a pair, everyone trying to avoid the pink, fluffy ones. "When I tell you to put them on, make sure your ears are completely covered," Professor Sprout instructed. "When it is safe to remove them, I will give you the thumbs up. Right, earmuffs on." Neville wore his earmuffs on, the material muffling all sound completely. Professor Sprout, now wearing a pair of pink fluffy earmuffs, rolled up the sleeves of her earthy robes, grasped one of the tufty plants firmly, and pulled hard. Instead of roots, a small, muddy, and extremely ugly baby popped out of the soil, bawling loudly. Not that anyone could hear it. The tufted leaves were sprouting right out of its head, and its mottled green skin looked unnervingly human-like. Professor Sprout, completely unfazed, grabbed a large plant pot, filled it with dark, damp compost, and plunged the mandrake inside, covering it up to the leaves. She dusted off her hands, then gave them all a thumbs up before removing her own earmuffs. "As our mandrakes are only seedlings, their cries won't kill yet," she said calmly, as if she just finished watering a normal houseplant. "However, they will knock you out for several hours, and as I'm sure none of you want to miss your first day back, make sure your earmuffs are securely in place while you work." She gestured around the greenhouse. "4 to a tray. There's a large supply of pots here, compost in the sacks over there. And be careful of the venomous tentacula. It's teething." Neville, Hermione, and Harry gathered around the trays of mandrakes, preparing for the lesson. As they positioned themselves, a Slytherin girl quietly joined their group, taking the empty spot at their workstation. She had owned hair, sleek and well-kept. She didn't say much, her expression neutral, as she simply took her place. Like every other group, theirs was assigned 4 students per tray. Neville, always polite, gave her a small nod. "Hello there, I'm Neville. This is Hermione, and that's Harry," he introduced, gesturing toward the other 2. The girl blinked at him, her expression unreadable. After a brief pause, she simply responded in a tone that barely held any interest. "Daphne Greengrass, before turning her attention to the mandrakes in front of them. Hermione and Harry exchanged a glance before quickly dismissing it, chalking it up to her being a Slytherin and them being Gryffindors. Neville, on the other hand, wasn't concerned by her attitude. He was far more focused in the lesson. As he examined the writhing, ugly little plants, a thought struck him. Wait, if I remember correctly, these are used in the potion to unpetrify students, but instead of just buying fully grown mandrakes, Dumbledore, in all his infinite wisdom, decided to wait for these to mature, completely wasting an entire year for the petrified students. He let out a quiet sigh, shaking his head as he secured his earmuffs and reached for a crying mandrake. Typical of Dumbledore. After herbology, the Gryffindor second years made their way to Transfiguration. Once everyone had settled, Professor McGonagall strode to the front of the classroom, her usual no-nonsense expression in place. Very well, class, she began. As is customary for the first lesson of the year, we will revisit the spells you learned last term. Wands out. With a flick of her wand, a set of matchsticks floated from her desk and landed neatly in front of each student. We shall begin with the very first transfiguration spell you were taught. Turning matchsticks into needles, she instructed, pacing between the rows of desks. She then proceeded to review every spell they had learned over the past year, ensuring the class retained their skills. Neville, Harry, and Hermione performed well, having spent the summer practicing spellwork. Avifors, Neville muttered and waved his wand. The small torn pieces of parchment in front of him fluttered and shifted, transforming into tiny paper birds that rustled softly as they flapped their wings and took flight around him. I feel like we forgot something, he murmured, frowning slightly. Hermione, tilting her head, glanced at him. Forgot what? Neville shrugged, then with a wave of his wand, undid the spell, the birds shifting back into scraps of parchment as they fluttered onto his desk. He picked up one of the crumpled pieces, rolling it between his fingers. I don't know, he admitted, turning the parchment over in his hands. Just a feeling. Before Hermione could respond, the classroom door suddenly burst open. Neville nodded in realization. Yeah, now I remember that. Ron Weasley rushed into the classroom, panting heavily, his uniform slightly disheveled. Sorry I'm late, Professor, he gasped, still trying to catch his breath. McGonagall's sharp gaze turned icy, and she folded her arms. You're late, Weasley. Where were you? Ron hesitated, rubbing the back of his neck. I overslept. McGonagall's lips pressed into a thin line. 10 points from Gryffindor and detention. I hope you don't make a habit of this, she said firmly. Now, take your seat before I dock more points. Ron muttered under his breath and trudged over to where Harry, Neville, and Hermione were sitting, dropping heavily into the seat beside them. He looked grumpy, his frown mostly directed at Harry. Why didn't you lot wake me up? He grumbled. Harry, looking a bit sheepish, scratched the back of his head. Sorry, mate, forgot. We were exercising in the morning and didn't think you'd want to join. Ron's brows furrowed deeper. What do you mean, exercising? I doubt Woods got Quidditch practice that early. Neville, flipping through his notes, glanced up and answered casually, with me. Ron blinked, his frown deepening. With you? Harry smirked. Yeah, I started over the summer break, and I figured it'd be a waste to stop now. Ron gave them both an incredulous look like they had just told him they willingly volunteered for Snape's detentions. But in the end, he just huffed and didn't say anything else. McGonagall's sharp gaze turned icy, and she folded her arms. You're late, Weasley. Where were you? Ron hesitated, rubbing the back of his neck. I overslept. McGonagall's lips pressed into a thin line. 10 points from Gryffindor and detention. I hope you don't make a habit of this, she said firmly. Now, take your seat before I dock more points. Ron muttered under his breath and trudged over to where Harry, Neville, and Hermione were sitting, dropping heavily into the seat beside them. He looked grumpy, his frown mostly directed at Harry. Why didn't you lot wake me up? He grumbled. Harry, looking a bit sheepish, scratched the back of his head. Sorry, mate, forgot. We were exercising in the morning and didn't think you'd want to join. Ron's brows furrowed deeper. What do you mean, exercising? I doubt Woods got Quidditch practice that early. Neville, Flipping through his notes, glanced up and answered casually, "With me." Ron blinked, his frown deepening. "With you?" Harry smirked. "Yeah, I started over the summer break, and I figured it'd be a waste to stop now." Ron gave them both an incredulous look like they had just told him they willingly volunteered for Snape's detentions. But in the end, he just huffed and didn't say anything else. September 2nd, 1992 Transfiguration class. The lunch bell rang, echoing through the corridors and signaling the end of Transfiguration. Professor McGonagall glanced at the clock and gave a small nod. "All right. Wands down, everyone," she said, walking back to her desk. "We'll continue reviewing spellwork in our next class on Friday. Especially since some of you seem to have forgotten everything we covered before the summer break." As she sat down at her desk, she added, "Before you leave, please place the holiday assignment on my desk on your way out." Neville reached down, grabbing his bag from where it had been leaning against his desk, and pulled out his assignment. Hermione pulling out a neatly organized folder from her satchel, she flipped it open, retrieved her assignment. From behind them, Neville heard Ron groan loudly. He turned just in time to see Ron slumping in his seat next to Harry. "How did you lot get the spells right on your first try?" Ron grumbled. "I barely managed to do it after 3 tries. Harry, who was packing up his things, sighed. "Well, you might want to practice more. I only managed it because Hermione and Neville helped me practice over the summer." Ron blinked, confused. "Wait, over the summer? What do you mean? We're not allowed to use magic outside of Hogwarts." Neville slung his bag over his shoulder and glanced back at Ron. "That only applies to Muggle-borns, Ron. The Ministry can't track who is casting spells in a magical household. So if you're in one, the trace can't tell if it's you or your parents." Ron squinted at Neville, clearly baffled. "What are you on about? The Ministry sends warnings if you use magic outside Hogwarts. And if you do it 3 times, they'll snap your wand in half. Everyone knows that." Hermione stood from her seat, brushing off her skirt. "Neville's right," she said, matter-of-factly. "That rule mostly affects students from non-magical households like me. In magical homes, they assume it's the parents casting spells, so they don't track it the same way." Ron stared at them, his mouth slightly open. "So you're telling me I could have been using magic all summer and no one told me? That's not fair." Hermione shot him a glare. "At least you're allowed to use magic at home," she snapped, "unlike me." Ron grumbled, "Well, that's because you're Muggle-born. If you could, I'm sure your parents would let you. But for me, even if I could, my mum wouldn't have it." He sighed and rubbed the back of his neck. "She'd kill me if I tried anything magical at home. And this is the first time I'm even hearing that it was allowed." Neville gave a half smile. "Well, look on the bright side, if your mum had allowed it, you'd probably have had to suffer through the twins using magic all summer." Ron visibly shuddered at the thought. "Yeah, maybe that's a good thing. It's already a nightmare living with them. I don't want to imagine what they'd do with magic on top of it." Walking over to McGonagall's desk, Neville placed his parchment neatly onto the stack. "Thank you for the lesson, Professor," he said with a respectful nod. Hermione followed, placing her own parchment onto the pile with her usual precision. "Thank you, Professor." McGonagall nodded, a rare smile tugging at the corner of her mouth. "You're welcome. I must say, the 3 of you have improved a great deal. That's very good to see." Neville stepped aside, allowing Harry and Ron to approach the desk with their assignments. "Thank you, Professor," Harry said, about to turn and leave. "Just a moment, Potter," McGonagall called, her voice firm but calm. Harry and Ron both paused, and up ahead, Neville and Hermione turned back, glancing curiously at McGonagall. Harry looked back at her, a bit confused. "Yes, Professor?" McGonagall reached into a drawer and pulled out a small folded note, handing it to him. "The headmaster would like to see you after your classes today. Head up to his office before dinner. That's the password you'll need to enter." Neville, still waiting just inside the door, frowned slightly. Dumbledore called him to his office already, he thought. He glanced at Hermione and saw her stiffen slightly. Harry glanced at the note, then looked back at McGonagall, concern on his face. Professor, did he say why he wants to see me?" McGonagall shook her head. "I have no idea. Now off you go. You'll be late for lunch." Just don't forget to go to his office when your classes are done. Right, thank you, Professor, Harry said quietly and tucked the note into his pocket. He turned and joined Neville, Hermione and Ron, the four of them walking out of the classroom. Walking out of the classroom, Harry exchanged a look with Neville and Hermione. The tension was quiet but unmistakable. Ron, completely oblivious, asked cheerfully, "What do you reckon Dumbledore called you for?" Harry let out a small sigh. "I don't know, Ron." Hermione tried to sound positive, though she was fidgeting nervously. "Maybe he just wants to check on you. Ask how you've been since last year," she offered. "Make sure you're doing okay." They walked down a corridor together, sunlight streaming through the tall castle windows. Neville, walking beside them, shook his head slightly. "I think he wants to know where you've been over the summer," he said as they stepped into the viaduct courtyard, students passing by all around them. "You did leave the Dursleys, after all." Ron gave Neville a confused look. "Huh? Why would Dumbledore care what Harry does over the summer?" Neville clicked his tongue, mentally kicking himself. He had forgotten Ron was still with them. "Just a guess," Neville covered smoothly. "Could be calling him in to ask what he had for breakfast for all I know." Ron accepted that with a shrug. "Right." Trying to change the subject, Harry asked, "What have we got this afternoon?" Hermione, catching on, glanced at her timetable. "Defense against the dark arts," she said. Ron leaned over and snatched her timetable playfully. "What's this? Did you outline all of Lockhart's lessons with little hearts?" Neville raised an eyebrow and gave Hermione a look of amusement. Hermione went bright red, snatching her timetable back. "That's none of your business, Ronald." Ron grumbled, "I don't know what people see in him anyway. We met him at Flourish and Blots. He was signing books and acting like a right show-off. He's just like Malfoy, if you ask me." "He is not," Hermione snapped. "Have you even read his books? He's a great wizard. I still can't believe he's going to be teaching us Dada." They stepped into the great hall, the long tables filled with students chatting and eating. Neville shook his head. If he was such a great wizard, Hermione, he wouldn't have forced every student, regardless of year, to buy all of his books. That's around 500 copies, just to boost his sales. Hermione opened her mouth to argue, then closed it, frowning but saying nothing. They all took their seats at the Gryffindor table, the smell of food wafting through the air. Harry, for his part, wasn't paying attention to the food, or the conversation. He was too busy dreading whatever it was that Dumbledore wanted to speak to him about. Neville held the door open to the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, letting Hermione, Harry, and Ron walk out ahead of him. "Well," he said with a sigh, stepping out after them, "there goes any hope of learning something actually useful in Dada this year." "He just wants to give us some hands-on experience," Hermione said weakly, clearly trying to find the silver lining. The class had gone exactly how Neville remembered it from the original timeline. Lockhart being pompous, overly dramatic, and more interested in posing for attention than teaching. Before the lesson, he'd even pulled Harry aside and asked Colin Creevey to take a photo of the two of them together after overhearing that Colin wanted a picture of Harry. Neville had half expected Malfoy to mock Harry for the attention, especially something as ridiculous as a staged photo shoot, but to his surprise, Draco hadn't said a word. He'd stayed silent and distant the entire class, shooting occasional looks at Neville and his group but not daring to approach. Guess humbling him in front of his father with wandless magic really did something, Neville thought. He's cautious now, let's see how long that lasts. "Hands on," Harry said dryly, raising an eyebrow at Hermione. Hermione, he didn't even have a clue what he was doing. "Rubbish," Hermione shot back. "You've read his books. Look at all the amazing things he's done." "He says he's done," Ron muttered under his breath, stuffing his hands in his pockets. Neville shook his head. "Anyone can write a story, Hermione. I bet he hasn't done half the things in those books." Hermione opened her mouth to argue, but Neville cut in gently. "Remember what I told you at the end of last term. Don't judge a book by its cover." Hermione bit her lip and looked down. "Fine," she murmured. Harry let out a sigh and adjusted his bag. "Well, I'm heading to Dumbledore's office. Let's see what he wants with me. Wish me luck." Hermione's eyes widened slightly, concern written all over her face. "We can come with you if you want," she offered. Harry shook his head. It's probably just like you said, he wants to check in. Neville leaned in, voice low. Whatever it is, just don't look him in the eye. Yeah? Keep things casual and you'll be fine. Then leaning back, he added, come to the library after you're done. Me and Hermione are heading there now. Harry nodded. Yeah, I'll meet you guys there. How long will you be around? Neville shrugged. 2 hours or so, until 6. After that, just come to the common room if we're not there. Ron wrinkled his nose. The library? We just finished classes and you're already going to the library? Hermione shrugged with a huff. No one's forcing you to join us, Ron. We just want to finish the day's assignments early. Ron grumbled something unintelligible. Harry chuckled and gave a small wave. All right then, see you later. And with that, they split off, Harry heading toward the headmaster's office while Neville and Hermione made their way toward the library. Harry let out a sigh and adjusted his bag. Well, I'm heading to Dumbledore's office. Let's see what he wants with me. Wish me luck. Hermione's eyes widened slightly, concern written all over her face. We can come with you if you want, she offered. Harry shook his head. It's probably just like you said, he wants to check in. Neville leaned in, voice low. Whatever it is, just don't look him in the eye. Yeah? Keep things casual and you'll be fine. Then leaning back, he added, come to the library after you're done. Me and Hermione are heading there now. Harry nodded. Yeah, I'll meet you guys there. How long will you be around? Neville shrugged. 2 hours or so, until 6. After that, just come to the common room if we're not there. Ron wrinkled his nose. The library? We just finished classes and you're already going to the library? Hermione shrugged with a huff. No one's forcing you to join us, Ron. We just want to finish the day's assignments early. Ron grumbled something unintelligible. Harry chuckled and gave a small wave. All right then, see you later. And with that, they split off, Harry heading toward the headmaster's office while Neville and Hermione made their way toward the library. September 13, 1992 Sunday, around 3 p.m. the afternoon sunlight streamed through the tall windows of an empty classroom where Harry, Neville, and Hermione had pushed all the desks and chairs to the sides. Their bags were piled neatly in the corner, leaving the room wide open, perfect for their dueling practice. Harry was sitting on the floor, rubbing his stomach and breathing heavily. His face was flushed, and he looked absolutely worn out. Blimey, my stomach's killing me, he groaned, wincing. I had no idea laughing this much could hurt. Neville chuckled as he strolled toward them, his expression amused. Well, you've got to admit, it was fun though, right? Harry gave him a tired grin. Yeah, but I didn't expect to get a workout and a comedy show at the same time. Hermione, sprawled out on the cool floor with her bushy hair fanned out around her, scowled up at Neville. Easy for you to say, she huffed. You weren't the one who got hit the most. Neville laughed softly, crouching down beside them. Oh, come off it, Hermione, he said with a teasing smile. You weren't that bad. Besides, he handed them both their water bottles. This practice helps you learn when to dodge, and a weak shield's still better than no shield at all. Hermione sighed, sitting up slowly and brushing dust off her robes. She gave Neville a small, grateful smile as she took the bottle. Thanks, Neville. Harry grabbed his bottle as well and gulped down a few mouthfuls. Honestly, he muttered, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. I'd rather get hit with Rictusempra a dozen more times than listen to Lockhart prattle on about himself for another hour. Neville let out a chuckle as he plopped down beside them. Too right, he murmured, shaking his head. Honestly, Hermione piped up, her tone a little too defensive. He's not that bad, he's just taking things slow. Both Neville and Harry turned to give her the look. Hermione immediately averted her gaze, her cheeks flushing slightly as she stared down at her bottle. Slow? Harry echoed, his tone dripping with disbelief. Hermione, the bloke spends more time talking about his hair than actually teaching us anything useful. Hermione's lips pressed into a thin line, clearly torn between defending Lockhart and admitting the truth. All right, fine, she mumbled, her voice barely above a whisper. Maybe he's a bit full of himself. Neville and Harry exchanged a knowing look but wisely decided not to push further. Anyway, Neville said, trying to steer the conversation away. "We're getting better at Protega. I reckon a few more practices like this, and we'll be able to hold our shields for longer." Harry nodded, his energy slowly returning. "Yeah, as long as we don't pass out from laughing first." Hermione's lips twitched, fighting a smile, but she didn't argue. They'd been practicing the shield charm, Protega, trying to strengthen their defense while dodging and blocking spells. To make it more challenging, they fired the tickling charm, Rictusempra, at each other. The goal was to either block the spell with Protega or dodge it altogether. To make things interesting, Neville had suggested a point system. Lose a point if you got hit, gain one if you successfully dodged or blocked with Protega. It turned the practice into a sort of game, but the stakes felt real. The problem was, both Harry and Hermione were struggling. They could cast Protega, but it was draining. The best they'd managed so far was a weak shimmer that barely lasted a second before Rictusempra punched through and hit them. Neville, however, was a different story. Over the summer, he had finally managed to cast a full-strength Protega, a feat that had surprised even his gran, Augusta. His shield was strong, solid, and definitely something Harry and Hermione were trying hard to match. It had been 2 weeks since the start of their second year at Hogwarts, and 2 weeks since Harry had been called to Dumbledore's office. After his meeting, Harry went straight to the library, where he found Hermione and Neville working on their assignments. They were tucked away on the second floor, sitting at the far end where it was quieter. Books, parchment, and ink bottles were scattered across the table. Neville looked up when he heard footsteps approaching. It was Harry. "Hey," Neville greeted with a small smile as Harry dropped into the empty chair beside Hermione. "Hi, Harry," Hermione murmured, not looking up as she scribbled something onto her parchment. But her voice held a warm note of curiosity. Harry didn't respond right away. Instead, he glanced around the library, making sure no one was within earshot. Neville, sensing Harry's unease, pulled out his wand and cast a quick muffleto charm. The soft buzzing sound filled the air around them, ensuring that no one nearby could eavesdrop. "So," Neville's tone was calm but curious, "what did Dumbledore want?" Harry sighed, leaning back in his chair. "Just checking up on me," he muttered. "Wanted to know how I was doing. Asked about my summer, where I stayed." Hermione frowned slightly, placing her quill down carefully. "So, he wanted to know where you'd spent the summer?" Setting her quill down. Harry nodded, rubbing his forehead. "Yeah. I told him I'd stayed with a friend, but he already knew I'd been at your place, Neville." Neville nodded, not really surprised. "Yeah, figured he might have known." Harry frowned slightly, leaning forward onto the table. "But there's more," he said quietly. "Dumbledore told me I've got to stay at the Dursleys for at least 4 weeks every year." Hermione frowned. "What? Why?" Harry's expression darkened. "Something about my mum's protection." He exhaled slowly. "He said the protection only works if I go back for part of the summer. Apparently, it keeps me safe from Voldemort and his followers." Neville, who had been quiet, shook his head. "That doesn't make sense," he murmured, thinking aloud. "If I'm right, the protection comes from your mum sacrificing herself for you. That power's already there. It shouldn't matter where you are." Harry gave him a tired look. "That's what I thought." Neville's brow furrowed deeper. "Unless," he paused, considering something. "Maybe there's a ward built around the Dursleys' house. Using your mum's protection to extend it. That could be what's keeping the Death Eaters from finding you." Harry looked thoughtful but unconvinced. "Maybe," his voice trailed off, then he sighed again. "Honestly, I think he just wants to keep an eye on me." His jaw clenched slightly. "That's probably the real reason he insists I stay there." Hermione's lips pressed into a thin line. "That's not fair," she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. "Yeah. Well, nothing about living with the Dursleys Everest." Harry's tone was dry, but there was an edge of bitterness underneath. After that, things settled into their usual routine, though Snape's classes had become particularly dreadful. For some reason, Snape had suddenly ramped up his verbal jabs at Neville. Neville had a strong suspicion it was all because of what he'd said to Lucius Malfoy and the run-in he'd had with Draco at Platform 9. Everything seemed fairly normal until last night, that is, it was late when it happened. Neville was pulled out of his thoughts by a gentle shake on his shoulder. "Hey, are you two okay?" Hermione's concerned voice brought both him and Harry back to the present. Huh? Neville blinked, looking up at her, a little dazed. Oh yeah. Sorry, Hermione. Just thinking. Hermione huffed, crossing her arms as she gave them both a pointed look. Honestly, she said, clearly annoyed. What's gotten into you two? You've both been acting strange. All morning, you've been quiet and lost in thought. Harry let out a long sigh, rubbing his face with one hand. I'm sorry, Hermione, he murmured. It's just I've been thinking about the voice I heard. That caught Hermione's attention immediately. She blinked, her expression shifting from annoyed to concerned. What voice? She asked, sitting up straighter. Neville scratched the back of his head, looking guilty. Yeah, sorry about that. I forgot to tell you. Hermione gave them both a sharp look. Well? She demanded. Tell me now. Harry glanced at Neville. Before he began, it was last night, after we split up with you on the way back to the dorms. I heard a voice. Hermione's brow furrowed. A voice? Yeah. Harry nodded. But weird part is only I heard it. Hermione's eyes flicked to Neville, her expression questioning. Neville shook his head. Ron and I were with him, he said softly, but we didn't hear a thing. Harry said he heard it twice, but both times I didn't hear anything. Hermione turned her attention back to Harry, her eyes narrowing. What did it say, Harry? Harry sighed deeply, running his hand nervously through his hair. It said, come to me. Let me rip you. Let me tear you. Let me kill you. Hermione's eyes went wide with horror. Are you sure that's what it said? Harry nodded grimly. Hermione exchanged a worried glance with Neville, her mind already racing. Could this be what Dobby was warning you about? Neville gave a slow nod. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, he murmured. It has to be connected somehow. Hermione looked uneasy now, her usual confidence shaken. What should we do? She asked softly. It sounds like whatever it is it's out to kill. Harry sighed again, his frustration showing. We don't know, Hermione, he said quietly, and it's not like we can go to the professors about it. I doubt they'd believe me. I mean, hearing voices. His tone was bitter. They'd think I was losing it. Neville nodded, his expression serious. For now, we should stick together, he said softly. No wandering around alone. Whatever's out there, it's dangerous. A heavy silence fell over them as the weight of what they'd just discussed settled in. After a moment, Neville stood up, forcing a small smile. We should get going, he said, trying to lighten the mood. Mind giving me a hand with the furniture? Hermione stood up as well, her wand already in hand. Sure. With a flick of her wand, the desks and chairs began floating back into their original positions. They placed the desks and chairs back where they belonged, leaving the classroom looking exactly as they had found it. Satisfied, they left together, heading toward the Gryffindor common room. Hermione, clearly trying to distract herself from her worries, started chatting as they walked. I swear, I'm taking a long hot bath tonight, she said with a sigh. Just soaking in the warm water for a bit sounds heavenly right now. Harry, walking beside her, grinned. I'm starving, he said. Could go for some tea and biscuits right about now. Neville smiled as he adjusted his sling bag. Actually, I've got some of the brownies Gran sent me yesterday. He pulled out a small box and handed it to Harry. Here. Harry's eyes lit up, and he took the box gratefully. Thanks, mate, he said with a genuine smile. As they climbed the stairs and stepped onto the third floor, Neville suddenly stopped in his tracks. His eyes locked onto someone walking down the hall ahead, Ginny Weasley. Hermione was halfway up the next flight of stairs when she noticed Neville wasn't following. She stopped and turned, her brow furrowed. Neville? Why did you stop? Harry, standing just behind her, glanced at Neville with a raised eyebrow. Neville blinked, his mind racing. He looked back at them and forced a weak smile. I think I'll catch up with you guys. I need to go to the bathroom. Harry frowned, clearly confused. Huh? Why not just use the one in the dorms? Neville shifted uncomfortably, his fingers fidgeting with the strap of his bag. I've been holding it in for a while now, he mumbled, avoiding eye contact. I don't think I can wait any longer. I'll see you guys back in the common room. Before they could question him further, Neville turned and hurried off down the hall in the opposite direction. Hermione and Harry watched him go, bemused. Hermione shook her head slightly. He literally just told us not to wander around alone, and now he's gone off by himself. Harry sighed, shaking his head. Come on, Hermione. Let's wait for him in the common room. Neville hurried down the hallway, his eyes fixed on the path Ginny had taken moments before. His heart pounded, but his steps remained light as he moved quickly. He caught sight of her just as she rounded the corner at the end of the corridor. Without wasting another second, Neville slipped into an empty room to his left. Inside, he swung his backpack around and quickly pulled out Harry's invisibility cloak, which he'd borrowed earlier. He draped it over himself, the fabric shimmering as it concealed him completely. His wand was already in hand, his grip tight. All right, he muttered under his breath. Let's do this. Neville moved swiftly, his concealed form following the direction Ginny had gone. It didn't take long for him to catch up. There she was, walking steadily, unaware of his presence. Taking a deep breath, Neville raised his wand and silently cast Confundo. The spell hit its mark. Ginny's steps slowed as her expression turned vacant, her eyes glazed over. She blinked slowly, then without hesitation, her arms dropped to her sides. Her bag slipped from her shoulder, landing on the stone floor with a dull thud. In a trance, Ginny reached into her pockets, emptying them without question. A few sweets, a hairpin, and her wand clattered to the ground. Come on, where is it? Neville thought anxiously, his eyes scanning everything she laid out. But the diary wasn't there. Neville's brow furrowed. No diary? That doesn't make sense. Ginny stood, unmoving, waiting for further instructions, the effect of the confundus still lingering. Thinking quickly, Neville whispered, pick them up and go. Ginny blinked once more, then slowly began gathering her things. She tucked the items back into her pockets and turned away, as she headed down the stairs. Still under the invisibility cloak, he knelt and rummaged through the contents of her sling bag, his hands moving quickly but carefully. Where is it? He muttered under his breath, his brow furrowed. Quill's books, some parchment, a few sickles, but no diary. Neville's confusion deepened as he went through the bag again, this time slower. Harry said he heard the basilisk yesterday. The diary should be with her by now, but it wasn't. Neville placed everything back exactly as he had found it, making sure not to disturb anything. He carefully set the bag down where Ginny had dropped it. She'll come back for it as soon as the confundus wears off, Neville thought. Better to let her find it naturally. Still hidden under the invisibility cloak, Neville slipped back into the same empty room where he had hidden earlier. He pulled the cloak off and paced, his mind racing. Where could the diary be? Did she leave it in her dorm? He shook his head. No, that doesn't make sense. The diary should have latched onto her by now. Neville's thoughts drifted back to Flourish and Blots. Lucius, he frowned, his mind piecing together the events from the summer. He remembered from the movies. Lucius Malfoy had slipped the diary into Ginny's cauldron when the Weasleys ran into him at the bookshop. But then Neville's pacing stopped abruptly. His eyes narrowed as a sudden realization hit him. Wait, did Lucius even give Ginny the diary this time? Harry hadn't been there at Flourish and Blots. If Harry wasn't there, Draco wouldn't have had a reason to make a scene. If that didn't happen, Neville muttered aloud, his voice barely above a whisper. That means Lucius never gave Ginny the diary. Neville's heart hammered in his chest. Then who has the diary? The realization left Neville feeling even more uneasy. The timeline had shifted, and now the danger was out there. She'll come back for it as soon as the confundus wears off, Neville thought. Better to let her find it naturally. Still hidden under the invisibility cloak, Neville slipped back into the same empty room where he had hidden earlier. He pulled the cloak off and paced, his mind racing. Where could the diary be? Did she leave it in her dorm? He shook his head. No, that doesn't make sense. The diary should have latched onto her by now. Neville's thoughts drifted back to Flourish and Blots. Lucius, he frowned, his mind piecing together the events from the summer. He remembered from the movies. Lucius Malfoy had slipped the diary into Ginny's cauldron when the Weasleys ran into him at the bookshop. But then Neville's pacing stopped abruptly. His eyes narrowed as a sudden realization hit him. Wait, did Lucius even give Ginny the diary this time? Harry hadn't been there at Flourish and Blots. If Harry wasn't there, Draco wouldn't have had a reason to make a scene. If that didn't happen, Neville muttered aloud, his voice barely above a whisper. That means Lucius never gave Ginny the diary. Neville's heart hammered in his chest. Then who has the diary? The realization left Neville feeling even more uneasy. The timeline had shifted, and now the danger was out there. September 17, 1992, Great Hall, breakfast. Neville sat at the Gryffindor table, a copy of Intermediate Runes and their interpretive patterns open in front of him. The pages were crisp, the print sharp, but his attention was nowhere near the book. His eyes flicked about the hall, scanning faces with a furrowed brow. He wasn't really sure what he was looking for, just that he hadn't found it yet. I'm not going to find them like this, he thought with a sigh, snapping the book shut. A steaming mug of coffee popped into existence on the table in front of him. He muttered a quiet, thanks, and took a sip, letting the heat chase away the early morning chill that clung to his bones. He stifled another yawn, his third of the morning, when Hermione's voice cut through the din of breakfast chatter. Honestly, Neville, she said, arms crossed, tone halfway between concerned and exasperated. You really should go and sleep. You look dreadful. You've barely slept all week. I'm fine, Neville replied, lifting a shoulder in a half-hearted shrug. Just a bit knackered, that's all. Another cup of coffee'll sort me out. Hermione frowned. You can't keep this up. Coffee's not a substitute for sleep, you know. From across the table, Luna Lovegood, perched next to Hermione, idly twirling her spoon, tilted her head. He must be plagued by nargles, she offered serenely. Hermione rolled her eyes. Luna, this isn't about nargles. He's being a stubborn idiot, that's all. She turned her glare back to Neville. You've been in the common room every night with that lamp on. Don't think I haven't noticed. You can't possibly be paying attention in class. Neville gave a weak smile, though the effect was somewhat ruined by the dark circles under his eyes. I'm focusing, he said. Really, fine as can be. Harry, seated on Neville's other side, leaned in with a puzzled look. I still don't get why you're learning runes now. We don't even take ancient runes till next year. Neville scratched the back of his neck, trying not to look too sheepish. I just find it interesting, that's all. Ron, who'd been half buried in a mountain of scrambled eggs, snorted. Studying something a year early? That's barmy, mate. He gave Neville a look like he'd grown an extra head. Though, to be fair, Hermione'd normally be handing you a gold star for it. Hermione sniffed and turned her nose up, not if it's costing him his health. She looked back at Neville, her expression softening a little. Seriously, Neville. Just take a nap or something, yeah. Luna, still chewing on her pudding, gave a thoughtful nod. I do relate to reading things ahead of time. Daddy always said it was best to be prepared. Like the time we went searching for the crumple-horned Snorkick. One never knows when knowledge might become essential. Hermione gave her a flat look, but Neville chuckled softly. You get me, Luna, he said, grinning just to wind Hermione up. Hermione cut in primly, lips pressed tight. He's only doing it because he's worried about something. But he refuses to tell us the full story. Harry, glancing around to make sure no one was eavesdropping, leaned in. Is it because of the voice? Hermione nodded, lowering her voice. You've been like this ever since Harry told us about it. That's got to be it. Luna tilted her head, interest piqued. Voice? What voice? Neville sighed and rubbed his temples. It's something else. I'm fine, really. Just tired, that's all. Luna, we'll tell you about it later, but for now, don't go wandering the castle on your own, all right? Luna blinked once, then nodded solemnly. I understand. Hermione's frown deepened as she turned back to Neville. Go back to the dorm and sleep, now. Look, Neville said, half yawning again. I'll rest later. I promise. After lunch, maybe. Hermione crossed her arms. But we've got history of magic after lunch. Which you sleep through anyway. Might as well do it in your dorm bed where you won't drool on your parchment. Neville raised an eyebrow. We've got history of magic after lunch, he said, then gasped theatrically, clutching at his chest. Merlin's beard. Hermione Granger is telling me to skip class. Who are you, and what have you done with the real Hermione? Without missing a beat, Hermione reached over and whacked him on the arm with the book she'd been reading. Prat, she muttered, turning her head away with a huff. It's not like you actually listen to bins. You're snoring by the second minute. I was merely suggesting you sleep somewhere proper if you're going to nap anyway. Harry sniggered, reaching for a bit of roast chicken from a nearby platter. She does have a point, mate. Truth be told, Neville wasn't studying runes because he fancied being ahead of the syllabus. He was trying to track down whoever had got their hands on that blasted diary. It had been a few weeks since he'd confronted Ginny Weasley and confirmed she didn't have it. At the time, he'd assumed she must have just left the thing back in her dorm room, but the more he thought about it, the less sense that made. From what he half remembered, the diary latched onto her. It wouldn't just be lying around. Then another possibility dawned on him. Maybe Ginny was never given the book in the first place. Lucius Malfoy had supposedly slipped it into her cauldron during the incident at Flourish and Blots. But if Harry hadn't been there that day, hadn't gotten into a spat with Draco, then maybe Lucius hadn't had the excuse or opportunity to target the Weasleys. Draco was a spiteful little git, sure, but even he might not have gone out of his way to cause a scene without Potter as the centerpiece. So if Ginny didn't have the diary, who did? Just to be sure, Neville had started keeping watch. He'd stayed up every night in the common room, pretending to read, but really just watching to see if Ginny, or anyone else, was sneaking off when they thought no one was looking. After a week of late nights and a complete lack of suspicious activity, Neville had gotten desperate. He tried warding the entrance to the bathroom near the common room to see who might be moving about at odd hours. That plan went sideways fast. Turns out warding was advanced magic, tied up in arithmancy and runes, and he had neither the sleep nor the study to wrap his head around it properly. Hence the book on runes, hence the bloodshot eyes and yawning through breakfast, and hence the reason he was nearly roasted alive in potions yesterday. He'd almost added powdered wartcap to his fire protection potion without grinding it properly, which would have caused the whole cauldron to go up in flames. And with Snape watching him like a hawk, that would have meant a week's worth of detention scrubbing cauldrons by hand. Only Hermione stopping him at the last second had saved him. He could still hear her hiss, "Powder, Neville, not chunks." The only good news so far was that the chamber hadn't been opened again. No new attacks, and Harry hadn't heard the basilisk lately. But that didn't mean it was over, just that whoever had the diary was laying low. Neville had narrowed it down, at least. It had to be a Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, or Hufflepuff. He'd ruled out Slytherin, not because they were above it, but precisely because they weren't. Slytherin House was made up mostly of pure blood and half-blood students, many from families who had backed Voldemort during the war. Lucius Malfoy wouldn't risk handing something like the diary to one of them. No, he'd want distance, plausible deniability. He'd have slipped it to someone expendable, someone without deep political ties or a pure blood background. A Muggle-born, maybe, or someone from a house known for opposing Voldemort during the war. Someone who wouldn't be missed by the kind of people Lucius cared about. So now Neville was back at square one, sleep-deprived, frustrated, and staring down a full day of classes while trying to spot signs of possession. All he had to do was figure out which classmate was being slowly eaten alive by a soul S. King Diary, easy. Neville yawned again, long and loud, and let his head rest on the table. His eyes fluttered shut for just a moment. Sleep tugged at him like a stubborn niffler after a coin pouch. Across the table, Hermione shot him a look that could probably kill a lesser wizard. "Go sleep in the dorms, Neville." He cracked one eye open, saw her expression, and sighed. "Yeah, I think you're right, Hermione. I'll go take a nap back in the dorms." She nodded in approval, her tone softening. "Good. Go sleep. I'll share my notes with you later." "Thanks," he mumbled. He swung his legs over the bench, hauled himself upright, and slung his bag over one shoulder. With a lazy wave to the others, he muttered, "I'll see you lot later," and trudged out of the great hall. As he headed towards the grand staircase, his feet dragging, he caught sight of the second-floor corridor and slowed. Something tugged at the back of his mind. He turned, hesitated, then veered off course. Just a quick look. Couldn't hurt. He wandered down the quiet corridor, the soft echo of his footsteps bouncing off the stone walls. As he turned a corner, he nearly collided with a small bee-owned girl in Slytherin robes. She stumbled backwards, landing on the floor with a surprised squeak. "Oh, Sorry, Neville said quickly, reaching down to help her up. The girl brushed herself off, cheeks pink. It's okay, she mumbled before scurrying off without another word. Neville watched her go, blinking blearily, then shrugged and carried on down the corridor toward the second-floor girls' loo. He slowed as he neared it, eyes flicking to the door. Should I check? He thought. A group of third years passed behind him, chatting loudly. Neville sighed. Yeah, not getting labeled a beep today, he muttered under his breath, stepping away. And I don't exactly have anything on me that could kill a basilisk. That thought stopped him cold. He rubbed at his eyes. Right, the basilisk. If he was remembering things properly, and honestly, at this point it was all half-remembered blur, Harry had only survived that thing by sheer dumb luck. Or, more accurately, plot armor. And Neville wasn't sure plot armor applied in real life. If it came down to me, grimaced. The best option he could think of was a rooster. Which wasn't exactly convenient, or stealthy. Neville wandered through the castle in a half-daze, lost in thought, until he suddenly realized he was definitely not near the Gryffindor Tower. He was standing outside Professor Flitwick's classroom. He could hear the professor's high-pitched voice from inside, animatedly explaining something to his third years. Neville ran a hand through his hair, groaning. I really need to get some sleep. Neville's eyes landed on the staircase spiraling up toward the astronomy tower, and something clicked. The room of requirement, that's right, he muttered under his breath, already turning on his heel. He climbed quickly, fatigue momentarily forgotten, until he reached the 7th floor. The corridor was quiet, dimly lit by flickering torches. He turned left, down a familiar stretch of stone hallway, until he saw it. The tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy trying, and failing miserably, to teach trolls how to dance ballet. Opposite it was a blank wall. This is it, Neville thought. He'd stumbled across the painting last year, but hadn't dared open the room of requirement, not with Quirrell skulking about and Voldemort hitching a ride on the back of his skull. Neville glanced up and down the corridor. Empty. He began pacing in front of the wall, focusing his thoughts with all the clarity he could muster through the exhaustion. I need something to fight the basilisk. I need something to fight the basilisk. I need something to fight the basilisk. On the third pass, a door shimmered into being. He didn't waste a second. Grabbing the handle, Neville pulled it open and stepped inside. The room was oddly quiet. It wasn't full of books or weapons like he'd half expected, just a single wooden table at the center of an otherwise empty space. Sitting on it were two objects. A silver dagger and an egg. Neville furrowed his brow. Why is there an egg here? Neville blinked. Why is there an egg here? He approached slowly, eyeing the nest the egg was cradled in. He reached out and gently touched the shell with one finger. The egg jerked under his touch, and a hairline crack split across its surface. The egg wriggled again, a small chirp sounding from inside. A tiny beak poked through the shell. Well, all right then. He reached forward and carefully peeled away the remaining fragments, revealing a small, fluffy chick. The tiny creature blinked up at him, dazed and slightly damp, then gave another soft chirp. Neville stared. A rooster, huh? The chick looked around with an air of bewildered. Neville reached out and lightly petted its head. Without warning, the chick snapped at his finger. Oi! Watch it, Neville yelped, drawing his hand back and shaking it. A small bead of blood formed on his fingertip. The chick blinked at him again, let out a vaguely apologetic chirp. Neville stared. Did you just say sorry? He blinked again, rubbing his eyes. Brilliant. Now I'm imagining poultry apologizing to me. I really do need sleep. Right on cue, a bed appeared beside him, full four-poster, crimson duvet, pillows fluffed to perfection. Neville didn't even question it. Yeah, definitely too knackered to walk all the way back to Gryffindor Tower. He left the chick nestled comfortably in its nest, shrugged off his bag and robes, and collapsed onto the bed. Within moments, he was out cold. The egg jerked under his touch, and a hairline crack split across its surface. The egg wriggled again, a small chirp sounding from inside. A tiny beak poked through the shell. Well, all right then. He reached forward and carefully peeled away the remaining fragments, revealing a small, fluffy chick. The tiny creature blinked up at him, dazed and slightly damp, then gave another soft chirp. Neville stared. A rooster, huh? The chick looked around with an air of bewildered. Neville reached out and lightly petted its head. Without warning, the chick snapped at his finger. Oi! Watch it, Neville yelped, drawing his hand back and shaking it. A small bead of blood formed on his fingertip. The chick blinked at him again, let out a vaguely apologetic chirp. Neville stared. Did you just say sorry? He blinked again, rubbing his eyes. Brilliant. Now I'm imagining poultry apologizing to me. I really do need sleep. Right on cue, a bed appeared beside him, full four-poster, crimson duvet, pillows fluffed to perfection. Neville didn't even question it. Yeah, definitely too knackered to walk all the way back to Gryffindor Tower. He left the chick nestled comfortably in its nest, shrugged off his bag and robes, and collapsed onto the bed. Within moments, he was out cold. September 18, 1992. Room of requirement, 12:30 a.m. Neville stirred awake, letting out a quiet yawn as he rubbed the sleep from his eyes. For a fleeting second, panic flared in his chest. This wasn't his dorm. But then he remembered. The room of requirement. He exhaled slowly, trying to settle the nerves still fizzing in his stomach. His gaze drifted to the small table beside the bed, and for a moment he just stared. Wait. That actually happened. Swinging his legs over the side, he padded across the room, eyes drawn to the odd collection laid out before him. A small, sleeping baby bird nestled in a nest, and a dagger. Neville blinked. So it really did happen, he murmured, reaching out and picking up the blade. The room gave me a knife and a baby rooster, to fight the basilisk? As if roused by his voice, the baby bird gave a sudden loud chirp, eyes opening with a sharp little trill. Neville blinked. "Are you hungry, little guy?" he asked instinctively, then paused. Wait, how did I know that? The chick let out another series of insistent cries. All right, no need to have a row about it, Neville said hastily, placing the dagger back on the table. He looked around until he spotted his sling bag lying nearby. Scooping it up, he rummaged through it and pulled out the pastry box he'd saved from earlier. I mean, can I even give this to you? He asked aloud, eyeing the little bird. Is feeding pastries to a baby bird even a good idea? He scratched his head, caught in the moment, until a thought hit him. The house elves. Hogwarts house elves, he called, hoping someone would hear. There was a soft pop, and a cheerful-looking house elf appeared at his side. How may Bucker be helping, student sir? The elf asked with a bright smile. Neville gave him a grateful look. Hi, Bucker. Could you bring me something to feed this little bird? If it's not too much trouble. Not too much at all, student sir. Bucker will bring food right away. With another pop, the elf vanished. Neville looked down at the chick, who'd stopped its squawking and was now blinking up at him expectantly. Just wait a few minutes, little guy, he said. Bucker'll bring us something. The bird chirped once, short and sharp, and then went silent again, like it understood him. Neville frowned slightly. That hadn't felt like a normal chirp. He reached out again, gently rubbing the top of its downy head. You can understand me, can't you? Another chirp. Not just noise, an answer. Neville blinked. And it seems like I can understand you as well. That's weird. Are we magically bonded or something? Before he could dwell on it further, a soft pop sounded behind him. Bucker the house elf had returned, arms full. I've brought what you asked for, student sir, he said brightly, holding out a small wooden bowl filled with. Neville winced, live worms wriggling about. Thanks, Neville said, trying to keep the discomfort off his face as he accepted the bowl. The chick chirped loudly again. Neville didn't even need the magical bond to interpret that one. Yeah, I get it. Feed me, he sighed. Do I really have to use my fingers? Just then, with a shimmer of air, a pair of blunt-ended tweezers appeared on the table beside him. Neville gave a resigned sort of laugh. Right, should have expected that. Bucker stepped forward again. Would student sir like help feeding the bird? Neville shook his head. No, I can manage. He didn't know why, but something told him he needed to do this part himself. He picked up the tweezers and plucked one of the worms from the bowl. The chick opened its mouth wide, letting out an eager squeak, and snapped the worm up the second Neville offered it. It didn't stop there. Another chirp. Another worm. Then another. And another. Neville laughed, feeding the chick one worm after the next until it had swallowed 10 full-sized ones and gave a final, contented chirp. "Blimey," Neville muttered, setting the tweezers back down. "You eat a lot for someone your size." The chick nestled into its nest, eyes blinking lazily, clearly satisfied. Neville's eyes drifted to the dagger still resting on the table. He picked it up and turned it over in his hand. "How am I supposed to carry this around? I'll get in loads of trouble if a professor finds this on me." The blade was smaller than a proper dagger, and had intricate patterns were etched into the hilt runic, maybe. As if answering his thought, something else appeared on the table. A small, fitted holster appeared in the center. "Huh," Neville said, eyebrows raised. "A wrist holster?" He picked it up, strapped it around his left forearm, and slid the dagger neatly into place. "Yeah, that fits." Just as he admired the fit, the holster shimmered and vanished. Neville jumped slightly. "It's got a disillusionment charm on it?" He pressed his fingers to where the holster had been, and sure enough, it was still there, just hidden. As he touched it, it shimmered back into visibility. "Well, that's handy," he muttered with a tired grin, before letting out another yawn. "What time is it?" he asked, mostly to himself, as if the castle was listening, and at this point, he was certain it was. A grand clock materialized beside the bed. Ornate brasswork, tall and ticking softly. He glanced at the face and froze. "Bloody hell, it's 1 o'clock." Panic rose in his chest. "They're going to think I've been kidnapped, or worse, if they've gone to a professor." The chick let out a chirp from the nest. Neville looked down. "Yeah, all right. Let's get going." He shrugged back into his discarded robes, slung his bag over one shoulder, and looked at the chick who blinked up at him expectantly. "I'll have to carry you, so hold tight, all right?" The chick chirped again in response. Neville carefully picked up the nest with both hands, cradling it against his chest so that his left hand remained free. With a final glance around to make sure he hadn't forgotten anything, he stepped out of the room of requirement. The door faded into the wall behind him, vanishing as if it had never existed. The chick chirped again, this time with urgency, as if telling him to get a move on. Neville nodded. Right, we're going." He made his way swiftly down from the astronomy tower and into the main corridor, footsteps soft in the quiet stillness of the castle. He wasn't too worried about running into a prefect. Their patrols usually ended at midnight. Navigating through the castle's winding staircases, Neville started towards Gryffindor Tower. But as he turned a corner and descending a narrow flight of stairs, Neville froze. A soft humming echoed through the corridor. The chick in his arms chirped at the sudden stop. Neville quickly shushed it. "Shush, quiet now," he whispered, drawing his wand with his free hand and glancing around, every sense now on edge. "What the hell? Is Voldy out on a midnight stroll?" He held perfectly still, listening carefully. The humming was faint, but definitely there, and it was coming from the hallway ahead, near the direction of Ravenclaw Tower. Slowly, wand raised, Neville crept forward and flattened himself behind the corner. Would Voldemort hum? He thought with a squint. Can't picture it. I would imagine him being more of a mad cackling sort. Letting out a quiet sigh, Neville plucked a small twig from the chick's nest and transfigured it into a pocket mirror. Angling it around the corner, he peered through the reflection. His shoulders relaxed slightly. A massive serpent, just a girl. She was standing by a tall window, bathed in moonlight, humming softly as she gazed outside. He couldn't quite make out her features at first, but as he stepped into the corridor and drew nearer, he recognized her at once. Neville relaxed. "Luna? Huh, what's she doing here?" he muttered to himself. He cleared his throat and called out, "Oi, Luna. What are you doing out here this late?" Luna stopped humming and turned slowly, her expression dreamy as ever. When she spotted him, her face lit up. "Oh hello, Neville," she said in her usual sing-song tone. "I'm just watching the moon. It's rather beautiful tonight, don't you think?" Neville walked over and glanced out the window beside her. The moon was full, casting silver light over the courtyard below. "Yeah, I suppose it is," he admitted. "But couldn't you have done that from inside your common room? I assume Ravenclaw has windows?" Luna tilted her head and gave him a soft smile. "Oh, that. I couldn't get in." Neville raised an eyebrow. You got locked out? He immediately wondered if someone had done it on purpose. His thoughts jumped to the kind of things he remembered from the films. Had the bullying started already? Before Neville could respond, Luna's eyes drifted down to the nest he was holding. Oh, she breathed, crouching slightly to get eye level with the chick. What do we have here? She reached out and gently stroked the little bird's head. It chirped happily, nuzzling into her hand. Neville couldn't help but smile. Found him a while ago, long story. He's very sweet, Luna said. He seems to like you. Yeah, well, she bit me earlier, Neville said dryly, glancing down at the chick. Then chirped like she was sorry. We've got an understanding. He turned back to Luna. But wait, what do you mean you couldn't get in? Luna shrugged, as if it were the most ordinary thing in the world. Oh, it's the door. You have to answer a riddle to get into the Ravenclaw common room. I couldn't solve it, so I'm just waiting for someone else to open it from the inside. Neville blinked. Seriously? It's not so bad, Luna said dreamily. I get to enjoy the moonlight. Most people are in too much of a rush to look up. Neville stared at Luna, baffled. Wait, so you're only allowed into your common room if you answer the riddle? Otherwise you just sleep outside? Luna nodded cheerfully. Oh yes. Happens more often than you'd think. There's even a little bed outside the entrance for people who get stuck. Neville rubbed a hand over his face. That's the dumbest thing I've heard all week. And that includes the third year who tried to charm his pumpkin pasties into singing. He shook his head. You'd think someone would have fixed that in the last 1,000 years. Luna simply smiled at him like that was a him problem. Well, Neville sighed, adjusting the nest in his arms. You'd better come with me to the Gryffindor common room. I told you before, it's not safe to wander around at night. Luna tilted her head slightly. You mentioned it, but you didn't say why. Harry said something about a voice? Neville let out a tired breath and ran a hand through his hair. Come on, I'll explain on the way. He started walking, Luna following behind at an easy pace, humming softly as they moved through the castle. As they climbed the stairs, Neville explained what he could. How a strange house elf named Dobby had tried to stop Harry from coming to school, and how Harry had been hearing a voice that wanted to kill. Oh, Luna said mildly, rubbing her chin as they reached another landing. So you think something dangerous is hunting students? Neville nodded. Yeah, we don't know what it is yet, but better safe than sorry. They continued in silence for a few moments before Luna glanced at the little bird cradled in his arms. So, she asked, pointing, what are you going to call her? Neville blinked, looking down at the chick. I dunno. Haven't had time to think about it. Don't even know if it's a he or a she. The bird gave a quick, chirpy trill. Neville blinked again. Guess she's a girl. Luna's eyes sparkled. A girl? Yeah, Neville said with a shrug. It's weird, but I think she's telling me she's a girl. Well then, Luna said, tilting her head thoughtfully. What are you going to name her? Neville sighed. I'm rubbish at naming things. Why don't you suggest something? Luna tapped her chin with one finger, deep in thought. How about Lumina? It means light, in Latin. The little bird chirped brightly, clearly pleased. Neville chuckled. Seems she likes it then. All right, Lumina it is. He paused. Bit of an odd name for a rooster, but then again, she's a magical rooster, so fair enough. They reached the corridor that led to Gryffindor Tower, turning the final corner. And promptly froze. Standing in front of the fat lady's portrait was none other than Professor McGonagall, flanked by the two Gryffindor prefects. Her expression was stony, arms folded, lips pressed thin. Neville groaned under his breath. Oh, come on. McGonagall's eyes snapped to him. Mr. Longbottom, she said crisply, her voice echoing slightly in the quiet corridor. You had best have a very good explanation for your absence. No one has seen you since breakfast. No note. No message. And now, past curfew, you're wandering about the castle in the dead of night. Her eyes narrowed slightly, shifting to the girl beside him. And what, precisely, is Miss Lovegood doing with you at this hour? She waved off the Gryffindor prefects, who nodded and shuffled back through the portrait hole. Neville sighed and stepped forward. Hello, Professor. Right, so I sort of fell asleep in an empty room and only just woke up a little while ago. McGonagall arched a very precise eyebrow. You expect me to believe that, Mr. Longbottom? Whether you believe it or not, Professor, it's the truth, Neville said. I haven't slept properly in days. Been trying to study. This morning Hermione practically ordered me to go nap in the dorm, but I was so tired I ducked into a room and just passed out. I didn't mean to worry anyone. He reached into his robes and pulled out his wand. If you want me to take a magical oath to prove it, I will. McGonagall stared at him for a long moment. Then, to his surprise, she sighed and shook her head. That won't be necessary, Mr. Longbottom. I believe you. Neville blinked. I was shocked when your friends came to me, genuinely worried you'd gone missing, she continued. I was about to inform the headmaster and organize a search of the castle. It's fortunate you returned when you did. She turned her sharp gaze to Luna. That still doesn't explain what Miss Lovegoody's doing here. Luna, calm as ever, smiled serenely. I was locked out of my common room, Professor. I couldn't answer the riddle. Neville glanced at Luna, then back at McGonagall, and I couldn't just leave her to wander the castle alone, Professor. I figured she could sleep in the Gryffindor common room for the night. It's safer than being out in the halls on her own. McGonagall gave a resigned sigh. Yes, that has been a recurring issue over the years. She looked to Luna and added, very well. I'll have the house elves set up a temporary bed for you in the girls' dormitory, Miss Lovegood, just for tonight. With a sharp nod, she turned and ushered them both toward the portrait hole. The fat lady swung open with a tut and a yawn, and they stepped into the warm, fire-lit Gryffindor common room. Immediately, Neville spotted Harry and Hermione sitting together on one of the couches. As soon as Hermione saw him, she sprang to her feet and rushed over, Harry close behind. Neville! She cried, flinging her arms around him before he could react. Neville stumbled back a step, barely managing to shift the nest in his arms out of the way before Lumina got squashed. Hermione let go, took a half step back, and then launched into a barrage. Where have you been? Do you know how worried we were? You weren't in the dorm, you weren't in the library, and then we couldn't find you anywhere. By the time she ran out of breath, she looked part relieved, part furious. Neville gave her a sheepish grin. Yeah, sorry about that. I sort of fell asleep. In an empty classroom. Just woke up not long ago. Hermione blinked. You fell asleep? In a classroom? Neville nodded. Yeah. I was knackered. Guess I just passed out. Hermione looked like she wanted to keep scolding him, but settled for crossing her arms and muttering something about reckless boys and their inability to take care of themselves. Harry, meanwhile, was eyeing Luna with confusion. Luna? Luna gave him a serene little wave. Hello, she said dreamily. Lovely evening for moon-watching, don't you think? Hermione blinked. Luna? Before either of them could ask anything else, Professor McGonagall returned from a short conversation with one of the prefects. Miss Granger, she said briskly, please take Miss Lovegood up to your dormitory. She'll be staying with you tonight. Yes, Professor, Hermione replied, still sounding a little unsure. McGonagall gave them all a final look, then said, right, off to bed, the lot of you. It's far too late as it is. Thank you, Professor, Hermione called as McGonagall swept out of the common room. She turned back to Luna, brow furrowed. What happened? Luna explained in her usual airy tone. I got locked out of the Ravenclaw common room. Neville said I should come here instead. He thought it wasn't safe to stay out in the corridors. Hermione glanced between them, still not quite processing it all. Neville gave her a tired look. We'll talk in the morning, yeah? You lot look exhausted. Hermione sighed but nodded. You better explain properly, she muttered, then turned to Luna and said, come on, I'll show you where you'll be sleeping. Neville and Harry watched the girls disappear up the stairs before turning and heading to their own dormitory. As they climbed the stairs, Harry gave Neville a sideways glance. So you really fell asleep in a classroom? Neville nodded. Yeah. Properly out cold. Only woke up a little while ago. Harry chuckled. Mental. So what's that in your hands, then? Oh, this? Neville held up the small nest. Found her in the room of requirement. Not sure how, but well, we sort of bonded. Luna named her Lumina. Harry gave the bird a curious look but shrugged. Right. Well, good night, mate. Night, Harry. As Harry collapsed onto his bed, Neville walked over to his own. He frowned, then drew his wand and transfigured one of his spare quills into a simple cage. He gently placed the nest inside, nestling it in carefully. Lumina chirped sleepily, settling in without fuss. Neville looked down at himself. "I really need a shower," he muttered. Neville gave her a tired look. "We'll talk in the morning, yeah? You lot look exhausted." Hermione sighed but nodded. "You better explain properly," she muttered, then turned to Luna and said, "Come on, I'll show you where you'll be sleeping." Neville and Harry watched the girls disappear up the stairs before turning and heading to their own dormitory. As they climbed the stairs, Harry gave Neville a sideways glance. "So you really fell asleep in a classroom?" Neville nodded. "Yeah. Properly out cold. Only woke up a little while ago." Harry chuckled. "Mental. So what's that in your hands, then?" "Oh, this?" Neville held up the small nest. "Found her in the room of requirement. Not sure how, but well, we sort of bonded. Luna named her Lumina." Harry gave the bird a curious look but shrugged. "Right. Well, good night, mate." "Night, Harry." As Harry collapsed onto his bed, Neville walked over to his own. He frowned, then drew his wand and transfigured one of his spare quills into a simple cage. He gently placed the nest inside, nestling it in carefully. Lumina chirped sleepily, settling in without fuss. Neville looked down at himself. "I really need a shower," he muttered. October 31st, 1992. Gryffindor Common Room, afternoon. Rain lashed against the windows of Gryffindor Tower, the heavy downpour drumming steadily across the glass. The skies above the Scottish Highlands were dark and stormy, casting a grey gloom over the castle. Neville sat at one of the tables near the fire, hunched over a thick potions book from the Longbottom family library. His notebook lay open beside it, filled with scribbled notes, half-formed ideas, and the occasional diagram that only made sense to him. He tapped his quill absently against the wood, eyes narrowed in concentration, though his thoughts kept drifting. Opposite him sat Hermione, just as focused, though her nose was buried in a third-year charms textbook. She'd borrowed it to get ahead, of course. Nestled comfortably between them, perched in a little round nest on the table, complete with soft cushions and a warming charm, was Lumina. The Blad chick was curled up in a ball. Every now and then, she gave a tiny twitch or chirp in her sleep, but otherwise didn't stir. It had been a month. A whole month since the room of requirement had given him the egg and that strange dagger. Nothing major had happened since, aside from Hermione grilling him the next day about where he'd vanished off to. She'd been relentless, of course, but eventually gave up when he played it off as falling asleep in a classroom again. Since then, life at Hogwarts had gone back to as normal as it could be in a castle full of magic. Except for the part where Neville was still trying to figure out who the diary had possessed. That part was proving bloody difficult. He hadn't had much luck at all. No one was acting obviously strange, and there hadn't been a single sign of the chamber opening again. No attacks. No messages on the wall. Just silence. And that was the worst part, because it meant he had no idea what was going on. He didn't know if the diary was still in the castle, didn't know if Voldemort was already in control of someone or if the plan had failed altogether. Well, maybe not completely silent. When they'd gone to visit Hagrid a couple of weeks back, mostly to ask if he had anything Lumina could eat, he'd mentioned something worrying. "Summit's been killin' me chickens," Hagrid had said, frowning deeply. "Real nasty too. Leavin' feathers all over the place." That was all Neville had needed to hear. From that moment on, Lumina never left his side. She came with him to class, tucked safely in his enchanted coat pocket, and he only took her out when he knew it was safe, like now, when Hermione was the only one around. He didn't dare leave her unattended in the dorm. If the possessed student turned out to be a Gryffindor, he didn't want to risk waking up to an empty nest. The only silver lining in the whole mess was that the attacks hadn't started yet, at least not officially. Which brought them to today. It was the end of October 31st, All Hallows' Eve. For some reason, everything mad that ever happened at Hogwarts always seemed to start on Halloween. Trolls, cursed broomsticks, giant snakes, all of it kicked off right about now. Neville let out a weary sigh and set his quill down with a soft clack against the table. He stretched his arms high over his head and yawned long and loud. "All right," he muttered, rubbing at his eyes, "I think I'm done for the day. My head's starting to ache." Hermione looked up from her book, following his gaze to the clock over the fireplace. "I suppose it's about time we stopped," she said with a small stretch of her own. "We've been at it for the better part of the day." She closed her book with a quiet snap, carefully stacking it beside the others they'd borrowed from the library. Before either of them could move, a loud chirp rang out from the table. Lumina had woken up. Neville turned toward her just in time to see her blinking up at him with clear purpose. He frowned, glancing at the clock. "You're hungry again?" he muttered. "I just fed you, like 15 minutes ago." Lumina chirped again, louder this time, beak already open and waiting. Neville sighed and shook his head. All right. No need to shout about it." He reached down and rummaged through his bag. "You don't have to be so demanding, you know," he grumbled under his breath. He pulled out the familiar small wooden box and a pair of blunt-ended tweezers. Neville opened the little wooden box, revealing a wriggling pile of worms. He grabbed the blunt-ended tweezers, plucked one out, and held it in front of Lumina. The little chick opened her beak wide, practically demanding it. Neville fed her, and she snapped it up without hesitation, letting out a happy little trill. Hermione, after neatly stacking her books, looked up at him with a curious frown. "You know, Neville," she said, watching Lumina with interest, "I've been wondering, are you really sure she's a chicken? I mean, shouldn't she have grown some feathers by now? Or at least started fluffing out a bit more?" Lumina tilted her head at Hermione's voice and let out a soft, confused chirp. Neville paused, another worm dangling from the tweezers. He looked at Hermione, then back at Lumina. "I'm not sure, to be honest," he admitted. "Like I said, I found her as an egg. She hatched the moment I touched the egg." He looked down at her again, brow furrowing. "Truth is, I've been starting to doubt she's even a hen," he thought. "I figured at first the room gave me a rooster. Yeah, to fight the basilisk. That made sense. But that idea had gone right out the window the next morning when he realized Lumina was female. He'd gone straight to Hagrid that same day and asked if hens could crow. Hagrid had just scratched his beard and said, "Aye, sometimes they do. Bit rare, but if there's no rooster about, a hen might start crowin'. Seen it myself." Lumina squawked loudly, puffing out as she stomped once on the table. Neville blinked. All right. Don't get sassy," he said, chuckling as he finally fed her the worm that had been dangling in front of her beak. She gobbled it down, still looking a bit miffed. While grabbing another, he added, "I really don't know what she is. I even brought her to Hagrid, but he was stumped. Said she might be some sort of crow or raven. Or maybe something else entirely." He fed Lumina again and leaned back slightly. He'd even checked Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, but there's nothing in there that fits. Closest match he found was an augury. Would have been cool if she was own, though. But honestly, Neville doubts it. He didn't think the Room of Requirement would give me a death omen to fight a basilisk. Lumina chirped again, content now that her belly was full. Hermione watched the scene, a soft smile forming. "Honestly, I'm a bit jealous." Neville looked up at her. "Huh?" She gave a small shrug. "All my friends have pets. Harry's got Hedwig. Ron's got Scabbers, now even you have Lumina." Neville nodded and said, "Well, you're forgetting Trevor. I had him before Lumina, remember?" Hermione blinked, then clapped her hands. "Wait. That's right, Trevor the Toad. He was always running away from you. What happened to him, anyway? I didn't see him even when I stayed over at Longbottom Manor. Did you lose him?" Neville shook his head as he picked up another worm and fed it to Lumina, who snapped it up with her usual greedy chirp. "No, I didn't lose him. I let him go, set him free by the Black Lake earlier this year." Hermione stared at him. "You left Trevor at the Black Lake?" "He kept running away, Hermione," Neville said calmly. "I figured it'd be better for him to go back to his habitat. Somewhere natural. He wasn't really happy being carried around in a pocket all the time." Before she could reply, the portrait hole creaked open, and in walked Harry, soaked from head to toe, dragging his broom behind him and leaving a small puddle on the floor. His robes were clinging to him, and his glasses were fogged. He made his way over and collapsed onto the couch beside Hermione with a sigh. "Hey guys," he said wearily. "How's it going?" Neville glanced up from Lumina's box and grinned. "Hey there, mate." Hermione stared at Harry, horrified. "Harry, you're absolutely drenched. You need to go shower and change. Honestly, you'll get sick if you sit around like that." Harry scratched the back of his head, water dripping off his sleeves. "Yeah, you're right. I'll go in a sec, but first, I've got to tell you something." Just then, Ron came strolling in, still in his uniform, and flopped down next to Neville. He blinked at Harry. "Blimey, mate. You look like you swam back from practice. Just get back from Quidditch?" "Yeah," Harry sighed, rubbing his face. "Wood finally let us leave. He's been proper mad ever since the Slytherins got those new Nimbus 2001s. He even had Fred and George spying on them." He ran a hand through his soaked hair, which did little to fix the mess. Ron rolled his eyes. "Can't blame him, honestly. Those snakes have an unfair advantage now with those brooms. And Malfoy's been strutting around like he owns the sky. If they win the cup, we'll never hear the end of it. I don't even get how it's allowed." Neville, feeding another worm to Lumina, looked up and said casually, "Huh. I don't see why you're all moaning about it. How's it unfair just 'cause they've got newer brooms?" Ron gave him an incredulous look. "Because it is. That's not talent. That's just gold buying the win." Neville shrugged, still calm. "Didn't seem to bother you last year when Harry got the fastest broom in the world. Didn't that give us an advantage?" Ron flushed bright red and opened his mouth, then closed it again. That was," he spluttered, clearly flailing for an answer. Hermione covered her mouth, giggling behind her hand. Harry looked mildly embarrassed. "It was McGonagall's idea, you know," he muttered. Then he sighed and slumped back on the couch, admitting, "All right, fair point though." Lumina let out a soft, satisfied chirp and tucked her head under her wing. Neville looked down at her. "Right, you're full then," he murmured, closing the box of worms and setting it aside. Ron gave him a baffled look. "I still don't get how you understand that thing." Neville smirked. "And I still don't know how you sleep with a rat. What's new, Ron?" Ron scowled. "He's not just a rat, he's a right clever one." Neville turned to Harry, brushing off his hands. "So, what was it you wanted to tell us?" Harry perked up as if just remembering. "Right, nearly forgot. We got invited to Nearly Headless Nick's 500th Death Day party." Neville blinked. "Wait, Death Day? You mean the day he died?" He looked genuinely puzzled. "Why would anyone celebrate that?" Harry shrugged. "Don't ask me. I didn't plan it, I just got invited. Nick asked me in person, so I said yes. Are you lot coming?" Hermione looked intrigued. "Well, it's definitely something we haven't seen before," she admitted. "I'd be quite curious. Though I would hate to miss the feast still. It might be rude to turn Nick down. He's always been nice to us." Neville scratched his head. "If we go, we'll miss the Halloween feast." Ron slumped back in his seat. "That's just brilliant," he said flatly. "We're actually going to miss the feast." Harry glanced at them both. "We can always leave early, you know. Join the feast before it ends. I already told Nick I'd come. He helped me escape Filch today. It's the least I can do." Neville sighed. "All right then," he thought, "it's probably better to stay close to Harry anyway." They stepped back into the corridor, the heavy dungeon door closing behind them with a dull thud. No one spoke at first. Neville walked slightly ahead of the group, hands in his pockets, eyes fixed ahead. The air still smelled faintly of mold and wet stone. "Well," Ron muttered, face pale, "that was depressing." "I feel like I've walked through a graveyard," Hermione said quietly. "That was a graveyard," Neville murmured. Ron shivered. "We can still catch the end of the feast if we hurry," he added, trying to lighten the mood. "I could really use a treacle tart after all that." Harry gave a slow nod. "Yeah, I'm starving." "Or," Neville said casually, glancing over his shoulder, "we go to the kitchens instead. Could get something decent to eat." Ron blinked. "The kitchens? What are you on about?" Harry frowned. "We don't even know where the kitchens are." Neville smirked. "Correction. You don't know where the kitchens are." Hermione raised an eyebrow. Hang on. You told me you didn't know either. When did you find them? She asked, skeptical. It had actually been one of Neville's personal goals this year, finding the kitchens. He was getting tired of bland boiled veg and mushy puddings. If he could find the kitchens, maybe he could convince the elves to cook something a bit less English. Neville grinned, a little smug. Help is always given to those who seek it at Hogwarts. Harry and Ron looked at each other, confused. Hermione crossed her arms. You asked a house elf, didn't you? Figured it out that way? Neville chuckled and nodded. Maybe. He was just opening his mouth to say more when. Shish. Harry hissed suddenly, throwing out a hand to stop them. They all froze. Neville's instincts kicked in. He looked around sharply and slipped his wand from his sleeve. Ron flinched. What? It's that voice again, Harry whispered, eyes narrowed. Shut up a minute, just listen. The corridor fell silent, the only sound the faint dripping of water somewhere down the hall. Then Harry's eyes widened. I hear it again, he breathed. It's saying it's hungry, it wants to tear to kill. Without warning, Harry bolted down the passageway. Harry, where are you? Hermione started, but Harry cut her off with a sharp, shush. He paused for a second, eyes closed, listening. Then he snapped them open, face stricken. It's going to kill someone, he shouted, and he was off again. Harry! Hermione shouted, but he was already sprinting ahead, chasing something only he could hear. Ron cursed and tore after him. Neville grabbed Hermione's elbow and pulled her along. They rounded a corner and caught sight of Harry up ahead, skidding across the corridor floor. Neville was half a step behind Ron. Harry, wait, he shouted, but Harry didn't stop. As they hit the first floor corridor, Neville pushed himself harder, finally catching up enough to grab Harry's robe and yank him to a halt. Hold on, Neville snapped. We're not charging headfirst into some unknown monster that wants to kill, all right. Harry jerked free of his grip, eyes blazing. Someone could be hurt. He shot back, voice tight with urgency. What if we can stop it? And get yourself killed? Neville barked. We don't even know what we're dealing with yet. Ron caught up, puffing hard and wiping sweat off his forehead. Harry, what was that all about? I couldn't hear anything. Before Harry could answer, a noise carried down from above. A loud clamor, dozens of voices echoing through the stone halls, overlapping and full of confusion. Hermione's eyes widened. Do you hear that? They all went quiet. The distant hum of students, talking, shouting, murmuring, sounded like they were coming from the Great Hall. Probably just finished the feast. Neville didn't wait. Come on, he said, jerking his chin and taking the lead. The others followed quickly, rushing up the nearby staircase. As they reached the top, they were met with the usual crowd, students trickling out of the Great Hall, laughing, chatting, half full of pumpkin juice and sweets. Then the mood shifted. One by one, heads turned. The noise dimmed. Chatter faded into confused whispers. Students were looking toward the second-floor corridor, brows furrowed. Neville gestured for the others to follow and pushed ahead, cutting through the murmuring crowd. He turned the corner, and stopped. A dense group of students had gathered ahead, all pressing toward something on the ground. Some stood frozen, others whispering behind their hands. Neville moved faster, shouldering past a knot of second years. Ron, Harry, and Hermione stayed close behind. Then he saw her. A girl, third year, Ravenclaw robes. She was slumped against the cold stone floor, her limbs rigid, mouth frozen open in a silent scream. Her eyes were glassy and wide, completely still. Hermione gasped and clapped both hands over her mouth. Wait, this isn't right. Neville's thoughts raced. It's not supposed to be a student. It's supposed to be. Filch's cat stared at the stiff, wide-eyed girl. Not a third-year Ravenclaw. Wait, is she dead? A voice shouted, What's on the wall? Heads turned as someone pointed behind the petrified girl. Scrawled in jagged, wet red letters across the stone were the words. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware. Ron's face went pale. W.H. What the? Hermione, voice trembling, read the message aloud. Chamber of Secrets. From across the corridor, Draco Malfoy stepped out of the crowd, wearing a smug, twisted grin. Well, he drawled. Looks like the heir of Slytherin's doing Hogwarts a favor. Ridding us of some mudblood rubbish. Let's hope it's thorough. The corridor erupted. A wave of outrage surged through the bystanders, some hissing insults at Draco, others pulling back in discomfort. Hermione looked visibly confused at the word mudblood, clearly hearing it for the first time. A few older Gryffindors narrowed their eyes at Draco, fists clenched and jaws tight. Neville flicked his wand without a word, cast Silencio. Draco's mouth continued to move, but no sound came out. His eyes widened in alarm as he realized he'd been silenced. Neville quickly moved closer to the girl and knelt beside her, eyes scanning for any signs of life. She wasn't breathing, but her chest was locked in a posture that suggested mid-panic. Her limbs were rigid, her hands slightly raised, fingers curled. Her eyes were wide and glassy, staring off at nothing. Neville flicked his wand and cast a diagnostic charm, the spell glowing briefly as it passed over her. "She's alive," he muttered, letting out a sigh of relief. Neville thought. The timeline change. First, Ginny didn't have the diary and now this? He looked at the girl again. It was supposed to be Filch's cat. Not a student. Only good thing is she's not dead. At that exact moment, a rush of footsteps and swirling robes signaled the arrival of the teachers. Professor McGonagall was the first to reach them. She pushed her way through the lingering students and knelt beside the girl, her expression grave. "What happened here?" she asked sharply. Neville stood and stepped back to give her space. "We don't know, Professor," he said quickly. "We found her like this." McGonagall said nothing as she checked the girl's condition, wand already moving with precision. More footsteps followed. Professor Dumbledore entered the corridor, robes trailing behind him. His presence silenced the crowd immediately. "Everyone clear out," he said calmly, "and return to your common rooms. Phileas, I'll leave it to you." Professor Flitwick nodded. "Yes, Professor." He turned to the students and called out, "You heard him, back to your houses. All of you. Come along." Reluctantly, the crowd began to move. The corridor gradually emptied, the hum of voices fading as students filed away. Neville, Hermione, Ron, and Harry turned to leave as well, but Dumbledore's voice stopped them in their tracks. "Except you four," he said. "Stay back, please." The crowd slowly thinned. Within a minute, the corridor was empty save for a handful of professors, and Neville, Hermione, Harry, and Ron. Dumbledore crouched beside the petrified girl, his wand moving slowly as he cast a series of quiet diagnostic spells. Soft lights pulsed across her body, fading into her robes. Professor Lockhart hovered nearby, clearly eager to insert himself. "It was definitely a curse that did this," he said dramatically. "Probably the transmography and torture. I've seen it used dozens of times. So unlucky I wasn't here. I know the very counter curse that would have saved her." Neville snorted before he could stop himself. Hermione immediately stepped on his foot, hard, trying to silence him, but it was too late. Snape's cold voice cut through the air. "You think this is a laughing matter, Longbottom?" Neville shook his head, unfazed. "Not at all, sir. I just found it funny that Professor Lockhart's so sure of what spell killed her, when she isn't actually dead." Lockhart flushed. "Of course she is He was cut off as Dumbledore spoke, quiet but clear. "Mr. Longbottom is correct," the headmaster said gently. "She's not dead." McGonagall let out a shaky sigh. "Thank goodness. But what happened to her?" "She has been petrified," Dumbledore replied, standing slowly. "But how, I cannot say." Lockhart jumped back in, beaming. "Petrified? Yes, I suspected as much. I know just the counter curse that could have stopped it. Shame I wasn't there." Snape ignored him completely, his eyes still fixed on Neville. "I think we might have the culprit here, Headmaster." "No second year could have done this," Dumbledore said firmly, eyes still on the girl. "It would require dark magic of the most advanced sort." McGonagall's glare snapped toward Snape. "Severus, that's uncalled for. The girl's been petrified, not hexed or stunned by another student." But Snape's voice turned slow and silky. "Maybe," he said. "But might I point out how remarkably well-versed Mr. Longbottom has become of late, dabbling in spells far beyond the standard second-year curriculum." His lip curled as he stepped forward. He recognized the condition instantly. Diagnosed it correctly. Curious, wouldn't you say? Unless EK knew what he was looking for. His eyes shifted briefly to the others. Interesting that you four weren't at the feast with the rest of the school. Off wandering corridors just as a student is attacked? Then he focused in on Neville. You, Longbottom. Advanced spellwork, forbidden curses petrifying a student, perhaps? Neville met Snape's gaze and raised an eyebrow, voice dry and sharp. Professor, you really ought to try writing fiction. Honestly, the stuff you spew is right on par with Professor Lockhart's drivel. Maybe the two of you should collaborate. See who can outdo the other in sheer nonsense. Harry and Ron immediately covered their mouths, shoulders shaking as they tried to stifle their laughter. Hermione, on the other hand, hissed under her breath and stepped sharply on Neville's foot. Lockhart sputtered in indignation, his face flushing. Snape's eyes narrowed dangerously. He took a slow, threatening step forward, his face twisted in fury. How dare you? Before the situation could escalate, Professor McGonagall stepped in, her voice sharp and crisp. That's enough. All of you. Mr. Longbottom, mind your tone. And Severus, let's not leap to baseless accusations. We've a petrified student to worry about, not an inquisition to conduct. Lockhart cleared his throat loudly, clearly eager to redirect attention. Yes, quite right, a professional approach. I've had experience with ghastly curses before. Tibet, you know, very dark place. We should. Snape silenced him with a single look. Turning back to the four students, Snape folded his arms. If you had nothing to do with this, then explain yourselves. Where were you, if not at the feast? Neville answered calmly, to answer your question, we were at Sir Nicholas's death day party. We left early and were on our way to the kitchens to get something to eat when we found her. Snape raised a brow. That still doesn't explain how you knew she'd been petrified, not dead. Neville raised his wand without flinching and cast the same diagnostic charm he had used earlier. The gentle pulse of blue light passed over the girl's body. That's how, he said flatly. Anything else? Snape looked ready to snap again, but Dumbledore's quiet presence loomed behind him. His piercing blue eyes passed over each of them in turn, gentle yet intense. Harry and Hermione both looked down, as if avoiding the weight of it. Ron stood awkwardly still. Innocent until proven guilty, Severus, Dumbledore said firmly. Snape's jaw tightened. He looked moments away from exploding. Dumbledore continued. Professor Sprout has recently procured mandrakes. Once they have matured, we'll brew the potion needed to revive Miss Smith. I'll do it, Lockhart blurted out quickly. I've done it dozens of times. Mandrake restorative draft is child's play. I could make it in my sleep. Excuse me, said Snape icily, but I believe I am the potions master at this school. Neville crossed his arms. Might I suggest, he said carefully, we consider buying matured mandrakes from an apothecary. It'd be pretty daft to let a student stay petrified for months just because we're waiting for a plant to grow. There was a long, awkward pause. Dumbledore gave him a measured look, then nodded slightly. Your concern is noted, Mr. Longbottom. We will see what can be done. He glanced at the four students. You may go, he said gently. Neville, Hermione, Ron, and Harry didn't need telling twice. Snape looked ready to snap again, but Dumbledore's quiet presence loomed behind him. His piercing blue eyes passed over each of them in turn, gentle yet intense. Harry and Hermione both looked down, as if avoiding the weight of it. Ron stood awkwardly still. Innocent until proven guilty, Severus, Dumbledore said firmly. Snape's jaw tightened. He looked moments away from exploding. Dumbledore continued. Professor Sprout has recently procured mandrakes. Once they have matured, we'll brew the potion needed to revive Miss Smith. I'll do it, Lockhart blurted out quickly. I've done it dozens of times. Mandrake restorative draft is child's play. I could make it in my sleep. Excuse me, said Snape icily, but I believe I am the potions master at this school. Neville crossed his arms. Might I suggest, he said carefully, we consider buying matured mandrakes from an apothecary. It'd be pretty daft to let a student stay petrified for months just because we're waiting for a plant to grow. There was a long, awkward pause. Dumbledore gave him a measured look, then nodded slightly. Your concern is noted, Mr. Longbottom. We will see what can be done. He glanced at the 4 students. You may go, he said gently. Neville, Hermione, Ron, and Harry didn't need telling twice. Tuesday, November 4, 1992, Transfiguration Courtyard. Neville stifled a yawn as he walked beside Hermione through the crisp morning air. Behind them, Harry and Ron trailed along, chatting quietly as they made their way toward the Transfiguration classroom. I still can't believe people actually think you're the heir of Slytherin, Hermione said, sounding more exasperated than anything. Neville sniggered. I kinda like it, actually, he said with a grin. It's a nice feeling, you know? The fear's palpable. Did you see their faces yesterday? That second year from Hufflepuff nearly dropped his cauldron. It was hilarious. Hermione huffed and gave him a firm whack on the arm with her book. Stop joking around. This is serious. Neville rubbed his arm, still grinning. Oi, bit rough, that. Harry smirked from behind them. To be fair, Hermione, he does kind of fit the description. Pure blood, powerful, mysterious. Everyone knows he took down a troll in first year, and after what he did to Malfoy on the platform this year. He flashed a cheeky grin. Honestly, if I didn't know him, I'd suspect him too. Neville shot him a look over his shoulder. Laugh it up, Potter. We'll see who's laughing when your robes vanish mid-duel. Hermione groaned. Honestly, Harry, you're not helping. Neville shrugged. They're just being kids, Hermione. Didn't the 3 of you think Snape was after the Philosopher's Stone last year? This is no different. They're scared and blaming the first person that fits the picture, even if it's only just barely. Yeah, don't remind me of that, Harry said with a groan. Honestly, I'm just glad I'm not the center of attention for once. Had more than enough of that last term. He glanced over at Neville. Sorry, mate. Neville smirked. Don't hold your breath, mate. I've got a feeling you'll be the prime suspect for the heir of Slytherin by January. Just wait. Ron laughed behind them. Yeah, that sounds about right. A few days had passed since Halloween, but the castle was still buzzing. Speculation about the identity of the heir of Slytherin was everywhere. Whispers filled the corridors, and every corner of Hogwarts had its own theory. And more, those whispers were pointing at Neville. Apparently, being unusually advanced for his age had backfired. Rumors were spreading fast, how Neville could perform wandless magic, how he'd humiliated both Lucius Malfoy and Draco at Platform 9 3/4, and of course, the story that he'd killed a troll in his first year. The Hogwarts rumor mill was in full force, working harder than ever. The strangest consequence of it all? Students, especially younger ones, kept running away from Neville like he had the plague. Just earlier that morning, while walking down the corridor toward the Transfiguration Courtyard, a group of Ravenclaw first years took one look at him, went wide-eyed, and bolted in the opposite direction. Neville found the whole thing hilarious. Hermione, on the other hand, absolutely did not. As they reached the classroom, Neville moved to open the door, but before he could, it was yanked open from the other side. A small, blonde Slytherin first year ran straight into him and fell backward, landing with a thud and dropping the book she'd been carrying. Ow! The girl groaned, rubbing her head. From Neville's front shirt pocket, an angry chirp rang out. Neville quickly looked down into his shirt pocket. Lumina was glaring up at him, her tiny eyes narrowed with clear annoyance. She let out another sharp chirp. Sorry, Neville muttered, gently stroking her bald little head. Fortunately, the pocket-sized cage he'd enchanted for her had done its job, protecting her from the impact. Lumina gave a final disgruntled huff before curling back into her nest and settling down to sleep once more. Oh, I'm sorry, Neville said, crouching down to pick up the book the Slytherin girl had dropped. Hermione had already stepped forward and helped the girl to her feet. Are you all right? She asked kindly. Thank you, the girl mumbled, brushing off her robes. Neville stood and handed the book back to her. Here you go, you dropped this. The girl reached for it but suddenly froze. Her eyes widened as she got a proper look at Neville. For a second, she just stared. Then, without a word, she turned and bolted down the corridor. Oi! Your book, Neville called after her, still holding it in his hand. But the girl didn't stop. She tore past Harry and Ron, racing full speed toward the end of the hall, where 2 older Slytherin girls stood. One was B. Owned. The other brunette. The bee. Owned cupped her hands around her mouth. Astoria, you shouldn't be running, she called out. Daphne sighed, folding her arms. That girl, she really shouldn't be running in the halls. The brunette beside her chuckled. Let her have her fun, Daph. Ron turned to Neville, grinning. Gotta say, mate, you've got quite the effect on the ladies. Harry nodded with a grin of his own. She ran off and left her book behind. You've really made an impression. Hermione crossed her arms and gave Neville a deadpan look. Still find this funny? Neville sighed and stepped toward the two Slytherin girls. Sorry to bother you both, he said politely. You seem to know that first-year girl? Daphne looked over, and before she could answer, the brunette beside her nodded. Yep, she's her sister, she said, pointing to Daphne. Neville nodded. Ah, that's good then. Mind giving this back to her? He asked, handing over the book. She left it behind in her hurry. Probably heard the rumors going around? Daphne took the book with a sigh. Yeah, I'll give it to her. Sorry about her running off like that. Believing in such nonsense. Harry, still lingering nearby, tilted his head. You don't think Neville's the heir of Slytherin, then? Daphne snorted. What? No, the idea of Longbottom being the heir is ridiculous. He's literally best friends with a muggle born. Yeah, the brunette added with a smirk. The two of them are almost inseparable. Hermione flushed at that, cheeks turning pink. The brunette smiled and offered her hand. I'm Tracy Davis, by the way. And this is Daphne Greengrass. Harry nodded, gesturing to the others. Right, well, I'm Harry, this is Neville, Hermione, and Ron. We've met, Daphne said, cutting in smoothly. Tracy looked surprised. When? Herbology, Daphne replied. I had to pair up with them. Neville glanced at the time. We should get going. Class is about to start. He moved ahead and opened the classroom door, standing aside to let everyone enter first before slipping in behind them. Inside, Professor McGonagall was seated at her desk, quietly marking papers. She didn't look up as students began filling in, finding their usual spots. Neville headed for his regular bench and dropped into the seat beside Hermione. Harry and Ron took their usual place at the table just behind them, settling in and pulling out their books. Once the room was quiet and everyone was seated, Professor McGonagall stood and moved to the front of the classroom. Clasping her hands, she spoke clearly. May I have your attention, please? The class immediately quieted. Today, she continued, we will be learning a basic animal-to-object transformation. Specifically, how to transfigure a small bird into a water goblet. McGonagall stood at the front of the class, wand in hand. She gestured to a small bird perched on a wooden stand beside her desk. Like so, she said clearly. 1, 2, 3, Vera Verto. She tapped the bird 3 times with her wand. With the final tap, the bird shimmered and smoothly transformed into a delicate glass goblet. It stood glinting on the perch, perfectly formed. Almost immediately, Neville raised his hand. McGonagall looked up. Yes, Mr. Longbottom? Neville lowered his hand slightly. Professor, what's the use of this spell? I mean, I doubt anyone actually wants to drink out of a bird. And does the animal feel pain? Are they still conscious when they're transfigured? McGonagall gave a small nod, her tone calm. Good question, Mr. Longbottom. The goal of this lesson isn't to create drinkware from living creatures. It's to practice transfiguring living matter into inert material. The goblet is simply a visual standard we use. She walked slowly across the front of the classroom as she continued. If the spell is performed properly, the animal does not experience pain, nor are they conscious while in their transfigured state. However, a partial or flawed transformation can cause discomfort, which is why control and precision are essential. The class nodded in understanding. A few students exchanged thoughtful glances. Any further questions? McGonagall asked. No hands went up. Very well, she said briskly. Let's begin. Who would like to try first? She walked slowly down the rows, then paused as her eyes landed on Scabbers lying on Ron's desk, completely unaware. Well then, how about you, Mr. Weasley? Let's see it. 1, 2, 3, Vera Verto. Ron swallowed and lifted his wand. All right, here goes. He tapped Scabbers 3 times. Vera Verto. Scabbers let out a squeal as Ron tapped him with his wand. The rat shimmered, and with a spark of magic, transformed into something that looked vaguely like a goblet if goblets came with fur, whiskers, and a twitching tail. The goblet continued to squeal as it twitched slightly on the desk, as if in discomfort. The entire classroom erupted into laughter. Ron stared at the half-transfigured cup in horror, lifting it with wide eyes. Bloody hell. Neville winced. Man, I feel for that guy. Being Ron's pet can't be easy. McGonagall let out a quiet sigh and stepped forward, finite incantatem. The goblet shimmered once more and reshaped itself into Scabbers, who let out one last indignant squeak before scurrying to the far corner of Ron's desk, clearly traumatized. A bit more practice, Mr. Weasley, McGonagall said dryly as she turned away. Hermione slowly raised her hand. McGonagall glanced up. Yes, Miss Granger? Hermione looked slightly apprehensive but spoke up. Professor, I was wondering, could you tell us more about the Chamber of Secrets? Neville glanced sideways at Hermione, then looked toward McGonagall. He hadn't told her, or Harry, anything about the basilisk or the Chamber of Secrets. He hadn't seen the point, not yet. After all, no one actually knew anything concrete about the chamber, and Hermione had been digging through the library for days trying to find something. So far, she'd come up empty. That must have been why she'd asked the professor now, because even the books had nothing. McGonagall noticed that the entire class was paying rapt attention. She gave a quiet sigh before nodding. Very well, she began. You all know, of course, that Hogwarts was founded over 1,000 years ago. The exact date remains uncertain, by the 4 greatest witches and wizards of the age. The 4 schoolhouses bear their names: Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Salazar Slytherin. She began walking slowly across the front of the room, her voice clear and steady. They built this castle together, far from the eyes of Muggles. At the time, magic was feared by the common folk, and witches and wizards suffered much persecution. She paused briefly before continuing. For some years, the founders worked in harmony, seeking out children with magical ability and bringing them here to be educated. But over time, a rift began to grow between Slytherin and the others. He wished to be more selective. He believed magical education should be reserved for those from all magical families. He distrusted Muggle-borns, considered them unworthy. She stopped, letting her words hang in the air for a moment before she continued. Eventually, this disagreement turned into a serious falling out, one that ended with Slytherin leaving the school. McGonagall's expression tightened slightly as she said, "The story goes that, before he left, Slytherin built a secret chamber somewhere within the castle. A hidden place unknown even to the other founders. According to legend, he sealed it so that none could open it except his true heir. Only the heir of Slytherin would be able to unseal the chamber, unleash the horror within, and purge the school of those they deemed unworthy to study magic." She looked around the classroom, meeting several students' wide-eyed gazes. Naturally, the school has been searched, many times, by the most learned witches and wizards. No such chamber has ever been found. Most consider it nothing more than a legend, a tale to frighten the gullible. Hermione's hand shot up again. McGonagall raised a brow. Yes, Miss Granger? Hermione looked both curious and hesitant. Professor, what exactly do you mean by the horror within the chamber? McGonagall sighed quietly and said, that is believed to be some sort of monster, one which only the heir of Slytherin can control. Neville raised his hand again. Yes, Mr. Longbottom? McGonagall asked, a touch surprised. Neville lowered his hand and said, Professor, could the story have changed over time? I mean, you said it yourself, he feared Muggle-borns, not hated them. That made a few heads turn. McGonagall raised an eyebrow. What do you mean, Mr. Longbottom? Neville shrugged lightly. You mentioned Hogwarts was founded during a time when witches and wizards were feared and persecuted by non-magical people. What if Salazar Slytherin didn't hate Muggle-borns, but just didn't trust them? Not out of cruelty, but caution. McGonagall watched him closely, her expression unreadable. Neville went on, maybe he thought Muggle-borns still had strong ties to the non-magical world. And if word of a magical school got out, if Muggles thought wizards were forming a secret society, It could look like we were building an army. That kind of panic, it could have led to them attacking the school. He glanced around the room. Maybe he didn't want to purge anyone. Maybe he built the chamber to defend the castle, in case something like that ever happened. Then he added, almost offhandedly, I think idiots like Voldemort just twisted it to suit their own agenda. That pure blood stuff. Most of it only started after he came onto the scene. The room fell completely silent. Every student turned toward Neville, wide-eyed. A few flinched at the name. That was truly what he thought about the whole pure blood nonsense. It had never made sense to him. This idea that blood status somehow made one wizard better than another. Magic was magic, regardless of where you came from. To Neville, it had always been clear. Voldemort didn't care about blood. He was a half-blood himself. He just used the ideology, twisted old fears and stories, to gain power, to build a following, to make people angry, divided, and easy to manipulate. It was never about purity, it was about control. Even McGonagall visibly flinched, her lips tightening, but after a pause, she gave a thoughtful nod. You may be right, Mr. Longbottom, she said slowly. Stories change, especially over 1,000 years. It is entirely possible the original purpose of the chamber, and the creature within, has been lost or misrepresented. She took a breath, straightened her robes, and glanced down at the parchment on her desk as if reminding herself where she'd left off. Well then, where were we? She cleared her throat. Ah yes. Right. Very well. We'll continue. Who would like to go next? She asked, sweeping her gaze over the class once more. Neville went on. Maybe he thought Muggle-borns still had strong ties to the non-magical world. And if word of a magical school got out, if Muggles thought wizards were forming a secret society, it could look like we were building an army. That kind of panic, it could have led to them attacking the school. He glanced around the room. Maybe he didn't want to purge anyone. Maybe he built the chamber to defend the castle, in case something like that ever happened. Then he added, almost offhandedly, I think idiots like Voldemort just twisted it to suit their own agenda. That pure blood stuff. Most of it only started after he came onto the scene. The room fell completely silent. Every student turned toward Neville, wide-eyed. A few flinched at the name. That was truly what he thought about the whole pure blood nonsense. It had never made sense to him. This idea that blood status somehow made one wizard better than another. Magic was magic, regardless of where you came from. To Neville, it had always been clear. Voldemort didn't care about blood. He was a half-blood himself. He just used the ideology, twisted old fears and stories, to gain power, to build a following. To make people angry, divided, and easy to manipulate. It was never about purity. It was about control. Even McGonagall visibly flinched, her lips tightening. But after a pause, she gave a thoughtful nod. You may be right, Mr. Longbottom, she said slowly. Stories change, especially over 1,000 years. It is entirely possible the original purpose of the chamber, and the creature within, has been lost or misrepresented. She took a breath, straightened her robes, and glanced down at the parchment on her desk as if reminding herself where she'd left off. Well then, where were we? She cleared her throat. Ah yes. Right. Very well. We'll continue. Who would like to go next? She asked, sweeping her gaze over the class once more. Tuesday, November 4, 1992, Transfiguration Courtyard. They stepped out of the Transfiguration classroom into the crisp autumn air, crossing into the courtyard. I always knew Salazar Slytherin was a twisted old loony, Ron said as they walked, hands stuffed in his pockets. But I never realized he was the one who kicked off all this pure blood nonsense. I wouldn't be in his house if you paid me. Honestly, if the Sorting Hat had tried putting me in Slytherin, I'd have hopped straight back on the train home. Hermione shook her head. I don't think he did, Ron. I agree with Neville. The whole idea that Salazar Slytherin hated Muggle-borns might just be a misunderstanding. Stories get misinterpreted over time. Ron frowned. Come off it, Hermione. You heard McGonagall. He had a huge row with Gryffindor and stormed out. And if what Neville said was true, then why'd the monster attack the third-year Ravenclaw girl? Neville spoke up calmly. Because it's just a weapon. The person using it is what matters. Hermione nodded. Right. Remember what McGonagall said. The monster can only be controlled by the air. That means someone's commanding it. It's not doing it of its own free will. Just then, a loud, sharp chirp broke through the conversation. They all stopped and looked down. The sound had come from Neville's front shirt pocket. Neville looked down and sighed. You're hungry again, aren't you? Lumina chirped again. Louder this time, clearly demanding food. All right, Neville muttered. Just give me a second. There's a bench over there, Hermione said, pointing. You can feed her there. She led the way across the courtyard. Neville sat down and pulled out the small wooden box of worms, placing it beside him on the bench. Hermione sat next to him and gently took his bag, resting it on her lap. Harry and Ron stood nearby, watching curiously as Neville reached into his shirt and carefully scooped Lumina out from her pocket cage. She blinked sleepily, then puffed up as the box opened. Holding her gently in his left palm, Neville used the tweezers to pluck out a worm and offered it to her. Lumina snapped it up in an instant, greedily gulping it down. That's one needy bird, mate, Ron said, watching as Lumina gobbled down another worm. As if understanding the insult, Lumina paused mid-chew and turned to Ron, letting out an angry, indignant chirp. Hermione frowned at Ron. She's just a baby, Ron. She has to eat to grow. Ron shrugged. Yeah, but that's the thing. She hasn't grown. Look at her. She's the same size as the day Neville first showed her to us. Aren't birds supposed to grow fast? That earned him another sharp chirp from Lumina, clearly not impressed. Neville sighed and shook his head. Calm down, Lumina. He's just an idiot. He fed her another worm, which seemed to soothe her for now. There was a brief lull before Ron leaned back against the bench, returning to the earlier topic. Do you really think there's a chamber of secrets? He asked Hermione. I don't know, she replied, brows furrowed. Whatever attacked that girl, it might not be human. Neville, still feeding Lumina, glanced at Harry, who had been unusually quiet. You all right, mate? You've been awfully quiet. Ron and Hermione turned to look at him as well. Harry shrugged. Just thinking. You wondering who the heir of Slytherin is? Ron guessed. Harry nodded. Yeah, who do you think it is? Hermione asked quietly, glancing between the boys. Ron put on an exaggerated thoughtful look. Who'd want all the squibs and muggle-borns out of Hogwarts? Let me think. He turned to Hermione. Who do we know that thinks muggle-borns are scum? Hermione frowned. If you're talking about Malfoy. Of course I am. Ron said. You heard him. The heir of Slytherin's doing Hogwarts a favor ridding us of mudblood. Come on, you've only got to look at his rat face to know it's him. Malfoy. The heir of Slytherin? Hermione asked, skeptical. I think Ron might be onto something, Harry said, looking between Hermione and Neville. Look at his family. Every one of them's been in Slytherin. He's always bragging about it. They could easily be descendants of Slytherin. His dad's definitely evil enough. Ron nodded vigorously. Yeah, exactly. They could have had the key to the chamber for centuries, just passing it down, father to son. Neville let out a quiet sigh. Yeah, I'm going to stop you right there, mate. I don't think the Malfoys are the heirs of Slytherin. Harry frowned. But Neville, you said it yourself. Malfoy's father was a Death Eater. One of Voldemort's top followers. It's got to be him. Well, Hermione added, though she sounded unsure, I suppose it's possible. Neville shook his head as he fed another worm to Lumina, who chirped contentedly in his palm. Guys, think for a second. If Malfoy really was the heir of Slytherin, who do you reckon he would have targeted first? Ron looked at Neville like he'd missed something obvious. The Muggle-borns. Duh. Like what's been happening. Neville sighed again. No, Ron. He would have gone after me first. He turned to Harry. You remember what happened on platform 9 3/4? Harry nodded slowly. Yeah, I suppose he would have. After that, there's no way he'd have let it go. Hermione looked puzzled, but then her expression shifted as the memory clicked into place. Oh, that's right. Harry mentioned something happened at the station. I completely forgot about it. Ron blinked. Okay. Wait, what are you all talking about? Someone fill me in here. What did Neville do to Malfoy and his dad? Harry smirked faintly. We ran into them at the platform, Draco and Lucius. Well, Lucius made some nasty comment about Neville's parents, and Neville, well, he asked him if the rumors about him being personally close to Voldemort, as in, very close, was true. Ron blinked. What, like? Harry sighed. More or less asked if Lucius served Voldemort or served Voldemort. Draco lost it, tried to pull his wand, and Neville just hit him with a wandless Petrificus Totalis. Dropped him on the spot. Lucius and Draco Mom didn't even react, Harry added. They were just stunned. And then Gran dragged us off before it turned into a scene. Ron's jaw dropped. Blimey. That actually happened. I thought that was just one of those mad rumors. Neville nodded. Yep. And you all know Draco. He's not exactly the patient, slow to anger type. If he was the heir, do you really think he'd let something like that slide? First thing he'd have done was come straight for me. The group fell quiet for a moment as the weight of that sank in. Even Ron looked thoughtful now, glancing down at his shoes. Neville gave Lumina another worm, and she peeped happily in his palm. Draco's got too much pride to let something like that go quietly, Neville said. And he's not exactly the scheming type. He lashes out. He doesn't plot. Ron nodded slowly. Yeah, if I were the heir and you said that to me, I'd come right after you too. Hermione gave a thoughtful nod. I suppose not. Harry shook his head, still thinking. But what if he was after you? He might have just ran into that third-year Ravenclaw instead. What was her name again? Noreen, Hermione said at once. Noreen Kirkby. Yeah, her, Harry said. What if she was just in the wrong place at the wrong time? Hermione's expression tightened with concern. Harry might be right. Neville, what if? But Neville cut her off gently. There's another reason I don't think Malfoy's the heir. You honestly think someone descended from Salazar Slytherin would keep quiet about it? They'd be shouting it from the rooftops. Especially the Malfoys. Lucius would have had it printed on his business cards. He leaned back slightly. And why would the heir of Slytherin kneel to Voldemort? Think about it. They'd be the Dark Lord, not serve one. Ron flinched visibly at the name. Harry's eyes widened. You think? Neville nodded. Yeah, I think Voldemort is the heir of Slytherin. That's probably how he built his following in the first place. It makes sense. Ron let out a nervous laugh. But he's a wraith now, isn't he? Not exactly walking around. Harry turned to Neville, serious now. Do you think he's possessing someone again? Like he did with Quirrell last year? Hermione shifted uncomfortably, her arms crossing tightly. Neville shrugged. I don't know, Harry. I can only speculate. Maybe he is. Or maybe he's got some secret son out there, just as twisted as he was. Who knows? That quieted the group. Lumina gave a soft, satisfied chirp, clearly content after her feeding. Right, you're full, Neville said with a small smile. He gently tucked her back into the padded pocket of his robes, where she snuggled in and went quiet. Neville stood and stretched, his back giving a quiet pop. He took his sling bag from Hermione, slinging it over his shoulder. Glancing up at the large clock mounted on the wall of the Transfiguration courtyard, he asked, We've got a few hours before dinner. What do you lot want to do? Hermione was quick to answer. We could go to the library, she said, leading them toward the courtyard exit and into the central hall. Ron groaned. Why do you always suggest the library? Can't we do something fun for once, Hermione? Hermione huffed and crossed her arms. I do know how to have fun. But I want to check if there's anything in the library about the Chamber of Secrets. Harry frowned slightly. Didn't McGonagall already tell us everything about it? What else are we going to find? Ron nodded in agreement. I doubt there's anything new in the library. She did say it's never been proven to exist. Hermione let out an annoyed sigh. Yes, but she also said it's a legend. That doesn't mean we can't look into what sort of monster might be inside. Honestly, after what Neville said earlier, if this really is you-know-who again, then we're dealing with something way worse than Malfoy sneaking around. Neville stayed quiet. He agreed with her, but he wasn't about to say out loud what he already knew. Not while Ron was around. If Ron found out Neville knew what the monster was, he'd probably blab without meaning to. And until Neville figured out who had the diary, he didn't want Voldemort catching wind that someone knew the truth. Not yet. Harry nodded in agreement. I'm with Hermione. Whatever that monster is, it's dangerous. I'm pretty sure this is what Dobby was trying to warn me about. Ron groaned. I really don't want to spend the rest of the day buried in books. We've been at this for 2 days straight. Can't we just take a break? Neville looked at him and said plainly, you don't have to come if you don't want to, Ron. We'll meet you back in the common room in an hour or so. Harry nodded. Yeah, it's probably better if you don't. No offense, but you'd be complaining the whole time. Ron frowned at both of them. He looked from Harry to Neville and back again before muttering, fine. If you want to run off to the library, go ahead. I'll see you back in the common room later. With a huff, he turned and stomped off down the corridor. Hermione watched him go, her brows pinching together. I feel bad leaving him out. Harry sighed. I know. But I'm right, Hermione, he'd just complained the whole time. With that, he pushed open the library doors and stepped inside. Harry followed. Let's just find what we came here for, then go meet him. To be honest, he trailed off for a moment. Harry had been having a hard time reconnecting with Ron ever since the summer. After everything he'd learned about himself, about the wizarding world, he wasn't even sure if he wanted to be close friends with Ron anymore. Lately, he'd been trying to put some quiet distance between them. Hermione, trying to refocus the group, said, let's each find a book, sit down, and start reading. She turned to head toward the shelves, but Neville reached out and gently caught her by the wrist. Yeah, about that, he said quietly. We need to talk. Both Hermione and Harry stopped, confused. Neville gestured for them to follow. He led them to the far end of the second floor, to their usual quiet spot tucked behind the corner desk. Once they were seated, Neville pulled out his wand and gave it a quick flick, casting a silent muffliato around their little corner. The usual sounds of the library, the turning of pages, distant whispers, and footsteps, faded into a soft, muffled background hum. Hermione leaned forward immediately. Neville, what is it? Is something wrong? Harry nodded. Yeah, mate, you've gone all serious. Neville exhaled slowly. I think I know what Slytherin's monster is. Both Hermione and Harry stared at him, stunned. Hermione practically jumped out of her seat. What? How? What is it? How did you figure it out? When did you figure it out? Calm down, Hermione, Neville said, holding up a hand. I'll explain. He reached into his sling bag and pulled out his slightly worn copy of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, flipping through the pages. I realized what it was during Transfiguration, when McGonagall told us the monster could only be controlled by the air, he said. It clicked then. Remember when I was looking through this book to figure out what Lumina might be? Harry and Hermione nodded. Well, while I was searching for bird-type magical creatures, I came across this. He turned the book around and placed it on the table, tapping the top of the page with his finger. Hermione leaned in, reading the title. Hermione gasped. A basilisk. She looked at Neville in disbelief. But Neville nodded. It fits, Hermione. Slytherin's house symbol is a snake, right? And the biggest, most dangerous magical snake is the basilisk. And remember what McGonagall said, the monster can only be controlled by the air of Slytherin. Well, Salazar Slytherin was a Parselmouth. That's how he could control it. Harry frowned. Parselmouth. What's that? Neville turned to him. A Parselmouth is someone who can speak to snakes, Harry. It's a rare ability, usually inherited. Harry's eyes widened. Neville gave him a knowing nod. And I think that's also the reason you can hear it. You're a Parselmouth yourself. Have you ever spoken to a snake before? Harry nodded slowly. Yeah, last year at the zoo. I talked to a boa constrictor. You think that voice I've been hearing, it's the basilisk? Neville nodded. I do. Hermione looked at Harry, biting her lip, then turned back to Neville. But Neville, the book says a basilisk stare kills. The girl was only petrified. Neville nodded again. I thought about that. Remember the water on the floor that day? I think she saw the basilisk's reflection, not its direct gaze. That would have weakened the effect. Enough to petrify her instead of, well, worse. Hermione sat back slightly, her mind piecing everything together. Is that why you didn't want Ron to come with us? Yeah, Neville said. Ron's got a habit of blurting things out. He might have gone straight to Dumbledore. And while I think Dumbledore probably already knows what the monster is, if word got out that we know the heir might target us next. For now, we need to stay quiet and focus on figuring out who the heir is, and where the chamber entrance might be. Hermione nodded. Okay, but how are we going to do that? Neville leaned forward slightly, his voice low and serious. Old newspapers. The chamber must have been opened before, I'm sure of it. How else would people know so much about it? We need to look through old papers, see if there were any deaths or petrifications at Hogwarts in the past. That's our best chance of finding out who opened it last time and maybe even where the entrance is. He needed to find an old newspaper article about Myrtle Warren's death. If he could show them that she died the last time the chamber was opened, it would give him a believable reason for how he figured out where the entrance might be. Yeah, Neville said. Ron's got a habit of blurting things out. He might have gone straight to Dumbledore. And while I think Dumbledore probably already knows what the monster is, if word got out that we know the heir might target us next. For now, we need to stay quiet and focus on figuring out who the heir is, and where the chamber entrance might be. Hermione nodded. Okay, but how are we going to do that? Neville leaned forward slightly. Old newspapers. The chamber must have been opened before. And I think it has, because how else would people know so much about it? We need to look into Old Popper and see if there has been any death or petrification at Hogwarts before. Neville leaned forward slightly, his voice low and serious. Old newspapers. The chamber must have been opened before, I'm sure of it. How else would people know so much about it? We need to look through old papers, see if there were any deaths or petrifications at Hogwarts in the past. That's our best chance of finding out who opened it last time and maybe even where the entrance is. He needed to find an old newspaper article about Myrtle Warren's death. If he could show them that she died the last time the chamber was opened, it would give him a believable reason for how he figured out where the entrance might be. Sunday, November 8th. Second year Gryffindor Boys Dormitory, 7 a.m. Sunlight streamed through the high windows of the second year Gryffindor B. the Boys dorm, casting warm beams across the wooden floor. The room was still, filled only with the soft breathing of sleeping boys and the occasional rustle of bedcovers. Neville was fast asleep, lying on his belly with his face turned to the side, snoring gently into his pillow. It was Sunday, his rest day, and he fully intended to sleep in. On the bedside table, nestled inside the small cage Neville had transfigured and lined with warming charms, Lumina stirred. She yawned, her beak parting slightly as she stretched, curling deeper into the cushion beneath her. But her peace was short-lived. Her stomach gave a loud, impatient grumble. Her eyes blinked open. She looked over and spotted Neville still sleeping. With no hesitation, she chirped. Once, then again, louder. Neville's eyelids fluttered as the noise reached him. He rolled over onto his back, groaning softly. From the next bed over, Seamus grumbled, voice muffled by his pillow. Mate, shut that bird up, it's too early for this. Right, I'm up, Neville mumbled, answering both Seamus and Lumina. He sat up slowly, yawning and rubbing the sleep from his eyes. Lumina chirped again, louder this time, clearly demanding. Get on with it, I'm hungry. Neville glanced at her and sighed. All right, calm down, I'll feed you. He swung his legs over the side of the bed and rubbed his face. Still yawning, he shuffled to the foot of his bed and picked up his bag. With a thump, it hit the floor as he rummaged through it and pulled out a small wooden box and a pair of tweezers. He placed the box on the table, flicked the lid open, and reached inside for a wriggling worm. Lumina was already at the door of her cage, watching him with intense focus. Neville unlatched the cage and held the worm out. She snapped it up eagerly, chirping with satisfaction. Over the next few minutes, he fed her a few more until she gave a quiet, contented chirp and tucked her head back into her feathers. Neville closed the box and stood, stretching. He grabbed the towel draped over his chair, preparing to head down to the showers. Seamus sat up in his bed, rubbing his eyes groggily. Mate, your bird woke me up. Neville sighed, glancing over as he packed up Lumina's box. Sorry about that, mate. You should get some more sleep. She won't chirp again. Seamus shook his head and yawned. Doubt I can now. Might as well head down for breakfast. He looked over at the other beds. How are Ron and Dean still asleep? That was loud. Neville chuckled and shrugged, grabbing a set of casual clothes. Not sure about Dean, but Ron. He could sleep through a tornado. Seamus let out a chuckle, stretching his arms. You're not wrong. Neville slung his towel over his shoulder. Right, I'm off for a shower. See you in a bit. Seamus gave him a nod as he settled onto the edge of his bed. A little while later, Neville returned to the dorm, a towel draped over his head as he dried his hair. He was wearing a simple short-sleeved t-shirt and black sweatpants, still rubbing at his damp hair as he stepped inside. As he entered, Seamus was just leaving. The two exchanged nods as they passed each other. Ron and Dean were still snoring away, completely undisturbed. Harry's bed, however, was empty. He was still in the hospital wing, recovering after yesterday's Quidditch match against Slytherin. A rogue bludger had broken his right arm mid-game, and then Lockhart, trying to show off, had made things worse by vanishing all the bones in it while attempting to fix the break. Madame Pomfrey had to give him Skelligro and kept him overnight so she could monitor him while the bones regrew. He pulled the towel off his head and hung it neatly over his chair. Wand in hand, he slipped it into his pocket and slung his bag over his shoulder. With gentle fingers, he lifted Lumina from her cage and nestled her inside the padded pouch he'd added to his bag. Then made his way down the stairs and into the Gryffindor common room. The room was quiet, a few upper-year students scattered about, lounging in armchairs or huddled together, whispering about something in hushed tones. Neville raised an eyebrow as he passed, catching fragments of conversation he couldn't quite piece together. That's when he spotted Hermione, curled up in one of the armchairs near the fire, nose buried in a book. His book, actually, the one he'd lent her a few days ago. He made his way over. Morning, Hermione, he said, offering her a soft smile. What are you up to? Hermione looked up at the sound of his voice, eyes lighting up. She snapped the book shut and stood. Neville, you're awake. Finally. I was going mad waiting. I was about to go wake you up myself. Neville raised an eyebrow, puzzled. What? Are you that hungry? Hermione blinked. What? No, it's not that. She leaned in closer, lowering her voice to a whisper. It happened again. I overheard the prefects talking earlier. The heir attacked someone late last night. Neville's eyes widened, his stomach tightening. Wait. Again. Did someone die? No, did someone actually die? He thought, alarm creeping in. Hermione quickly shook her head. No, well, I don't know. I just heard the prefects saying someone was attacked by the heir of Slytherin. They didn't say anything about a death. Neville looked at her, then exhaled. Petrified. Then that's good then. Still time, he thought. If I can just figure out who has the diary before something worse happens. That's good. Hermione shouted, looking outraged. Neville sighed. I mean, it's good that it was just an attack. If someone had died, they wouldn't be whispering, they'd be panicking. So whoever it was most likely just petrified. Hermione hesitated, then nodded slowly. You're right, but we still need to find out who the heir is. Neville nodded. Do you know who was attacked? No, Hermione said, but I heard it was a Gryffindor. Neville ran a hand through his hair. Let's go see Harry in the hospital wing. We might spot who it was if they've been moved there. He turned toward the portrait hole without waiting for a reply. Hermione nodded, slinging her bag over her shoulder as she quickly followed Neville out of the Gryffindor common room. As they made their way down the stairs, she asked in a quiet voice, shouldn't we tell someone, Neville? Neville sighed. Like I said, Hermione, I'm pretty sure Dumbledore already knows. She bit her lip, hesitating. What about your Gran? She's on the board of governors, right? Surely she could do something about all this. Neville gave a weary shrug. Do you really think she'd believe us, Hermione? All we've got is guesswork and hunches. No proof. Neville also didn't want anyone else getting involved, not yet. They had to destroy the Horcrux. His memories were improving thanks to occlumency. He didn't remember every detail of Harry's years at Hogwarts, but the major events, the key turning points, were clear enough. If the diary fell into the hands of the Aurors or, Worse, the unspeakables. They'd take it away, and Neville would have no way of knowing if it had ever been destroyed. And if that happened, defeating Voldemort would become impossible. As much as he dreaded it, Neville was beginning to accept that he might have to face the basilisk himself. The real problem was that he still didn't know who the diary Horcrux was possessing, and until he figured that out, there was little he could do. To make things worse, they hadn't been able to find the old newspaper that covered Myrtle Warren's death at Hogwarts. Neville had hoped to use it as a logical basis to discover the location of the Chamber of Secrets. But the article was gone. Vanished from the archives. He knew Myrtle had died while Dumbledore was still a professor at the school, but he didn't know the exact date. Neville was almost certain Dumbledore had taken it out of the archive at some point, for reasons he could only guess at. They walked in silence for a few more minutes before finally reaching the south wing of the castle. Neville climbed the narrow staircase that led to the hospital wing, shaking his head. Honestly, it's completely daft having the hospital wing all the way up here. Should have been on the ground floor. Much easier to get to. Hermione let out a sigh. Why do you always find flaws in everything? Neville gave Hermione a look. I don't do that. I just point out stupid things that are clearly bad decisions. You've got to admit, Hermione, the hospital wing would be way easier to get to if it were on the ground floor. Think about it. What if you fell down the stairs and broke your leg? Or got hurt near the Black Lake, or during care of magical creatures? You'd have to limp up 4 bloody flights of stairs just to get patched up. He let out a small huff as they reached the top step and approached the hospital wing doors. Inside, they spotted Harry sitting upright on the second-last bed to the right. Madame Pomfrey was hovering beside him, inspecting his arm as she gently bent it and moved it in small circles. All in order, she said briskly, clearly satisfied. Noticing Neville and Hermione approaching, she turned to them. It seems your friends are here to see you, she told Harry. I assume you'll want to join them for breakfast in the Great Hall. Neville grinned and gave a lazy wave. Hey there, Harry. Good morning, Madame Pomfrey. You're looking lovely today, if I may say. Hermione gave him a look, then turned to Pomfrey. Good morning, Madame Pomfrey. Harry, how's his arm? Hey, guys, Harry greeted them, swinging his legs over the side of the bed. Madame Pomfrey gave a curt nod. Good to see you too, Mr. Longbottom, Miss Granger. And yes, Mr. Potter is fine. Bones all regrown. He's free to go. She narrowed her eyes slightly at Neville. And I do hope you're not here because you've done something else reckless, Mr. Longbottom. I'm still not over what you put me through last year. Neville gave her a sheepish grin. Honestly, Madame Pomfrey, you make it sound like I meant to do all that. She sighed and shook her head. Once Mr. Potter finishes changing, you can all head out. Just don't disturb the other patients. With that, she turned and bustled off down the ward. As soon as she was out of earshot, Hermione looked over at Harry. How are you feeling, Harry? Harry rolled his shoulder and grimaced slightly. Fine now. But I never want to go through that again. Skella grows the worst. Neville leaned against the bedpost and said casually, You know, Harry, Skella was actually invented by one of your ancestors. 12th century, if I remember right. Harry blinked. Wait, really? Hermione turned to Neville, looking surprised. I didn't know that. How'd you find that out? Neville shrugged. Found it in one of the potions books from the Longbottom library. The same bloke also came up with Pepper Up potion. Actually, your family's got a bit of a reputation when it comes to potion making. Most of the Potter gold came from potions, especially Sleekeasy's hair potion. Your grandfather invented it, sold the rights to a company, and made a fortune. Harry blinked again. I had no idea. Neville smirked. The more you know. Then he nudged Harry's pile of clothes. Now go on. Get changed. We need to talk. Harry said. Yeah, give me a second, let me get changed. Neville and Hermione stepped aside and waited near the entrance of the hospital wing while Harry dressed. A few minutes later, he joined them, running a hand through his messy hair. Thanks for waiting, guys. Let's go. Neville stopped them just before they reached the stairs. Come with me, he said, leading them through a nearby corridor and into the quiet clock tower passage. Once they were alone, Neville flicked his wand, casting a quick muffliato. The distant ticking of gears faded, and silence settled in. "All right," he said, arms folded. "It happened again, didn't it? Who was it this time?" Harry nodded grimly. "Yeah, it was Colin. McGonagall and Dumbledore brought him in last night. Apparently, Dumbledore found him. He was out getting hot cocoa." Hermione frowned. "Colin. What was he doing out at night?" Neville shrugged. "Probably snuck out to see Harry or something." Harry nodded. McGonagall thought the same. "There's something else," Harry added, running a hand through his hair again. "Dobby came to visit me in the middle of the night." Hermione blinked. "Dobby? That house elf who took your mail?" Neville crossed his arms. "What did he want?" Harry sighed. "Turns out Dobby was the one who tampered with the bludger. He didn't want me in Hogwarts." Neville raised an eyebrow. "So, he tried to kill you with a bludger?" Harry shrugged. "Yeah, I don't really get his plan either." He looked at Neville. "But you were right, Neville. The chamber's been opened before." Hermione's eyes widened. "Wait, so the chamber has been opened before?" Harry nodded. "Yeah, Dobby said it happened before." Neville asked, leaning against the wall. "Did he say when it was opened?" Harry shook his head. "No, just that history's repeating itself. Then, later, when Dumbledore brought in Colin, I overheard him telling McGonagall that Hogwarts isn't safe anymore and that the chamber really is open." He looked between them seriously. "If your guess about the monster being a basilisk is right, Neville, we need to find out who the heir is. Before someone actually dies." Hermione fidgeted, chewing her lip. "But how? How are we even supposed to figure out who it is?" Harry sighed. "If only we knew who opened it last time, or what actually happened back then." Neville stood quietly for a moment, then said, "How did they know the chamber was open the last time?" Harry and Hermione looked at him, puzzled. "Huh, what do you mean?" Harry asked. Neville leaned back slightly, frowning in thought. "But how did Dumbledore or Dobby, for that matter, know the chamber had been opened before? I mean, it's supposed to be a secret, right? Was it like this time, with messages written on the wall? Or did something else happen back then?" Harry shook his head. "I don't know." Neville let out a slow breath. "Maybe we should ask Gran over the winter break. She might know something. She's on the board of governors, after all." With a flick of his wand, he cancelled the muffliato charm. "Anyway, we should head to the Great Hall. I'm starving." He looked between them seriously. "If your guess about the monster being a basilisk is right, Neville, we need to find out who the heir is. Before someone actually dies." Hermione fidgeted, chewing her lip. "But how? How are we even supposed to figure out who it is?" Harry sighed. "If only we knew who opened it last time, or what actually happened back then." Neville stood quietly for a moment, then said, "How did they know the chamber was open the last time?" Harry and Hermione looked at him, puzzled. "Huh, what do you mean?" Harry asked. Neville leaned back slightly, frowning in thought. "But how did Dumbledore or Dobby, for that matter, know the chamber had been opened before? I mean, it's supposed to be a secret, right? Was it like this time, with me SSH's written on the wall? Or did something else happen back then?" Harry shook his head. "I don't know." Neville let out a slow breath. "Maybe we should ask Gran over the winter break. She might know something. She's on the board of governors, after all." With a flick of his wand, he cancelled the muffliato charm. "Anyway, we should head to the Great Hall. I'm starving." Wednesday, December 17th. Great Hall. After dinner, 8 p.m. The long house tables had vanished, except for one right in the middle of the hall. It was much wider than usual, draped in a deep blue cloth. On closer look, the cloth wasn't just a normal table cover, it had the moon phases embroidered across it, shifting from new moon to full and back again. Most of the school had gathered around it, buzzing with excitement, wands clutched in eager hands. Neville stood off to the right side of the hall, leaning against the wall with his arms folded, looking properly annoyed. "Do we really have to be here, Hermione?" he muttered, glancing to his right where Hermione stood practically bouncing on her feet. She didn't even look at him, just waved him off. "Oh, Come off it, Nev. We could learn loads from this. We've only ever read about dueling in books. This could give us actual visual instructions. Harry, standing next to Neville, nodded. She's right, Nev. Could be useful. Ron, further along the group, shot Neville a look. No one's forcing you to stay here, mate. Neville rolled his eyes and didn't bother replying. Wouldn't be here if I had a choice. I wonder who'll be teaching us. Hermione said out loud, her tone hopeful. Yeah, Ron added. Someone told me Flitwick was a dueling champion when he was younger. Maybe it'll be him. Neville snorted. It'd be brilliant if it were Flitwick, but I doubt it. And honestly, we might be better off practicing on our own if I'm right about who's leading this so-called club. Hermione turned to him, curious. Huh, who? Neville gave her a flat look. Who else? The prancing peacock himself. Harry chuckled. Yeah, if it's him, we might as well leave now. Doubt we'll learn anything useful. Oh, come on, Hermione protested. I'll admit Professor Lockhart isn't the best teacher. Neville and Harry both gave her identical looks. All right, he's absolutely rubbish at teaching, but dueling might be different. He did do all those things he wrote about in his books, didn't he? Ron groaned. Oh, come off it, Hermione. The only thing he's good at is bragging about his Witch Weekly awards. Neville sighed and shook his head. Hermione, he said, in a mock dramatic voice, patting her gently on the head. You've still got a lot to learn about the real world. You're too naive. Hermione swatted his hand away and glared at him. Ron added, I bet half the stuff in his books is nicked from someone else. Neville stifled a chuckle. Oh Ron, you don't even know how right you are. Hello, came Luna's soft voice as she drifted over to them. Do you mind if I join you? Hermione smiled and shook her head. You're welcome to join us, Luna. Luna gave a pleased little hum and leaned against the wall beside Hermione. She looked around at the group and asked, Are you all excited about the dueling club too? Hermione gave a half sigh. Well, some of us are, she said, giving Neville a pointed look. Neville rolled his eyes. Luna, maybe you can knock some sense into Hermione. She still thinks Lockhart is actually good at something. Luna tilted her head, considering. Well, I do think he's good at storytelling. Neville, Harry, and even Ron had to smother their laughter. Did you hear that, Hermione? Harry wheezed. Lockhart's true gift revealed at last. Hermione shot all three of them a glare. Honestly, I quite like his reenactments in class, Luna continued dreamily, ignoring the tension. Although the pirate eye patch was upside down last Thursday. Neville and Harry lost it, bursting into full-on laughter. Ron thumped the wall to stop himself from choking. Hermione folded her arms tightly. Finished. Not entirely, Luna said in a whisper, leaning forward like she was sharing a secret. I also think he's hiding something. I'm fairly certain he's part of the Mirror Quill cartel. 4 blank stares met her gaze. Luna nodded, looking dead serious. Oh yes. They breed tiny beetles with mirrored shells. The beetles record other people's heroic deeds and then project the reflections onto their owner, so everyone thinks the owner did them. Very useful if you've never actually fought a banshee. Ron's mouth opened, then closed. Beetles. Mirror quills, Luna corrected brightly. And he feeds them essays. Ink keeps their reflections shiny. Neville blinked, then murmured, how does she know Lockhart stole those stories? That's way too close to the truth to be a coincidence. Hermione opened her mouth, looked uncertain, then shut it again. Neville snapped his fingers. See, Hermione, even Luna reckons there's something dodgy about Lockhart. And she's the most optimistic person in the castle. Before Hermione could reply, the huge doors of the great hall swung open with dramatic flair. In strode Gilderoy Lockhart, wearing, of all things, a cape. The fabric shimmered like it had been woven from peacock feathers and bad decisions. Neville, Harry, and Ron all groaned in unison. Oh, brilliant, Ron muttered. Lockhart strutted up to the front, hopping onto the wide table like he was walking a red carpet. He spread his arms theatrically. Gather round, gather round. Can everyone see me? Can you all hear me? Excellent. Neville grumbled under his breath. He always talks like he's narrating his own book. Now, Lockhart said, pacing to the center of the stage. Professor Dumbledore has granted me permission to start this little dueling club, to train you all up in case you ever need to defend yourselves, as I myself have done on countless occasions. He gave a dazzling smile. For full details, see my published works. He gestured grandly. Let me introduce my assistant, Professor Snape. Neville let out another groan the moment the name left Lockhart's lips. Oh, no. Thwack. Hermione smacked him lightly on the arm, glaring at him. Ow. Neville winced and gave her a look. She raised her eyebrows in warning but said nothing. Snape walked up onto the table with all the enthusiasm of someone being forced to attend a children's party. His expression said he'd rather be anywhere else. Lockhart beamed. Professor Snape has sportingly agreed to help me with a short demonstration before we begin. Now, I don't want any of you youngsters to worry, you'll still have your potions master when I'm through with him, never fear. Wouldn't it be good if they finished each other off? Ron muttered out the corner of his mouth, earning quiet sniggers from Harry and Neville. At the front, Snape and Lockhart raised their wands, stepping into position for a wand salute. Neville glanced at Hermione and said, well, I'm leaving. Not gonna waste my time with them. Doubt we'll learn anything. He pushed himself off the wall and started walking toward the doors, brushing past a few curious students in the crowd. Neville, Hermione hissed, hurrying after him. Harry and Luna exchanged looks, then followed too. Seeing Harry walking away with Neville, Ron called out, Oi! Harry, where are you going? They'd just reached the far end of the table when Lockhart suddenly flew backwards off the stage, slammed into the stone wall with a loud thud, then slumped to the floor in a heap. A cheer went up from the Slytherins. Malfoy laughed loudest. Hermione jumped in surprise. Do you think he's all right? Neville gave her a look that clearly said, seriously. Lockhart, wobbling, got unsteadily to his feet and staggered back up onto the platform. Well, there you have it, he said, forcing a smile. That was a disarming charm. Note how I've lost my wand. Ah, thank you, Miss Brown. Yes, an excellent idea to show them that, Professor Snape. Though if I might say it was very obvious what you were about to do. Had I wanted to stop you, I'd have done it easily. But I thought it'd be instructive to let them see. Neville sighed and kept walking. He was just about to reach the door when Snape's voice cut across the hall like a whip. Longbottom, where are you going? Neville froze mid-step. Of course he'd notice me, bloody typical. He turned around slowly, feeling everyone's eyes on him. Snape sneered, lips curling. Since Mr. Longbottom believes he's above the lesson, perhaps he'd care to teach it. Flint, he barked. Front and center. Hermione looked alarmed. But Professor, that isn't fair. Marcus Flint's a 7th year. Lockhart gave a wobbly nod. She's right, Professor Snape. Perhaps someone a bit closer to Mr. Longbottom's age. Snape shot Lockhart a glare that could have frozen fire. I am well aware of that, he said coldly. Longbottom insists on operating well beyond his year group. A little humility will do him good. Then, turning sharply to Neville, Snape snapped again, we don't have all day, Longbottom. With a dramatic swish of his cloak, he turned and walked back over to where Flint was waiting. Neville let out a sigh and started pulling off his outer robes and bag. Let's just get this over with, he muttered, handing them to Luna. Mind holding on to this for me, Luna? Luna nodded calmly, already cradling his bag like it was made of feathers. Hermione, standing beside him now, looked tense. Neville, you can't do this. We should just leave. He's doing this on purpose. I'll be fine, Hermione. Don't worry, Neville said, giving her a calm, reassuring look. He reached into his front shirt pocket and gently pulled out Lumina. Mind holding onto Lumina for me? He asked, looking at Hermione. Hermione bit her lip, clearly torn, but nodded. Okay, just be careful, she murmured, taking Lumina carefully into her hands. Lumina gave a cheerful chirp, flapping her tiny wings once as if wishing him luck. Harry gave him a nod. Good luck, mate. Luna smiled serenely. Good luck, Neville. Neville walked up the stage calmly, rolling up his sleeves as he did. His arms, now lean and well-toned after months of steady training, caught a few surprised looks from the crowd. He drew his wand, letting it rest loosely between his fingers as he stood in a relaxed, almost lazy posture. "Bo," Snape ordered coldly. Neville shook his head. "I'm not doing that. Looks daft, all that pointless wand waving and bowing." "Arrogant," Snape sneered, then leaned in close to Flint and whispered something in his ear before stepping off the stage. Lockhart followed, clearly not eager to be caught in the crossfire. "Begin," Snape barked. Flint wasted no time. "Expelliarmus." Neville sidestepped easily, the spell flashing past him. "Stupefy. Impedimenta." Flint growled, flinging spell after spell. Charms fired rapid and sharp. Neville moved with purpose, dodging, weaving, blocking with quick casts of Protega, and even firing a few spells back to cancel Flint's out midair, wand light flashing and colliding in brief sparks. Then with perfect timing, Neville flicked his wand and shouted, "Locomotor Mortis." Flint's legs snapped together instantly. He keeled over with a thud, hitting the floor like a sack of bricks. Laughter broke out across the hall, Gryffindors cheering the loudest, and a few Ravenclaws chuckling along. Flint growled, wand jerking as he hissed, "Finite." The leg locker curse vanished, and he scrambled to his feet and instantly started firing spells again, his face twisted in fury. "Stand still," he roared. He jabbed his wand forward with all his strength. Confringo. The curse shot through the air like a blazing rocket, full force and far too fast. Neville's eyes widened. "That'll hurt if it hits me, bloody hell." He flicked his wand up and cast, Protega. Neville's shield flared just in time, but Flint's Confringo smashed through it with a loud crack. The shield shattered, but it held just long enough for Neville to twist his body to the side. The spell whizzed past. Just barely, but still caught the edge of his left arm, scorching it as it went. Neville hissed, pain flaring. His eyes narrowed. He gritted his teeth, pulled his wand back, gave it a tight twirl, and flung it forward and overpowered. Stupefy. The spell burst from his wand. Flint tried to throw up a shield. Protega. But the red jet of light slammed into it, shattering it like glass. The Stupefy struck Flint square in the chest and launched him backwards. He flew across the stage like a ragdoll, hit the wall with a thud, and crumpled to the floor in a heap. The crowd erupted. Gryffindors whooping, a few Ravenclaws clapping, and even cheers from the Hufflepuff. Neville lowered his wand, breathing hard. He looked down and raised his left arm. The skin was torn slightly and was bleeding. Snape stormed over to Flint's crumpled form, wand out. He cast a diagnostic spell with a flick, then gave a curt wave. Enervate. Flint stirred and groaned. Snape shot him a glare before turning and marching back to the platform. 50 points from Gryffindor for excessive force, he announced coldly, voice sharp and biting. Neville shook his head, muttering, "Yeah, right," as he walked off the stage toward Harry, Hermione, Ron, and Luna. Lockhart bustled forward, clapping far too loudly. "Splendid display of, raw talent," he said with a bright smile. 50 points to Gryffindor for excellent wandwork. He immediately launched into a dramatic breakdown of both duelists' moves, what they did right, what they could have done better, though nobody seemed to be listening. As Neville reached the group, Harry grinned. "You did great, mate." Ron nodded eagerly. "Yeah, you should have seen the faces of those slimy Slytherins, brilliant." "You were really good out there," Luna added with a smile, holding out his robe and bag. Lumina gave a joyful chirp from Hermione's hands, clearly proud. Hermione, though, was focused on Neville's arm. "You're hurt," she said softly. "I'm fine," he whispered back, glancing at the cut and slight burn along his arm. He reached into his bag and pulled out a small packet of wet tissues, tearing one free. Just then, Lockhart's voice rang out again. "Perhaps another pair. Mr. Finch-Fletchley and Mr. Finnegan." "A bad idea, Professor Lockhart," Snape said coldly, stepping forward. "Finnegan has a tendency to make things explode, even with the simplest of spells. We'll be sending what's left of Finch-Fletchley to the hospital wing in a matchbox." He paused, then added with a twisted smile, "How about Malfoy and Potter?" "Excellent idea," Lockhart beamed, gesturing dramatically. "Mr. Malfoy, Mr. Potter, on stage, if you please." Harry blinked, surprised to be called, but a little excited too. He quickly made his way toward the dueling platform. As Harry passed, Neville said absent-mindedly, "Good luck, mate." Ron nodded. "Yeah. Teach Malfoy a lesson." Neville gritted his teeth as he wiped at the wound on his arm. The tissue, soaked in a pale green solution, hissed softly against the injury, and the skin beneath began to heal rapidly. Hermione's eyes widened. "Wait. How did you do that?" Neville nodded toward the tissue. "It's soaked in Dittany. Thought it'd be easier to use, you know." Hermione smiled. "That's brilliant, Neville." Luna nodded beside her in agreement, humming softly. After tending to the wound, Neville returned the packet to his bag, then gently took back his belongings from Luna. He reached out for Lumina, who Hermione had been holding, and tucked her back into the safety of his enchanted pocket. Just as he zipped the pocket shut, the hall erupted in gasps. They turned just in time to catch Harry dodging Malfoy's spells and sending him flying across the stage with a knockback jinx. Malfoy landed hard with a groan. Snape walked over, yanked Malfoy up by the arm, and shoved him back into place. Malfoy snarled, flicked his wand, and shouted, "Serpensortia!" A snake burst onto the stage with a hiss and coiled, ready to strike. "Don't move, Potter," said Snape lazily as he stepped forward. "I'll get rid of it." "Allow me," Lockhart shouted, puffing out his chest. Neville groaned softly. Hermione turned to him, concerned. "What's wrong?" Neville sighed. "It's nothing, Hermione." With a dramatic flick of his wand, Lockhart tried to banish the snake. Instead, it was blasted 10 feet into the air and landed with a loud smack, even more enraged. It slithered straight toward Dean Thomas, raised itself, and bared its fangs, ready to strike. Then, Harry hissed loudly. The entire hall fell dead silent as Harry stepped forward and began speaking to the snake in a strange, hissing tongue. Neville facepalmed. "Of course," he muttered. "Just had to go and speak snake, didn't he?" Just as he zipped the pocket shut, the hall erupted in gasps. They turned just in time to catch Harry dodging Malfoy's spells and sending him flying across the stage with a knockback jinx. Malfoy landed hard with a groan. Snape walked over, yanked Malfoy up by the arm, and shoved him back into place. Malfoy snarled, flicked his wand, and shouted, "Serpensortia!" A snake burst onto the stage with a hiss and coiled, ready to strike. "Don't move, Potter," said Snape lazily as he stepped forward. "I'll get rid of it." "Allow me," Lockhart shouted, puffing out his chest. Neville groaned softly. Hermione turned to him, concerned. "What's wrong?" Neville sighed. "It's nothing, Hermione." With a dramatic flick of his wand, Lockhart tried to banish the snake. Instead, it was blasted 10 feet into the air and landed with a loud smack, even more enraged. It slithered straight toward Dean Thomas, raised itself, and bared its fangs, ready to strike. Then, Harry hissed loudly. The entire hall fell dead silent as Harry stepped forward and began speaking to the snake in a strange, hissing tongue. Neville facepalmed. "Of course," he muttered. "Just had to go and speak snake, didn't he?" Thursday, December 18th. Great Hall, morning. Neville trudged along at the back of the group, a thick scarf wrapped snugly round his neck, his Hogwarts jumper pulled tight against the cold. Lumina snoozed in his front pocket, nestled comfortably with a warming charm keeping her cozy. Hermione walked beside him, bundled up in her own jumper and scarf. She rubbed her hands together and blew on them. "It's freezing," she muttered, her breath misting the air. Neville gave a small nod. "Yeah. Didn't think the snow'd be this heavy already." Just ahead of them, Harry grumbled. "Forget the snow, I still can't believe people reckon I'm the heir. Even Seamus and Dean, they've been giving me funny looks since last night." Ron tugged his scarf tighter and muttered darkly, "Well, you could be." His voice was full of sulk, still clearly bitter that Neville and Hermione had known about Harry being a parselmouth and hadn't told him. Hermione huffed, throwing Ron an irritated look. "Oh, don't be thick, Ron. It's not our fault you couldn't put 2 and 2 together. Harry's been saying he could hear voices for weeks. What else was Slytherin's monster gonna be if not a snake?" Ron scowled, folding his arms. "You could have told me," he muttered, sounding properly petulant. Harry let out a heavy sigh. Honestly, Ron, I didn't even think about it. I didn't know it was weird, till Neville pointed it out, he said as he pushed open the doors to the Great Hall. They stepped inside, and Harry stopped dead. The usual morning buzz of the hall had fallen into a heavy, awkward silence. Every head turned to stare at him. Suspicion clung to the air like smoke. Hermione bit her lip, looking worried. Neville moved up beside Harry, clapping a reassuring hand on his mate's shoulder. He leaned in and whispered with a cheeky grin. I reckon I won that bet, Harry. I told you you'd end up as the main suspect. You owe me a galleon, mate. Then, giving Harry a nudge by the shoulder, Neville steered him firmly toward their usual spot at the Gryffindor table. Neville sat down just as a glass of mango juice appeared in front of him. He picked it up, took a sip, and hummed. Harry dropped into the seat next to him, still looking a bit uneasy, while Hermione settled opposite, with Ron slumping down beside her. Harry glanced around nervously, then leaned in a bit. They don't really think I'm the heir of Slytherin, do they? He asked quietly. Ron, already busy piling his plate high with sausages, bacon, and eggs, snorted. What do you expect, mate? You spoke in Parseltongue in front of the whole school. I reckon the entire castle knows by now. Neville took a bite of his sandwich, chewing thoughtfully before swallowing. Best get used to it, he said with a shrug. I reckon. Until they find the real one, they're gonna keep staring. Then, after swallowing another bite, he added, a bit too casually, hopefully no one dies, or the ministry might snap your wand first, then ask questions. Harry gulped, turning wide eyes on Neville. Hermione, frowning, leaned over and slapped Neville lightly on the shoulder. Stop making it worse, she scolded. Neville rubbed his shoulder with a small wince. Oi, what was that for? You know I'm right, he said, half grinning. Hermione huffed, crossing her arms. No one asked you, she muttered. Just then, Luna drifted over and plopped down next to Hermione, her radish earrings swinging. Good morning, she said dreamily. Lovely morning we're having. Hermione gave her a look. If by lovely you mean freezing, then yes, it's lovely. Neville gave Luna a little wave. Morning, Luna, he said warmly. Harry nodded as well. Morning, Luna. You don't think I'm the heir of Slytherin, do you? Luna tilted her head curiously. Are you? Harry spluttered. What? No, of course not. He said quickly, waving his hands. But that's not stoppin' everyone else, is it? He added, nodding towards the hall, where groups of students were whispering and casting glances their way. Luna looked around, her pale eyebrows lifting. Then she leaned in closer, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. They're staring because they've finally noticed your ears, Harry. According to the Quibbler's star mapping supplement, anyone whose ears sit exactly 12 degrees from true vertical is the long-awaited magnet for mischief. It means the castle's minor spirits, peevish pixies, wayward quills, jam-loving portraits, will start orbiting you like moths around a bonfire. So now everyone's waiting to see which phenomenon arrives first. Rain indoors, or Pepper Imp's learning ballet on the staff table. If I were you, I'd keep a pocketful of breadcrumbs handy. Breadcrumbs confuse the pixies and buy you time to flee, she said, wide-eyed. Hermione rolled her eyes. No, Luna. They're staring at Harry because of what happened last night. You mean Harry being able to speak to snakes? Luna asked brightly. I wish I could do that. I'd love to talk to animals. Harry grumbled under his breath. Well, you can have it if you want it. Ron, halfway through stuffing a sausage into his mouth, asked, anyways, what's our first class today? Hermione, reaching for a piece of toast, answered promptly, herbology first, then history of magic. After breakfast, they left the great hall and trudged through the cold hallways to the greenhouses for herbology. When they neared the corner, they heard a group of Hufflepuffs gathered outside the greenhouse doors, waiting for Professor Sprout. Talking about the heir of Slytherin. Shish, Neville shushed them, grinning and stopping them with a raised hand. Harry opened his mouth to say something. Neville clamped a hand over Harry's mouth just as he opened it. I'm telling you, Justin, Ernie Macmillan was saying, his voice low but urgent, I think you should hide up in our dormitory. If Potter's marked you down as his next victim, it's best if you keep a low profile for a while. Justin looked nervous, wringing his hands. I don't think he knows I'm Muggle-born, Ernie. I mean, I've hardly spoken to him in the 2 years I've been here, he said, voice shaky. I mean, I don't think he knows. It's only a matter of time, mate, Ernie said grimly. His first victim was a Ravenclaw, then a Gryffindor. Makes sense he'd go after a Hufflepuff next. You really think it's Potter, then, Ernie? Asked Hannah Abbott, her bee-owned pigtails swinging as she leaned in anxiously. Hannah, Ernie said solemnly, puffing out his chest a bit, he's a Parselmouth. Everyone knows that's the mark of a dark wizard. Ever heard of a decent one who could talk to snakes? They called Slytherin himself Serpent Tongue. There was a heavy murmur of agreement from the Hufflepuffs. Ernie pressed on, his voice growing more serious. Remember what was written on the wall. Enemies of the air, beware. Potter wasn't with us in the Great Hall when it happened. And when we found that Ravenclaw third year, he just turned up out of nowhere. And what about that first year, Creevy? He was annoying Potter at the Quidditch match, taking loads of pictures while Harry was lying there in the mud. Next thing we know, Creevy's been attacked. He always seems so nice, though, said Hannah uncertainly. And, well, he's the one who made you-know-who disappear. He can't be all bad, can he? Ernie lowered his voice in that dramatic way he always did when he thought he was saying something important, and the Hufflepuffs all leaned in closer. No one knows how he survived that attack by you-know-who, Ernie said, voice low. I mean, he was only a baby when it happened. He should have been blasted into smithereens. Only a really powerful dark wizard could survive a curse like that. He dropped his voice until it was barely a whisper. That's probably why you-know-who wanted to kill him in the first place. Didn't want another Dark Lord coming up to challenge him. Makes you wonder, doesn't it? What other powers Potter's been hiding? Susan Bones, who had been quiet till now, frowned and said, but he's a Gryffindor, Ernie. Isn't the heir of Slytherin supposed to be, well, a Slytherin? Ernie spluttered, caught off guard. Well, what's more Slytherin than pretendin' to be a Gryffindor? He said, trying to sound confident but failing badly. Neville couldn't hold it anymore. He burst out laughing, loud and sudden, drawing every Hufflepuff's gaze at once. Ernie turned pale as chalk when he spotted Harry standing there with Neville, Hermione, and Ron. Justin gave a squeak and ducked behind the others. Harry frowned at them, clearly not amused. Hello, he said stiffly. Neville, still snorting with laughter, clutched Harry's shoulder to steady himself. The most Slytherin thing is not being a Slytherin at all, he choked out, wiping his eyes. That's a good one, mate. Funniest thing I've heard all year. Harry, ignoring Neville, looked straight at Ernie. I'm not the heir of Slytherin, Ernie. Ernie folded his arms stubbornly. How are we supposed to believe you? We all saw what you did last night. He edged back a step and added quickly. Don't get any ideas, Potter. I'll have you know my family's been pure blood for 9 generations. Proper witches and wizards, the lot of 'em. I don't care what sort of blood you've got. Harry snapped, his voice fierce and shaking a little. Why would I want to attack Muggle-borns? I've heard you hate those Muggles you live with, Ernie said swiftly. It's not possible to live with the Dursleys and not hate them, Harry said bitterly. I'd like to see you try it. Harry's voice cracked slightly, and he blinked fast like he was fighting back tears. Neville, seeing how Harry was genuinely getting upset, stepped forward, shaking his head. You know, Ernie, he said, Harry being the heir is dumb. I mean, one of his best friends is a Muggle-born. He reached out and pulled Hermione forward, showing her off to the group. Neville crossed his arms and looked at them all. Honestly, guys, think for a second, he said. This whole heir of Slytherin rubbish is dumb. I mean, there aren't even that many Muggle-borns in the school to begin with. There's Hermione and Justin in our year, maybe 2 in the year below, 2 or 3 in the year above. That's it. Out of 40 or 50 students a year. He jabbed a thumb at the group for emphasis. I'm telling you, the whole pure blood movement is the dumbest thing there is. Pure bloods are already the majority. Always have been. Neville snorted and carried on, his voice getting louder. And as for that bollocks Voldemort, several Hufflepuffs flinched when he said it, and Neville rolled his eyes. About Muggle-born stealing magic from witches and wizards. That's just nonsense. I'm 90% sure most Muggle-borns have some wizarding blood somewhere in their family tree. He ran a hand through his hair, getting properly fired up now. I mean, think about it. When someone's born into a magical family and they don't have magic, they get sent off into the Muggle world, yeah. So, over a few generations, one of their descendants could end up getting magic again. Neville shrugged, huffing. Like I said in Transfiguration, Salazar Slytherin might have just been wary of Muggle-borns back then because of all the wars and mess between the magical and non-magical worlds at the time. Doesn't mean he wanted his house turned into some pure-blood nutjob club. He gave a frustrated sigh and threw his arms up. It's this sort of stupid thinking that Moldy Shorts, a few gasps echoed when he said it, uses to divide people and gather a bunch of brainless followers who can't think for themselves. Voldy's just a snake-faced git, preying on idiots. Neville's voice carried loud and clear across the courtyard. By the end of his rant, a proper crowd had gathered in front of the greenhouse, all the first years from every house, even the Slytherins. Wide eyes stared at him from all directions. There was a brief, stunned silence. Then, from the Slytherin group, Malfoy's face twisted in anger. He yanked out his wand, stepping forward. What did you just say, Longbottom? He hissed, wand pointed straight at him. Neville didn't even bother looking at him. He simply snapped his fingers, and just like at platform 9 3/4, Malfoy's arms and legs snapped together like a trussed chicken, sending him crashing to the floor. A wave of murmuring swept through the students. Neville turned his head lazily to watch Crabbe and Goyle rush over, struggling to pull Malfoy upright. Hermione grabbed Neville's arm, tugging sharply. Come on, she hissed, desperate to drag him away before he caused even more of a scene. At that moment, Professor Sprout bustled out of the greenhouse, looking flustered and a bit windswept. Well, class, she stopped short, blinking at the sight of Malfoy writhing on the ground. What on earth are you doing down there, Mr. Malfoy? She said sharply, flicking her wand. Finite. Malfoy's limbs sprang free. He staggered up, shooting Neville a glare filled with hate. This isn't over, Longbottom, he muttered under his breath before storming back towards the other Slytherins. Professor Sprout shook her head, brushing snow from her sleeves. Well, anyway, class, she said. I'm afraid we'll have to cancel herbology this morning. Snow came down heavily overnight, and I need to make sure all the plants survive through winter, especially the mandrakes. So, you've all got a free period today. Excited whispers broke out as the students started to scatter. As they walked away from the greenhouses, Ron exhaled loudly. You just can't resist, can you? Neville shrugged, looking completely unbothered. Hey, he started it. Hermione bit her lip, falling into step beside them. You shouldn't have said all that in front of everyone, she said, voice low. Now they'll be targeting you. Then her eyes widened, and she looked at Neville seriously. That's what you're planning, isn't it? You want the heir to come after you. Neville grinned and nodded. Hey, easiest way to end this, Hermione, he said. Play on Voldemort's fragile ego, and he'll come running. Hermione wrung her hands, worry etched all over her face. That's dangerous. What if, she bit her lip again, unable to finish. I'll be fine, Hermione, Neville said, cutting her off with a reassuring smile. Wanting to change the subject, Neville said, looks like Dumbledore's not planning to buy mandrakes from an apothecary. He's gonna wait till the ones here mature. Harry ran a hand through his messy hair, looking uneasy. She's right, Neville, he said. It's dangerous, making yourself a target. Neville just grinned. Well, are you saying I'm your target, then, heir of Slytherin? He teased lightly. Hermione huffed, folding her arms. We're being serious, Neville, she said firmly. How are you going to face a Ba? But Neville cut across her smoothly. Like I said, Hermione, I'll be fine. We'll worry about it when we get to it, he said, giving her a reassuring smile. Now, how about we go practice some spells instead? Hermione bit her lip, falling into step beside them. You shouldn't have said all that in front of everyone, she said, voice low. Now they'll be targeting you. Then her eyes widened, and she looked at Neville seriously. That's what you're planning, isn't it? You want the heir to come after you. Neville grinned and nodded. Hey, easiest way to end this, Hermione, he said. Play on Voldemort's fragile ego, and he'll come running. Hermione wrung her hands, worry etched all over her face. That's dangerous. What if? She bit her lip again, unable to finish. I'll be fine, Hermione, Neville said, cutting her off with a reassuring smile. Wanting to change the subject, Neville said, looks like Dumbledore's not planning to buy mandrakes from an apothecary. He's gonna wait till the ones here mature. Harry ran a hand through his messy hair, looking uneasy. She's right, Neville, he said. It's dangerous, making yourself a target. Neville just grinned. Well, are you saying I'm your target, then, heir of Slytherin? He teased lightly. Hermione huffed, folding her arms. We're being serious, Neville, she said firmly. How are you going to face a Ba? But Neville cut across her smoothly. Like I said, Hermione, I'll be fine. We'll worry about it when we get to it, he said, giving her a reassuring smile. Now, how about we go practice some spells instead? Sunday, December 20th. Central Hall. Neville munched on a croissantwich stuffed with eggs, bacon, and sausages as he strolled toward the carriages, his jumper tugged over a long-sleeved tee, brown trousers slightly crinkled at the knees. Harry walked beside him, looking downright miserable. Hermione matched their pace, bundled in a long red scarf, her eyes scanning the Daily Prophet as she walked. All three had their trunks shrunken down and tucked into their pockets. Anything good in there? Neville asked, glancing at her. Hermione shook her head, frowning. No, and that's what's odd. Not a single mention about the attacks, she whispered. Neville gave a curt nod. Best we talk on the train. As they reached the waiting area, they spotted Luna standing alone, humming quietly to herself. Her large luggage sat beside her, untouched. Neville raised a hand and called out, Oi, Luna. Come join us, yeah. Luna turned, her dreamy smile stretching as she nodded. Hello, Neville, Hermione, Harry. Hermione offered a warm, hi, Luna, while Harry managed a small nod and, hey. Neville stepped over and offered, want me to shrink your trunk for you? Thank you, Luna said brightly, then tilted her head at Harry. Why does Harry look all grumpy? Harry sighed, rubbing his face. I'm not grumpy. Hermione leaned in and said gently, he had a bit of a row with Ron, that's all. Ah, Luna said with a knowing nod, just as a carriage rolled to a stop in front of them. She walked over to the Thestrals and fed one an apple. Neville followed suit with the second. You can see them too, then? He asked, though he already knew the answer. Luna gave a small hum and nodded. They're beautiful, aren't they? Harry and Hermione stared at the spot where the Thestrals stood, still unable to see anything. You can see them as well, Luna? Hermione asked, clearly surprised. I can, Luna said simply, brushing her fingers down the invisible creature's muzzle. Neville climbed into the carriage and held his hand out to help Hermione up. Harry did the same for Luna. As they settled in and the carriage pulled away, Hermione turned to Neville, her voice hesitant. You said only people who've seen death can see Thestrals, right? Neville nodded, looking a bit puzzled. Yeah, why? Hermione hesitated. I get that Luna can see them, but how can you? Were you able to see them before? Neville shrugged. I don't know, Hermione. I lost my memories, remember? But I could see them last year too, during Yule. He scratched the back of his neck, then added casually, so I suppose I always could. But in his head, Neville was thinking, it's probably 'cause I died in my last life I don't reckon the original Neville could see them. Hermione gave a small nod, not pressing further. Harry frowned. But if you're right, if only people who've seen death can see them, then why can't I? I mean, Quirrell died right in front of me last year, didn't he? Wouldn't that count? Neville rubbed his chin thoughtfully. That had bugged him before too. Did you actually see him die, though? Harry thought about it. Well, I'm not really sure. It all happened so fast. I think I fainted before he died. Neville nodded slowly. Yeah, I reckon that's it, then. You didn't actually see him die. That's probably why you can't see the Thestrals. Luna, sitting beside Harry, tilted her head. Quirrell, she asked. Who's that? Neville answered like it was the most normal thing in the world. Oh, he was our defense against the dark arts professor last year. Harry killed him. He said it with a shrug, like he was talking about the weather. Harry's eyes went wide. What? Hermione gasped, then whacked Neville over the head with the folded-up Daily Prophet. Neville. Oi. What was that for? Neville asked, grinning cheekily. Luna blinked slowly at Harry. You killed someone. Hermione quickly leaned over. It's not like that, Luna. Harry didn't kill anyone, not really. She launched into a flustered explanation of the whole incident with Voldemort and Quirrell, how it had all gone down at the end of last year. All the while, Neville sat back with his arms crossed and a wide grin on his face, thoroughly enjoying the chaos he'd stirred. Another attack happened, the very same day Neville had openly taunted Voldemort. This time, it was Justin Finch-Fletchley, a second-year Hufflepuff. It had happened during their spell practice sessions during herbology since the class was cancelled. They'd been going over spellwork when Harry suddenly froze, eyes wide, before dashing out the classroom door. Neville, Ron, and Hermione had raced after him. Harry had heard the basilisk again. They found Justin, petrified, in a corridor near the moving staircases, one floor below the second. Lying beside him, equally frozen, was nearly headless Nick, the Gryffindor house ghost. The hallway was eerily quiet. It was class time, so there was no one else around. Hermione gasped, her hands flying to her mouth as she stared at Justin's stiff body and Nick's floating, unmoving form. Harry dropped to his knees beside Justin, checking his face, his breathing, anything. Neville quickly let go of Hermione's hand and turned sharply. You lot need to leave. Now. Harry looked up, startled. What? You lot need to leave. Now, he said urgently. Hermione, stay with Harry and Ron. Get back to the common room. Hermione frowned, trying to argue. But Neville, what about you? But Neville cut her off with a serious look. Hermione, staying here will only make things worse for us. It'll look bad. You being here, me, Harry, all of it. Just go. Harry's voice came sharply. Neville. Neville turned, and Harry stared at him. Take Hermione and Ron back to the common room, he said firmly. I'll meet you guys there. Hurry. Then he turned on his heel and sprinted up the stairs, bolting for the second floor. He reached into his bag and pulled out the invisibility cloak, the one he'd borrowed from Harry, draping it over himself as he moved quickly and silently through the corridor. He slipped into the girls' bathroom and pulled the door shut behind him. Hominum Revelio, Neville whispered, wand raised. Nothing. The spell returned no presence. The bathroom was empty. Neville lowered his wand and walked over to the row of sinks, eyes scanning until he found it, the one with the little snake etched into the tap. He crouched and took a small, shrunken stool from his pocket, enlarged it, and sat down beside the sinks. His wand was gripped in his right hand. In his left, the silver dagger glinted faintly in the torchlight. He waited. I'll wait here till whoever it is comes back. The plan was simple. Stun them, take the diary, destroy it. So he waited. And waited. The minutes crept past, then hours. The orange sunlight through the bathroom windows deepened, casting long shadows across the cold floor tiles. Neville sighed. Just like I thought, he mused, rubbing his temple. The books and films only ever showed the one entrance. But that doesn't make sense. If the basilisk's been getting all over the castle, there must be more than one passage another way into the chamber. There has to be. He glanced once more around the room. 4 hours had passed. Whoever it was, they weren't coming back. Not through here. Neville stood up, stuffed the stool back into his pocket, and left the girls' lavatory quietly, slipping the cloak off once he was a floor down. His footsteps echoed faintly as he made his way back to Gryffindor Tower. As soon as he stepped through the portrait hole, he was immediately barreled into by Hermione, who crashed into him with a tight hug. She pushed him back, her eyes misty and puffy red. Her voice came out in a sharp whisper, just short of shouting. Where the hell were you? We thought you'd been petrified, or something worse. We were about to go looking for you, but. Neville gently patted her on the head, trying to calm her down. Hey, easy. I'm fine, Hermione. Look at me. Not a scratch. No need to worry, yeah. Hermione swatted his hand away and huffed. What were you even thinking? You could have got yourself killed. Where did you go, anyway? You just ran off after telling us to get to the common room. Harry stepped up beside her. Yeah, where did you go, mate? You've been gone for 4 hours. Neville sighed and nodded toward a quiet corner of the common room. Come on. Let's talk over there. He led them to a free desk and, after casting a quick muffliato around them, finally spoke. I followed the voice, Neville said. Ran in the direction Harry heard the snake. Didn't see it, though. He reached into his robes and handed Harry the invisibility cloak. Thanks for lending it. Harry took it slowly, brows drawn in. Hermione stared at Neville like he'd grown an extra head. You were under the cloak wandering around looking for a giant magical snake that can kill a person with just a gaze. Are you mad, Neville? That's beyond reckless. Neville just shrugged. So, what happened after I left? Harry replied, we went back like you said. Lucky we did, too. The bell rang just after, and someone found Justin. Hermione nodded, arms still crossed. Otherwise Harry might have been expelled or worse, especially now that the whole castle thinks he's the heir of Slytherin. She shook her head. Professor McGonagall cancelled all the classes and told everyone to return to their common rooms. I think the staff are searching the castle now. The next day, Professor McGonagall had asked anyone who planned to stay over the holidays to sign their names on a parchment pinned to the notice board. Almost the entire school had signed up to leave. After all the attacks, hardly anyone wanted to stay behind. When Ron found out that Harry, Neville, and Hermione weren't staying for Yule, he was confused, not about Neville or Hermione. He had expected them to leave for Yule, but Harry. He'd assumed Harry wouldn't be heading back to the Dursleys, which he wasn't. Harry had explained to Ron that Augusta Neville's gran had invited him to spend Christmas with them. Ron hadn't taken it well. Because he was stuck at Hogwarts, alone with his siblings. His parents were off to Egypt to visit Bill, Ron's eldest brother, who worked as a curse breaker for Gringotts. Ron had tried to act fine about it, but the more Harry spent time with Neville and now was even going to his house for the holidays, the more bitter Ron became. He'd tried inviting Harry to the Burrow for the coming summer. Harry had hesitated. I'll think about it, he'd said. Dumbledore wants me to stay at the Dursleys for at least part of the summer. Ron had shrugged. Fine. Come to mine after that. But Harry still looked unsure. We'll see. Ron Neville's grans invited me as well. That was it. Ron's face darkened in an instant. He'd accused Harry of ditching him for a rich friend, and before anyone could stop it, it turned into a full-blown row in the common room. They arrived at Hogsmeade Station just as the carriage came to a gentle stop in front of it. Climbing out, they joined the stream of students making their way onto the train. After a bit of searching, they found an empty compartment and settled in. Not long after, the train gave a lurch and began to move, wheels clacking steadily as the countryside rolled by outside. Neville leaned forward, glancing at Luna. Hey Luna, can you do me a favor? Luna smiled dreamily and nodded. If you need a place to hide the body, I've got the perfect one. It's near the lake. No one will ever find it. Neville blinked. Right. I'll keep that in mind. But that's not what I was going to ask. Oh, she said simply, still smiling. Neville pulled out a small pouch of galleons and handed it to her. Could you get me something from the trolley lady? Honestly, I'd go myself, but I feel lazy. Mind helping me out? Luna nodded, taking the pouch. What would you like? Neville shrugged. Anything sweet. Wait. Does she sell sandwiches? If she does, get me one. If not, something cakey, but not too sweet. And buy something for yourself too, there's enough in there. He turned to Harry and Hermione. You two want anything? Hermione shook her head. No thank you. I don't eat many sweets. Harry gave a small smile. I'm not hungry. Neville looked back to Luna. All right, just something for you and me, then. Maybe grab a few chocolate frogs for these two, just in case they change their minds. Luna nodded and skipped off down the corridor with the pouch in hand. As soon as she'd left, Neville flicked his wand and cast a non-verbal muffliato around the compartment. Hermione arched a brow at him. You sent her to get food because you didn't want her overhearing, didn't you? Neville nodded. Yeah, she doesn't know occlumency yet. Not safe. Not with stuff like this, especially when it's about Dumbledore. Hermione sat forward. This is about the Prophet, isn't it? Neville nodded. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Dumbledore's keeping things under wraps. If not him, then someone else is. Would have been in the news already otherwise. Remember, Lucius Malfoy, Draco's dad, he's on the board of governors. Either Dumbledore's blocking it, or the ministry's trying not to start a panic. Hermione frowned thoughtfully, then asked, but wouldn't some of the students have written home about the whole heir of Slytherin thing? It's hard to believe not even one parent knows. Harry nodded. Yeah, you'd think at least someone would have said something. Neville shook his head. Dunno. Maybe the ministry or Dumbledore's interfering with the mail. Or maybe the parents do know and just aren't bothered. It's only Muggle-borns getting targeted, right? Maybe the rest of the wizarding world doesn't care. He sighed. I'll have to ask Gran. See what she's heard. Hermione looked disturbed. That's awful. Would they really be that indifferent? Neville shrugged helplessly. I dunno, Hermione. I'm only guessing. But there's something else, something important I've got to tell you. Harry leaned forward. What is it? Neville looked them both in the eye. I think I've found the entrance to the chamber. Both Hermione and Harry froze. Hermione practically shouted, What? Where? Why haven't you told us? How do you know? She fired off questions one after another, barely pausing for breath. Neville sighed and held up a hand. Calm down, Hermione. Let me finish. Yeah. I said I think I've found the entrance. Or, well, at least one of them. Harry blinked. One of the entrances. Neville nodded. Yeah, think about it. There's no way there's only one. The basilisk's been attacking students in different parts of the castle. It must have more than one way in and out. Hermione frowned. I thought it used the plumbing. Through the pipes. Neville nodded again. Right, but it's not like it can just slither out of a sink in front of everyone. It'd need exit points. And even if it's moving through the pipes, it still has to come out somewhere to actually petrify someone. Harry leaned back, thoughtful. Makes sense. So where did you find the one you're talking about? Neville scratched his chin. Second floor girls' bathroom. When I went after the snake the other day, I came across where we found the 5th-year Ravenclaw girl. Right across from the spot, I noticed the bathroom and thought I'd check it out. Used your invisibility cloak, by the way, he nodded to Harry. I didn't want anyone seeing me go into the girls' loo and thinking I'd lost my mind or worse, start calling me a beep. Hermione giggled. You're safe. That bathroom's not in use. It's haunted by a ghost. Ning Myrtle. Hardly anyone goes in there. Neville nodded. Good to know. Makes it even more suspicious, then. While I was looking around, I found one of the taps had a tiny snake engraving on it, like, properly carved in. Harry's eyes widened. You think that's the entrance? Before Neville could answer, Hermione's eyes went even wider. Wait, that's why you came back so late. You were waiting for the heir to come back through the entrance you found, didn't you? Neville gave a small nod. Yeah, I waited in there for about 4 hours, hidden under the cloak. Nothing happened, though. Either there's more than one entrance, or maybe the basilisk doesn't need the heir to move around. Harry leaned back, thoughtful. Makes sense. So where did you find the one you're talking about? Neville scratched his chin. Second floor girls' bathroom. I was following where they said the 5th-year Ravenclaw girl was found, the first victim. Right across from the spot, I noticed the bathroom and thought I'd check it out. Used your invisibility cloak, by the way, he nodded to Harry. Didn't want anyone seeing me go into the girls' loo and thinking I'd lost my mind. Or worse, start calling me a beep. Hermione giggled. You're safe. That bathroom's not in use. It's haunted by a ghost. Ning Myrtle. Hardly anyone goes in there. Neville nodded. Good to know. Makes it even more suspicious, then. While I was looking around, I found one of the taps had a tiny snake engraving on it, like, properly carved in. Harry's eyes widened. You think that's the entrance? Before Neville could answer, Hermione's eyes went even wider. Wait. That's why you came back so late. You were waiting for the heir to come back and use it, weren't you? Neville gave a small nod. Yeah, I waited in there for about 4 hours, hidden under the cloak. Nothing happened, though. Either there's more than one entrance, or maybe the basilisk doesn't need the heir to move around. Sunday, December 20th. King's Cross Station. The Hogwarts Express gave a lurch as it pulled into King's Cross Station, letting out a long whistle and coming to a full stop. Hermione looked up from her book, glancing out the window. We're already at King's Cross. Is it evening already? She muttered, closing the book and slipping it into her sling bag before standing. They could hear the compartment doors sliding open and students spilling into the corridor, eager to get off the train. I wonder if Daddy will buy me some pudding, Luna said dreamily, still staring at the window. Glad it's over, Harry said, standing with a stretch. Blimey, I'm stiff as a broom handle. Same here, Neville yawned as he stood and stretched as well. Then he looked over. Oi! Hermione, your trunk. Hermione had just reached for the door handle when she paused, then glanced up at the rack above the seats. Huh, my trunk, she mumbled, confused. Then it clicked. She slapped her forehead. Right. Why do I keep forgetting to unshrink it? Honestly, this is like the third time. I'd have been stuck without it the whole holiday. Thanks, Neville. She pulled the tiny trunk from her pocket and tapped it with her wand. Engorgio. Yeah, we wouldn't want Hermione without her books for 2 whole weeks, Harry said with a grin. That'd be a tragedy. Neville chuckled beside him. Hermione rolled her eyes and shot them both a glare. Yeah, laugh it up. Let's see who helps you with your homework next term. Still grinning, Neville stepped forward and picked up her trunk. Come on, I'll carry it. Hermione's expression softened. She smiled and nodded. Thanks, Neville. They stepped out into the corridor, now filled with the usual chaos of students pulling trunks and saying hurried goodbyes. As they neared the carriage door, Neville suddenly turned to Hermione. Oi, Hermione, mind doing me a favor over the break? She looked over at him, curious. Sure, what is it? Neville smiled and rubbed the back of his head as he stepped off the train, looking at Hermione. Could you let me know if there are any Premier League matches happening during the break? Luna tilted her head. Premier League. Is that a league where premiers play against each other? Sounds rather cutthroat. Harry looked just as puzzled. Football, mate. Hermione blinked. Wait. Premier League. Isn't that a Muggle thing? Neville nodded. Yeah, remember when we went out to watch that film in London? Both Harry and Hermione nodded. Well, I had a chat with this bloke in a red jersey. He told me all about football and the Premier League. Sounded brilliant, honestly. Way more thought out than Quidditch if you ask me. He chuckled. Been wanting to watch a proper match ever since, but the season had already ended by that time. Thought I'd try and catch one over the break. If there's one on, maybe we could all go. What Neville said was mostly true. He had spoken to a man wearing a Liverpool jersey. That red kit had reminded him something. It reminded him of who he used to be. Back in his old life, he'd been a massive Liverpool fan. Lived through the glory years under Klopp. Always dreamed of watching a live match at Anfield but never got the chance. Well, now he had one. He was in England, and this time, he wasn't going to miss it. Hermione gave a thoughtful nod. Yeah, my dad watches it sometimes. I'll ask him if he can take us to one. She shrugged. Shouldn't be a problem. Neville grinned. Thanks, Hermione. Oh, if you can, try and find a Liverpool match. That's what the bloke said. One of the best clubs in England. He added, and don't worry about the money. Just tell me how much the tickets are and I'll cover them. Oh, and ask your dad if we can get one of those private booths. Be nice to talk freely without worrying about someone overhearing us mention magic or something that breaks the statute of secrecy. Luna, still thoughtful, asked, do they serve butterbeer at these football matches, or just Muggle fizzy drinks? Probably fizzy, Harry said. Then, turning to Luna, Neville asked, would you want to come with us, Luna? We might go see a film as well while we're at it. Luna tilted her head, her expression full of curiosity. Movie. Is that one of those enchanted paintings that moves and tells you about your past lives or something? Harry snorted. Not quite. It's like a moving picture, but longer, and it tells a story. Oh, Luna said with a nod. I'll have to ask Daddy. I'll let you know by owl. They had just reached the barrier that led into the Muggle side of King's Cross. Hermione was the first to step through, and Neville brought up the rear. As Neville came through the barrier, he was met with the usual crowd of students reuniting with their families. Hugs, chatter, parents waving, little siblings tugging on sleeves. Hermione was glancing about, eyes scanning the crowd. Luna spotted her father through the crowd and turned back to the group. I see Daddy. I'll owl you about the match. Bye, everyone. Neville waved after her. Bye, Luna. He watched as she darted through the crowd to a tall, eccentric-looking man in a mustard coat and a hat that didn't quite match. Xenophilius Lovegood, Neville thought. That man's odd. Wonder if he's always been like that, or if it started after Luna's mum died like a coping mechanism. Just then, Neville spotted Augusta standing near the edge of the platform. Her unmistakable vulture hat perched high on her head, handbag in hand. Beside her stood a couple who were Hermione's parents. Neville nudged Hermione and nodded in their direction. Your parents are with Gran. They made their way over. Hello there, Gran. Mr. and Mrs. Granger. Good to see you all, Neville said with a polite nod. Hi, Gran. Mr. and Mrs. Granger, Harry echoed warmly. Wandle Granger smiled. It's good to see you boys. Hermione stepped forward and wrapped her arms around both her parents. Mum, Dad, it's so good to see you. Bonnie gave them a cheerful wave. Hello, you three. Hope the trip wasn't too rough. Augusta turned toward them with a raised brow. Ah, there you are. I was starting to think you three had missed the train. Sorry, we kept you waiting, Gran, Harry said quickly. Neville scratched the back of his head. Yeah, sorry, Gran. We stayed toward the back, thought it'd be easier to avoid the crowd. Hermione pulled back from her hug and turned to Augusta. She gave a neat little curtsy. Lovely to see you again, Lady Longbottom. Augusta gave a pleased nod. And you as well, Miss Granger. I trust you've been keeping well. Hermione nodded. Augusta then turned to Wandle and Bonnie. Well, we should be off. It's getting rather late. Please do join us for Christmas. You're both most welcome. Wandle and Bonnie exchanged a surprised but pleased look. That's very kind of you, Bonnie said. We'll definitely consider it. Thank you. Thank you again, Lady Longbottom, Wandle added with a smile. They all exchanged goodbyes before Augusta turned, leading Neville and Harry toward the station's exit. Later, Longbottom Manor, dining room. When they'd arrived back at Longbottom Manor, Augusta had told them to freshen up before dinner. The house elves had been instructed to prepare a proper feast. Nothing too extravagant, just a warm welcome home meal. Now the three of them sat at the long dining table, plates filled with roast chicken, buttered vegetables, and steaming mashed potatoes. Neville cut into his chicken, taking a bite. Across the table, Augusta sipped her soup delicately before setting down her spoon. So, boys, she said, voice calm but eyes sharp, how's school? Anything interesting happening? Neville swallowed his mouthful and gave a noncommittal shrug. Well, you know the usual. Homework. Revision. Professor Snape being a nightmare. He arched a brow at her. Doesn't she know? He wondered. Then, leaning forward slightly, he asked. You're still on the Hogwarts Board of Governors, right? Surely you've heard by now. Augusta sighed and set her cutlery down. Yes, if you're referring to the Chamber of Secrets then yes. I've heard. Harry glanced up from his plate. Gran, what's actually going on? Why hasn't it been in the news or anything? Neville nodded. Yeah, it doesn't make sense. I thought it would have been all over the Daily Prophet by now. Augusta let out another sigh. It's politics, boys. Our dear minister, Cornelius Fudge, doesn't want mass panic. If word got out, the public would go mad. Dumbledore agrees, to a point. Says he's looking into the matter personally. But between the ministry and the board, they're desperate to avoid closing Hogwarts. It's the only magical school in Britain, after all. She paused, lifting her glass but not drinking just yet. That, and the minister doesn't actually believe the heir of Slytherin is back. He thinks it's just some student prank gone too far. So they're just waiting for Dumbledore to sort it out. Neville asked, frowning. What about the students who've been petrified? Their parents, were they even told? Augusta pursed her lips and slowly set her glass down. As I said, they're trying to avoid panic. No, they haven't been told. Not properly, at least. The official word is minor magical mishaps. And because the victims are only petrified, and not seriously harmed, yet they're brushing it aside. She gave them a pointed look. It's pure blood politics, boys. Ugly business. Since all the victims so far have been Muggle-born, the Ministry doesn't see it as their problem. Not yet. Neville's grip on his fork tightened slightly. So they're just going to wait. Hope it sorts itself out. Augusta gave a curt nod. For now, yes. Until Dumbledore finds proof, or the wrong child gets hurt, they'll continue sitting on their hands. Harry frowned. But students are getting petrified. If someone dies. Exactly what I told the board, Augusta cut, setting her glass down with a clink. Yet several governors, Mr. Malfoy loudest among them, argue that closing Hogwarts would send the wrong message. Neville let out a sigh. What about the Mandrake restorative draft? Why hasn't the school just bought it? I'm sure there are apothecaries out there selling matured mandrakes already. It's daft to wait for the ones at Hogwarts to grow. The victims probably saw who did it, didn't they? Waking them up could solve the whole thing. Otherwise they're gonna miss out on an entire school year. Augusta's mouth tightened slightly, though there was a flicker of approval in her eyes. I raised that very point, Neville. But unfortunately, certain governors, Lucius Malfoy in particular, claim imported mandrakes are too expensive, and call it wasteful spending. She took a slow sip of her sherry. They voted to wait on Professor Sprout's crop. It's cheaper, you see. Typical short-sighted foolishness. Harry looked puzzled. Why haven't they brought in the Aurors, then? Wouldn't it make more sense to have them investigate the school properly? Augusta let out another long sigh. Dumbledore assured the minister he would handle it himself. And the minister, being more concerned with public image than student safety, doesn't want to cause a scene. He'd rather the whole matter be dealt with internally. Quietly. She narrowed her eyes slightly. Though Lucius has certainly been active behind the scenes. Neville leaned back, folding his arms. Something tells me Mr. Lucius got more to do with this than he's letting on. He glanced over at Harry. Of course, Neville already knew full well that it was Lucius who slipped the diary into someone's hands. Augusta caught the look between them and narrowed her gaze. I know that plotting look, Neville. Promise me you won't do anything reckless. Reckless. Us. Neville gave her his most innocent expression. Harry nearly choked on his pumpkin juice, trying not to laugh. Augusta raised an eyebrow. Listen to me, both of you. Do not go meddling. Neville raised his hands. Course not, Gran. There was a brief pause as the clinking of cutlery resumed. Then Neville looked up again. Say, Gran, when was the chamber last opened? Something did happen, didn't it? Augusta's gaze sharpened slightly. I see you've been doing your own digging into this, she said. After a small sigh, she nodded. Yes, it was opened 50 years ago. Harry looked up, surprised. That long ago? I don't know the full details, Augusta continued. It was all kept hush-hush even back then. But yes, a Muggle-born girl was killed. That much I do remember. Neville frowned. Do they know who did it? Augusta shook her head slowly. Whoever it was, they were never caught. Dumbledore was just a transfiguration professor at the time. Professor Dippet was the headmaster then. They nearly closed the school over it. Neville leaned back slightly in his chair, gears turning in his head. So history's just repeating itself. Seems that way, Augusta said grimly. Augusta caught the look between them and narrowed her gaze. I know that plotting look, Neville. Promise me you won't do anything reckless. Reckless. Us. Neville gave her his most innocent expression. Harry nearly choked on his pumpkin juice, trying not to laugh. Augusta raised an eyebrow. Listen to me, both of you. Do not go meddling. Neville raised his hands. Course not, Gran. There was a brief pause as the clinking of cutlery resumed. Then Neville looked up again. Say, Gran, when was the chamber last opened? Something did happen, didn't it? Augusta's gaze sharpened slightly. I see you've been doing your own digging into this, she said. After a small sigh, she nodded. Yes. It was opened 50 years ago. Harry looked up, surprised. That long ago? I don't know the full details, Augusta continued. It was all kept hush-hush even back then. But yes, a Muggle-born girl was killed. That much I do remember. Neville frowned. Do they know who did it? Augusta shook her head slowly. Whoever it was, they were never caught. Dumbledore was just a transfiguration professor at the time. Professor Dippet was the headmaster then. They nearly closed the school over it. Neville leaned back slightly in his chair, gears turning in his head. So history's just repeating itself. Seems that way, Augusta said grimly. Friday, December 25th. Longbottom Manor. The morning sun streamed through the curtains, filling the room with a soft golden glow. Lumina let out a sharp chirp, then another, flapping her wings with clear irritation. Neville groaned from under the blanket. He rubbed his eyes and slowly sat up, blinking at the blurry outline of his dresser. All right, he muttered, voice groggy. No need to shout about it. He swung his legs off the bed and stood, stretching with a yawn that cracked his jaw. Still half asleep, Neville reached for the tin of tonks and worms on the bedside table. He popped the lid and scooped some out, feeding it to Lumina, who chirped again, this time with excitement, as she gobbled it up greedily. There was a knock at the door before it creaked open. Harry stuck his head in, hair even messier than usual. You up, mate? He yawned. Neville gave a tired nod. Morning. Happy Christmas, Harry. Harry stepped into the room, ruffling his hair. Happy Christmas to you too. What are you up to? Neville shrugged. Feeding her. What about you? Just about to have a shower. Popped in to say Happy Christmas first. Harry gave a small grin. Well, I'm off. See you in a bit. Yeah, see you. Neville finished feeding Lumina and scratched her gently her head, earning a happy chirp in return. He headed to the bathroom for a quick shower, then changed into a clean shirt, a smart suit vest, and trousers. He paused at the mirror, adjusting his hair and collar, smoothing the wrinkles from his sleeves. All right then, he said softly to Lumina, now perched on her little cushion beside the bed. Ready to go. She chirped in response, eyes bright. Neville smiled and carefully scooped her up, tucking her into the inner pocket of his vest. She wriggled a little, then settled down comfortably. Another knock came at the door. You ready? Came Harry's voice from outside. Neville opened it. Yeah, let's go. The two boys walked down to the drawing room. Soft music floated through the house. Ain't No Mountain High Enough was playing on a record player in the corner. Augusta sat in her chair, listening quietly. Neville grinned. Looks like you liked my gift, Gran. Augusta looked up and smiled warmly, reaching out to stop the record. It's brilliant, Neville. And thank you, both of you, for the lovely gifts. Neville stepped forward and wrapped her in a hug. Happy Christmas, Gran. She patted him on the back, eyes gentle. Neville had spent days finding the hand-cranked vinyl record player, because the other used electricity, along with a proper collection of records. Michael Jackson, the Jackson 5, Queen, and a few tracks he'd remembered loving in his past life. Including the one that had just been playing. Speaking of Queen, Neville had discovered, to his absolute horror, that he'd missed a live Queen concert in London while stuck at Hogwarts. He'd only found out after the fact, and the regret still stung. I swear, if time travel becomes a thing, he thought bitterly. Happy Christmas, Gran, Harry said with a warm smile. Augusta smiled and opened her arms. Come here, lad. She pulled Harry into a hug. Harry had gifted her a custom embroidered scarf in deep plum with golden vines stitched along the edges, a simple but thoughtful gift she clearly appreciated. Letting him go, Augusta turned and gestured toward the Christmas tree in the corner, presents beneath it. Go on then. Open your gifts. A few of your friends have sent things along. Neville and Harry walked over to the tree, crouching down to look through the wrapped parcels. Looks like Seamus, Dean, Parvati, Lavender, and Faye sent something, Neville said, reading the tags. There were sweets, mostly chocolate frogs, peppermint toads, and fizzing Whizbees, and a couple of woolly scarves. Lavender's was bright red and a bit lacy. Neville didn't quite know what to make of it. Finally, he reached Augusta's gift. Tearing away the paper, he uncovered a thick, leather-bound book titled Magnum Incantatem, a compendium of advanced spells. Whoa, Neville muttered, flipping through the pages. Inside were advanced spell clearal above newt level, including the Patronus charm and one called Tempest, a lightning spell. He beamed. Thanks, Gran, I can't wait to try some of these. Augusta chuckled behind her teacup. You'll have to wait till tomorrow at least. For now, finish unwrapping the rest. She'd also gifted Neville something for Lumina, a little messenger pouch enchanted specifically for magical familiars, for when Lumina is fully grown. Harry's gift came next, a charmed fountain pen that never ran dry, wrote in perfect script, and could auto-correct spelling. Thank Merlin, Neville muttered. Last, Neville opened Hermione's 2 parcels. One was clearly a book. The second was a small box. Inside, he found a custom-made pouch designed to attach to his sling bag. It was enchanted with an extension charm and lined with warming and cushioning charms, everything a small magical bird might need on the go. Neville smiled wide, pulling the pouch out and turning to Lumina. Look, girl, Hermione made this just for you. Lumina chirped happily, peering at the pouch with interest. Neville placed it beside her cushion and watched as she hopped closer and stuck her head inside to inspect it properly. Figured you'd like it, Neville chuckled. Turning back to the pile of presents, he picked up the last one from Hermione. He unwrapped it and, as he expected, it was a book, but not just any book. An advanced treatise on runic magic. One he'd actually been planning to buy for himself. Neville let out a low whistle, flipping through the pages. Brilliant, he muttered. How'd she know? Curious, he glanced over at Harry to see what he'd got. Harry was holding up a pair of sleek Seeker's goggles and matching gloves, a gift from Augusta. They were charmed with anti-fog spells and warming runes, perfect for winter Quidditch. Neville could tell Harry was impressed, even if he wasn't saying much. Ron had sent them a Christmas card along with a couple of chocolate frogs, simple, but thoughtful. Mrs. Weasley had also sent Harry one of her signature jumpers. This one was deep green with a golden H on the front. Harry's expression shifted when he pulled it out. He stared at it for a moment, then gave a small sigh. Augusta noticed but said nothing. Harry glanced at Neville, who gave a small shrug. Harry folded the jumper neatly beside him, then moved on to the last unopened box. He pulled off the paper to find the gift from Neville, a black CD Walkman with a few music albums tucked inside. Harry raised an eyebrow. A Walkman. Thought these didn't work around magic. Neville grinned and said, sorted that out. Go on, give it a try. Harry looked a bit skeptical but popped in the Michael Jackson Bad CD, placed the wired earbuds into his ears, and hit play. Music played instantly. Harry blinked, then grinned wide. This is wicked, mate. Neville chuckled, pleased. Knew you'd like it. Augusta looked up at the tall grandfather clock in the corner, then gave a nod and stood. Come on, boys. Best get breakfast before our guests arrive, we want to be ready before they do. She left the drawing room briskly, her vulture hat tilted just slightly off-center. Neville and Harry followed her out into the dining room, where Tinky, the house elf, had already laid out a proper breakfast spread. Neville took his seat and gently placed Lumina on the table beside him. She ruffled her feathers and perched neatly. He served himself a generous helping. Bacon, sausages, scrambled eggs, and a croissant, which he quickly turned into a sandwich. He took a big bite, humming in satisfaction. As Neville went in for another bite, Lumina let out a loud, sharp chirp, grabbing his attention. He paused mid-bite and looked at her with a raised eyebrow. You want some? Lumina nodded quickly and chirped again, louder this time. Neville frowned. I'm not sure I should give you any of this. She chirped again, more insistently now, flapping her wings in protest. Neville sighed, tearing off a small bit of bacon. All right, don't go getting all bratty on me. You've really started to grow an attitude, you know. He held the piece out, and the little chick snatched it up, gobbling it down greedily without even chewing. Across the table, Augusta watched the exchange with a look of disbelief. I still can't believe you found and bonded with a magical familiar, she said, shaking her head slightly. Neville looked over at her. Where are we heading first, Gran? Augusta finished chewing her bite of toast and replied. We'll stop at Godric's Hollow first. Visit Harry's parents. Then we'll head to see Frank and Alice. It's easier that way. Less bouncing around. Harry looked up. Ma'am, you don't have to. She cut him off with a glare. Hush, you should visit them at least once a year. It's the least you can do. And it won't take long, so don't act like it's some inconvenience to me. Harry nodded, smiling faintly. Thank you, Gran. Augusta gave a small sigh. No need to thank me, lad. Now, finish your breakfast. We'll be leaving shortly. Neville nodded and scooped up another bite. Is Great Uncle Algy coming over later? Augusta nodded. Yes, he'll be joining us for dinner. After breakfast, the boys got ready. Neville wore a long, dark coat that hung just past his knees, with a thick scarf wrapped snugly around his neck. His sling bag was slung over one shoulder, and Lumina's new enchanted pouch was clipped neatly to its side. The little chick nestled inside, warm and content. He walked down the stairs into the hall and saw Harry and Augusta waiting by the front door. Right. I'm ready, Gran, Neville said, adjusting his coat. Harry stood in a white shirt and black trousers, with a dark jumper over it and a deep red scarf wrapped around his neck. In his arms, he held an ornate flower arrangement, white lilies and forget-me-nots, clearly meant for his parents. Augusta gave a firm nod. Let's get going, then. She opened the door and stepped outside. Neville followed with his hands tucked into his pockets, falling into step beside Harry. As they stepped out of Longbottom Manor, a soft snowfall had begun to drift from the sky. Neville looked up, watching the flakes fall quietly, melting into his scarf as they made their way down the stone path to apparate. The fireplace in the Longbottom drawing room flared to life with a rush of green flames as Neville stepped out of it, brushing soot off his coat and boots. He stumbled forward slightly, then straightened up with a sigh, muttering under his breath. They really should invent a better way to travel, as he tugged off his coat and shook out the ash. Behind him, the flow flared again and Harry stepped out, landing awkwardly and nearly toppling over. Neville caught his arm. Steady there, mate, Harry grumbled, brushing off his sleeves. Still not used to flow travel. Always feels like getting stretched. Moments later, the fireplace whooshed again and Augusta stepped through, composed as ever. She gave them a firm nod. Good. You both made it back safely. They had just flowed in from St. Mungo's, after spending a few hours visiting Neville's parents. While they were there, Neville sat beside his mother and told her all about his week, what he'd been working on, how far he'd come in his efforts to find a cure, and how he'd recently hit a dead end. He explained that he was now focusing on isolating healing effects through potions to target specific parts of the body, a tricky process, but one he was determined to figure out. While Neville and Augusta spent time with his parents, Harry quietly explored the hospital. He didn't want to intrude, and he figured Neville deserved that time without anyone hovering nearby. Seeing his parents like that always left Neville quiet. Not broken, but quieter. And more determined than ever. Just then, the drawing room door opened and in walked Algy Longbottom, holding a steaming mug of what looked like hot chocolate. Ah, thought I heard someone. You back from seeing Frank and Alice, then? Augusta, brushing soot off her shoulder, stepped forward. Algy, you're here already. When did you arrive? Only a few minutes ago, he said, giving her a warm nod. Figured I'd come early. Neville smiled faintly. Happy Christmas, Great Uncle Algy. Harry nodded beside him. Happy Christmas, sir. Algy grinned. And happy Christmas to you too, lads. And to you, Augusta. He reached into his coat and pulled out two small, neatly wrapped boxes. He handed one to each of them with a playful wink. Here, little something for you both. And between us, he leaned in and whispered, few tips in there for impressing the ladies. Neville blinked. Harry looked at the box, then at Algy. Algy just sipped his hot chocolate like nothing was out of the ordinary. Augusta let out a long-suffering sigh. Algy, stop trying to corrupt them. Come on, Let's have some tea and biscuits. I've a few things I'd like to discuss with you. Boys, go do something else for now. I'll call you down when our guests arrive. Neville nodded and turned toward the stairs. All right, Gran. He headed up to his room, Harry trailing just behind him. What do you want to do, Nev? Harry asked. Fancy going out for a fly? Neville sighed. Sorry, mate. I want to work on something for a bit. Maybe later. Yeah. No worries, Harry said with a shrug. I've still got some homework to finish anyway. Might as well get it out the way. Neville pushed open his bedroom door and stepped inside, placing Lumina gently on her cushion at the corner of his desk. He sat down heavily in his chair and stared at the open book in front of him, the same page he'd been stuck on all morning. He sighed. Neville slipped on his Walkman and hit play, determined to get some work done. A while later, he was still stuck on the same bloody problem. He sighed and leaned back in his chair, letting his head tip back as The Way You Make Me Feel started playing through the headphones. He closed his eyes for a moment, letting the beat carry him. The rhythm kicked in and he couldn't help but tap his foot, head bobbing slightly. He was mid-vibe when a knock sounded at the door. Without looking, Neville called out, "Come in." Right as the lyrics began, he couldn't help himself. He threw his arms out dramatically and sang, voice high and playful, trying to match Michael Jackson's tone. Hey, pretty baby with the high heels on. The door creaked open. Hermione froze in the doorway. Neville spotted her and grinned wickedly, continuing without missing a beat. You give me fever like I've never ever known. You're just a product of loveliness. I like the groove of your walk, your talk, your dress. Still singing, he stood up from his chair and moonwalked across the rug, pointing at Hermione. I feel your fever from miles around. I'll pick you up in my car and we'll paint the town. Just key me, baby, and tell me twice that you're the one for me, Neville sang, grinning as tried copying Michael Jackson's moves. Hermione stood there frozen, her face quickly turning pink. Neville kept going, swaying to the rhythm. The way you make me feel, the way you make me feel. You really turn me on, you really turn me on. You knock me off of my feet, you knock me off of my feet. My lonely days are gone, my lonely days are gone. He reached her, grabbed her hand and twirled her on the spot, still singing. I like this feelin' you're givin' me. Just hold me, baby, and I'm in ecstasy. Oh, I'll be workin' from 9 to 5. To buy you things to keep you by my side. Hermione was still red in the face, trying not to giggle as Neville gave her another spin, clearly enjoying himself. I never felt so in love before. Just promise, baby, you'll love me forevermore. I swear I'm keepin' you satisfied. 'Cause you're the one for me. The door creaked again. Harry stepped in, blinking at the sight, then laughed. What on earth are you two doing? Neville finally pulled out his earbuds, still grinning ear to ear. Just dancing with Hermione. I think she likes my singing. He hit the stop button on the Walkman. Hermione, now mostly recovered, gave him a smack on the arm. Prat, I was just shocked someone could sing that badly. Neville laughed, rubbing the spot. Oi, harsh. Harry walked further in, eyebrows raised. When did you get here, Hermione? Hermione, finally regaining her composure, gave her skirt a quick pat and said. I just arrived. Came up to get you both. Then she paused mid-step, eyes widening. Wait. That's right. How did you get it to work? She asked, turning to Neville in disbelief. Neville chuckled, already grinning. I take it that means you liked my gift, then. Hermione nodded. I did. Thank you. But seriously, how did you manage it? Harry stepped forward, curious as well. Yeah, I thought electronics don't work near magic. Isn't that, like, a rule or something? Neville walked over to his desk, opened a drawer, and pulled out a folded piece of parchment. Here, I wrote it down. He handed it to Hermione, who opened it immediately. Harry leaned in over her shoulder to read. Hermione's eyes scanned the diagram before she looked up at him, one eyebrow raised. A Faraday cage. Harry frowned. Wait. You just wrapped it in silver. Neville nodded. Pretty much. Simplest solution's usually the best one. I used a silver mesh weave and lined the inside of the Walkman casing with it. If you look closely, it's a little bulkier than a normal one. That's why it works. Because it's battery powered. Anything with a plug wouldn't work without more enchantments. He leaned against the desk casually. I've got other ideas, but they'd need proper rune work. If we ever want Muggle tech to work in the magical world, there's only two ways to do it. Shield it from magic, or power it with magic instead of electricity. Hermione looked back down at the parchment, eyes narrowed slightly. This is actually brilliant. It would work on battery-powered things. But how do you know about Faraday cages? She asked, giving him a skeptical look. Neville blinked, then laughed a bit nervously, scratching the back of his head. Oh, that. I picked up a few physics books last year. Just out of curiosity. Before she could dig any further, Neville cleared his throat and glanced at the door. Anyway, didn't you say Gran was calling us down? We should get going. Come on. Without waiting for an answer, he hurried out of the room. Hey, wait up, Hermione called, chasing after him. Neville nodded. Pretty much. Simplest solution's usually the best one. I used a silver mesh weave and lined the inside of the Walkman casing with it. If you look closely, it's a little bulkier than a normal one. That's why it works. Because it's battery powered. Anything with a plug wouldn't work without more enchantments. He leaned against the desk casually. I've got other ideas, but they'd need proper rune work. If we ever want Muggle tech to work in the magical world, there's only two ways to do it. Shield it from magic, or power it with magic instead of electricity. Hermione looked back down at the parchment, eyes narrowed slightly. This is actually brilliant. It would work on battery-powered things. But how do you know about Faraday cages? She asked, giving him a skeptical look. Neville blinked, then laughed a bit nervously, scratching the back of his head. Oh, that. I picked up a few physics books last year. Just out of curiosity. Before she could dig any further, Neville cleared his throat and glanced at the door. Anyway, didn't you say Gran was calling us down? We should get going. Come on. Without waiting for an answer, he hurried out of the room. Hey, wait up, Hermione called, chasing after him. Wednesday, January 1st. King's Cross Station, Hogwarts Express. The steam engine let out a loud hiss and blew a thick cloud of white smoke into the air as it gave a lurch and began rolling forward. The Hogwarts Express was departing, parents waving off their children as the train slowly pulled out of King's Cross. Just as it was starting to move, two boys came jogging through the crowd, weaving around families and trolleys. Neville reached the entrance first, grabbing hold of the side rail and pulling himself into the train. A moment later, Harry clambered in right after him, slightly out of breath. Told you we'd make it in time, Neville said, grinning as he adjusted the brown paper bag in his hand. Harry gave him a look. We almost missed the train. Neville didn't respond. Or more likely, pretended not to hear him, as he turned and started down the corridor. Come on, Harry. We need to find Hermione. Hopefully she saved us a compartment. He wore a sweater vest over a collared shirt, his sling bag slung across one shoulder. The large brown bag rustled in his hand as they moved through the train. She did say she'd get here early, Harry said, following behind as they peered through compartment windows. They didn't have to go far. Just a few compartments down, they spotted her. Hermione was sitting alone, curled up with a book on her lap. Ah, Neville said with a grin, sliding the compartment door open. Well, hello there. Mind if we join you on this fine journey to the Scottish Highlands? He stepped inside with a theatrical bow. Hermione looked up from her book, unimpressed. What took you so long? Neville flopped into the seat opposite her. Did you miss us that much, Hermione? She rolled her eyes. You wish. I've been waiting here for over an hour. You two said you'd meet me early and never showed up. I was just about to start searching the train. Yeah, sorry about that, Hermione, Harry said as he sat down beside Neville. We actually got here earlier, but someone insisted on getting a chicken burger from a Muggle shop. Said it wouldn't take long. He gave Neville a pointed look. But the queue was massive. We almost missed the train. Hermione stared at Neville in disbelief. You almost missed the train for a chicken burger. Neville looked unbothered. Hey, it was worth it. I heard this place was proper good, and judging by the queue, I wasn't wrong. He lifted the large brown paper bag. And I didn't just get it for me. I got some for you too as well. He opened the bag and pulled out a burger, the smell immediately filling the compartment. Besides, he added, unwrapping it, even if we did miss the train, we could have just flowed to Hogsmeade. Not a big deal. He handed one burger each to Harry and Hermione. Hermione took hers with a sigh. You always have a backup plan, don't you? Neville leaned back in his seat, burger in hand. Speaking of which, I reckon we should just skip the train and flowed to Hogsmeade for next term. It would been fun exploring the place properly. Last time I was there, I barely saw anything. He took a bite, chewed, then nodded in satisfaction. This is good. Told you it was worth the effort. Harry, unwrapping his burger, looked at him. Wouldn't we get in trouble if we did that? Neville shrugged. Probably not. Why would they care if we took the train or not, as long as we make it to Hogwarts? Hermione bit into hers, her expression softening as she chewed. Okay, I'll admit it. This is really good. She swallowed, then added, and why do you want to do that after all? We are allowed to visit Hogsmeade starting from third year, on Hogsmeade weekends. Really? Harry asked, blinking. He took another bite. Why haven't I heard about that? Neville shrugged as he finished off his burger, already reaching into the bag for another. Probably 'cause you don't really hang out with anyone besides me, Hermione, Ron, and Luna. You barely talk to Seamus or Dean either. Hermione gave him a sharp look. I think they'll tell us more about it at the end of the year. But to go to Hogsmeade, we'll need written permission from a parent or guardian. Harry groaned. Brilliant. There goes that. I doubt the Dursleys'll sign anything like that. He looked over at Neville. Think your gran could sign it for me? Neville shrugged, taking a bite of his next sandwich. Probably not, but you could always just sign the form yourself. Who's going to know? Hermione shot him a glare. That's forgery. Neville shrugged again. It's just a signature for the Hogsmeade permission, no big deal. They won't know who signed it. Hermione folded her arms. How would you know? There might be a detection spell on it. Neville raised a brow. You really think they'd go that far? Hermione huffed. Suit yourselves. When you get caught, I'll be there to say, I told you so. Neville grinned. Well, even if he did get caught, he could just sneak out of the castle. Hermione turned to glare at him again. And get in trouble for it. Neville just smirked. Only if he gets caught. He and Harry exchanged a grin while Hermione shook her head, unimpressed. She finished the last bite of her burger and pulled her book back onto her lap, flipping to her bookmark with a huff. Neville leaned back in his seat and said, Hey, fun fact about Hogsmeade. Did you know students used to be allowed to go there any day of the week? Hermione glanced up from her book, curious. Really? I didn't know that. Neville nodded, gesturing to the book in her hands. It's in Hogwarts. A history. They only changed the rule sometime in the 1940s or 50s, I think. What he didn't say out loud was that he remembered it from Hogwarts Legacy. In the game, students could wander in and out of Hogsmeade whenever they liked. After he'd arrived in this world, he'd checked the records himself, and found out it was true. The rule had only changed later on. Hermione frowned slightly, flipping a few pages. I'll have to look that up. Would have been brilliant if they still let us do that, Harry said, staring out the window. The castle gets dead boring after being cooped up in it for a whole year. Neville nodded. Yeah, but it was mostly for upper years. Don't think they'd have let first or second years wander out on their own, not without a professor keeping an eye on them. Harry glanced across the compartment. So why are you reading that book anyway, Hermione? Hermione looked up from Hogwarts. A history, her finger still marking her place. I'm not really reading it, just skimming through. I was hoping there might be something about the Chamber of Secrets or the Heir of Slytherin. If it has been opened before, there might be a mention. Neville suddenly snapped his fingers. Right. We completely forgot to tell you about that. Hermione blinked at him. Tell me what? Harry leaned forward slightly. About the chamber. We asked Neville's gran about it while we were at her place. Neville nodded, sheepish. Totally slipped my mind, but can you blame a bloke? I was excited about the Premier League match. Just like he'd hoped, Hermione's parents had helped them all get tickets to watch Liverpool vs Man City at Anfield on the 28th of December. The match ended in a 1-1 draw. Neville hadn't recognized most of the players, but he'd spotted a few names he remembered. Ian Rush being one of them. Hermione huffed and raised a brow. Well, are you going to tell me what she said or not? Neville nodded quickly. Right. So, I was right. The chamber was opened before. About 50 years ago. Gran was only 4 at the time, so she doesn't know much firsthand. Neville continued. Well, Gran said that last time the chamber was opened, a student died. But they said the culprit was caught. Hermione's eyes widened. Wait. They caught who did it? Did your Gran say who it was? Harry sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. Yeah, that's the thing. The person they blamed was Hagrid. He was expelled. Hermione's eyes went even wider. What? Hagrid? Neville nodded. Yep. Last time the chamber was opened, Hagrid got expelled and someone was killed. Hermione shook her head firmly. No, it couldn't have been him. I mean, yes, he's a bit reckless when it comes to magical creatures, but he wouldn't go around petrifying people with a basilisk. Harry nodded in agreement. He was framed. That much is obvious. Neville leaned forward slightly. I think the ministry pinned it on him because it was easy. A death in Hogwarts would have caused a scandal. But blaming a half-breed. Easy out. Hagrid's half-giant. And just like how they treat Muggle-borns, the magical world looks down on anyone who's not fully human. Hermione frowned. Neville continued. He was the perfect scapegoat. No real investigation. No real questions. Just blame the half-giant kid and move on. Neville added. And I think that's why Hagrid's so loyal to Dumbledore. Gran reckons Dumbledore believed in him, vouched for him when no one else would. Gave him a job as keeper of keys when he became headmaster. Hermione looked up. Wait, Dumbledore wasn't headmaster back then. No. Gran said it was someone called Armando Dippet who was headmaster back then. Harry shook his head. And according to Gran, the minister's putting pressure on Dumbledore to hand Hagrid over again, saying he was the last one blamed, so he must be connected. Only reason he's not in Azkaban right now is 'cause Dumbledore's shielding him. Neville nodded. If I had to guess, the one who really opened the chamber back then, it must have been Voldemort. Or at least, before he changed his name, who would name their kid Voldemort. Harry's eyes narrowed. And Dumbledore knows who that is. I'd bet anything on it. He glanced between Harry and Hermione. And I think I know who was killed last time the chamber was opened. Harry frowned. Who? And why would that matter now? Neville leaned forward slightly. Because we could still talk to her. She's still at Hogwarts. Hermione's eyes widened. Ning Myrtle. Neville nodded. Yep. She was the one who died. And she haunts the same girl's bathroom where I found one of the chamber's entrances. Harry looked confused. But what could she tell us now? I mean, if she knew who the heir was, wouldn't she have said something already? Hermione nodded. Exactly. Surely she'd have told someone by now. Neville shrugged. Maybe. But she might not know who the heir really was, but she might know who framed Hagrid. Hermione looked thoughtful. You think the student who framed Hagrid was Voldemort? Neville nodded. Yeah, all signs point to it. Hermione frowned, her voice a little softer now. But wouldn't it be insensitive to ask Myrtle about her death? She's already really emotional. Wouldn't that just be cruel? Neville nodded again, more thoughtfully this time. I know. I thought the same. But then I remembered something I read about the school a while back. He leaned forward a bit. Hogwarts gives out awards to students who do something significant for the school, saving a life, uncovering something big. If Voldemort really framed Hagrid, and everyone believed he solved the case, they'd have given him one of those awards. Hermione's eyes lit up in understanding. Then it should still be in the castle, in the trophy room. Neville nodded. Yeah, it might be. Harry, who had been quiet, suddenly spoke up. Guys. They both turned to him. If he got an award, wouldn't his name also be in that? He pointed at the Hogwarts, a history book still resting in Hermione's lap. Neville and Hermione both stared at the book, then at Harry. Hermione let out a small gasp. Harry, you're a genius, she said, already flipping through the pages. Why didn't I think of that? Neville blinked. Yeah, why didn't you? Hermione shot him a quick look as she turned the pages rapidly. Then she stopped, tapped the paper, and said, 1943 found it. Here, Tom Marvolo Riddle, award for special services to the school. This must be him. She showed them the entry. According to this, he was a 5th year at the time. Neville nodded slowly. Makes sense why he'd change his name, then. I mean Tom. No one would take that seriously as the name of a dark wizard. Harry and Hermione both turned to give him a look. Neville held up his hands. Hey, I'm just saying. Tom isn't exactly fearsome. Not like Grindelwald or Voldemort. Then again, Voldemort isn't that much better. Neville snorted. Well, what could you expect from the bloke who named his followers Death Eaters? Harry and Hermione exchanged a glance, then chuckled. I mean, really, Neville said between chuckles, Death Eaters. What were the other options? Death Chompers. Corpse Nibblers. They met Luna at the Hogsmeade station and rode up to the castle together in one of the Thestral-drawn carriages. After arriving at the front gates, they parted ways. Climbing 7 flights of stairs, Neville, Hermione, and Harry joined the other Gryffindors, making their way up to the fat lady's portrait. The door swung open after the password was given, and the common room buzzed with noise, laughter, chatter, students catching up after the holidays. As the 3 of them made their way deeper into the room, Ron stepped toward them from near the fireplace. He gave them an awkward smile. Hey, guys. Neville nodded. Hello. Ron, Harry said with a small nod. Hermione gave a polite but stiff, hey there, Ron. Ron scratched the back of his neck, sighing. Look, I'm sorry for what I said before the break. I didn't mean any of it, alright. I just thought you were ditching me and ended up acting like a prat. Neville and Hermione stayed quiet, watching Harry. Harry's face flickered through a few expressions, annoyance, confusion, then finally a tired sigh. It's all right, mate. I get it. Hermione let out a quiet breath. She'd half expected them to start arguing again. Well, I'm going to go put my things away, she said, turning toward the girls' dorm. I'll meet you 2 back here in a bit. As she walked off, Neville turned to Ron. So, how was your Christmas? Ron scowled. Oh, it was awful, mate. I had to stay here with Malfoy, and of all the people, it had to be him. Absolute git the whole time. Wouldn't shut up. Kept being a right pain. Real nightmare. They started walking up the stairs toward their dormitory. Oh, and thanks for the gift, Ron added, glancing at Neville. Neville gave a small nod in return. No problem. Once they reached the dorm, Harry asked, any attacks while we were gone? Ron shook his head. Nah, though that might because there weren't any Muggle-borns left in the castle over break. Ron scratched the back of his neck, sighing. Look, I'm sorry for what I said before the break. I didn't mean any of it, alright. I just thought you were ditching me and ended up acting like a prat. Neville and Hermione stayed quiet, watching Harry. Harry's face flickered through a few expressions, annoyance, confusion, then finally a tired sigh. It's all right, mate. I get it. Hermione let out a quiet breath. She'd half expected them to start arguing again. Well, I'm going to go put my things away, she said, turning toward the girls' dorm. I'll meet you 2 back here in a bit. As she walked off, Neville turned to Ron. So, how was your Christmas? Ron scowled. Oh, it was awful, mate. I had to stay here with Malfoy, and of all the people, it had to be him. Absolute git the whole time. Wouldn't shut up. Kept being a right pain. Real nightmare. They started walking up the stairs toward their dormitory. Oh, and thanks for the gift, Ron added, glancing at Neville. Neville gave a small nod in return. No problem. Once they reached the dorm, Harry asked, any attacks while we were gone? Ron shook his head. Nah, though that might because there weren't any Muggle-borns left in the castle over break. Sunday, January 17, 1993, Black Lake, Hogwarts. The afternoon sun hung low but bright above the Black Lake. Snow blanketed Hogwarts in a thick white sheet, but unlike the blizzards they'd had the year before, today's weather was crisp and calm. The sky was clear, with just the lightest dusting of snowfall drifting lazily through the air, the perfect kind of winter day that had students pouring out of the castle to make the most of it. It had been 2 weeks since winter break ended, and the chaos of school life had come back in full force. Homework, assignments, classes piling up, enough to make the weekend feel like a gift from Merlin himself. Near the lake, groups of students were ice skating across the frozen surface, while others sat nearby laughing, chatting, or lobbing snowballs at one another. Earlier, before the break, Professor Flitwick had enchanted the Black Lake with several charms to ensure the ice stayed firm, even when the snow piled thick on top, so students could skate safely without fear of falling in. Neville stood at the edge of the lake, dressed in a red and gold jumper bearing the Gryffindor crest, gray wool trousers, and a matching scarf wrapped snugly around his neck. Lumina's pouch was clipped to his side. He bent down slightly, tapped his shoes with his wand, and muttered a quiet spell. His regular soles shimmered and morphed into proper ice skates. Right then, let's see if I still remember how to do this, Neville muttered to himself. The moment he stepped onto the ice, the confidence came rushing back. His movements were smooth and steady, muscle memory kicking in from his past life. He'd been ice skating plenty of times before, back when he'd lived in the Muggle world, so it didn't take long for him to start gliding across the surface with ease. He picked up speed, wind brushing against his face as he made a wide loop. His breath came out in puffs, but he was grinning. As he curved around again, he glanced back toward the lake's edge and spotted Harry, Hermione, and Ron still standing where he'd left them. Huh, Neville muttered, narrowing his eyes. What are they still doing there? He coasted to a stop in front of them with a casual hockey stop, sending a spray of snow and ice their way. Neville blinked. Huh, what are they doing just standing there? He changed direction and glided towards them. With a quick turn and a spray of ice, he came to a clean hockey stop right in front of the trio. Oi, he said, eyebrows raised, what's wrong with you lot? Why aren't you on the ice yet? Harry and Ron were dressed for the weather, Harry in a gray jumper with a navy scarf, and Ron bundled up in a thick coat and a black snow cap pulled low over his ears. Ron scowled and pointed at the ice. That is what's wrong. No way I'm getting on that death trap without falling on my face. Multiple times, Harry added, though he was smiling. Neville chuckled. You won't fall. Well, maybe once or twice, but that's part of the fun. Hermione rubbed her gloved hands together nervously. It looks a bit difficult. Neville grinned. Ah, it's not that hard. Just give it a go, it'll be fun. He gestured out at the lake. Look, everyone's doing it. Kids were laughing and skating all across the ice, some gliding gracefully, others wobbling along with flailing arms. All right, Ron muttered, stepping forward reluctantly. The moment his foot touched the ice, he wobbled and with a loud thump, went straight down on his backside. Neville laughed. You've got to keep your knees bent, Ron, it helps with balance. Yeah, easy for you to say. You're not the one eating snow, Ron grumbled, pushing himself up again. He tried once more, standing slowly, only for his feet to shoot out from under him again. Thud. Back down he went. Harry stepped forward next, a bit more cautious. He managed to get both feet on the ice without falling, arms stretched out like wings for balance. This is a bit like balancing on a broom, he said. But then he wobbled, arms flailing. Whoa. Neville quickly grabbed his arm. Steady there, mate. Harry nodded, still holding onto him. Yeah, thanks mate. So how do I actually move? Harry asked, letting go of Neville's hand. Neville skated a short distance ahead, turning to demonstrate. Right. Keep your feet in a little V shape. Then give a gentle push outward with each foot. Like this. He glided forwards, showing them the motion. See. Harry watched, then gave it a go. I think I'm getting the hang of this, he said, grinning. Neville gave him a nod of approval. Yeah, just like that. And to stop, spread your legs out like this. He demonstrated the snowplow stop. Harry watched, then gave it a go. He came to a wobbly but successful stop, arms flailing slightly before he found his balance. Hey, that actually worked. Nice one, Neville said, already pushing off again. Now try gliding a bit. Harry followed, cautiously pushing off and starting to glide again. This is actually fun, he admitted. Luna drifted up beside him, skating backwards with ease. You're doing well, Harry, she said dreamily, her radish earrings bobbing as she moved. Harry blinked at her. Thanks, Luna, but wait, how are you doing that? He watched her skates with disbelief. Luna glanced down as if noticing for the first time. Oh, this. It's quite easy, really. It's just like walking backwards, but on ice. You should try it. Harry chuckled, shaking his head. Nah, I think I'll stick to going forwards for now. Suit yourself, Luna said with a shrug, and continued to skate beside him, hands clasped behind her back. Neville looked over his shoulder and called out, I think you're getting the hang of this, Ron. Ron had just managed to stay upright, his arms flapping for balance as he took slow, awkward strokes. Barely. He grunted, eyes fixed on his skates. Just then, Fred and George Weasley skated up with wide grins. Oi oi, make way. Fred cried. Here to save the day, George added. Their sudden appearance startled Ron, who teetered dangerously. Before he could fall, both twins grabbed an arm each and hauled him back upright. Steady there, Ronikins, Fred said, laughing. Operation Teach Ron to skate is officially a go, George declared. Ron flailed in their grip. Oi, Jareth, I can do it myself. Relax, brother of mine, Fred said, steering him. We've got this under control. By the end of this lap, we'll have you flying. I mean sliding effortlessly, George grinned. With that, the twins shuffled him forward in a series of clumsy zigzags. Ron's eyes were wide with panic, but he somehow stayed upright, for about 3 seconds. Then all three of them toppled over in a spectacular tangle of limbs and scarves. A ripple of laughter spread across the rink from nearby students. Neville clapped slowly, smirking. 10 out of 10 for style, lads. Shut it, Ron groaned, red-faced but laughing as he untangled himself from his brothers. I nearly had it. Sure you did, Fred wheezed, lying flat on his back. Just needed a little less flailing and a bit more balance, George added, rubbing his elbow. Neville glanced back and spotted Hermione standing stiffly at the edge of the lake, arms crossed and looking more uncertain than cold. He pushed off and skated over to her, stopping just in front of her. You know, Hermione, he called with a teasing smile, you're missing out on all the fun. Hermione pulled her cloak tighter around her and gave him a look. I'm fine with that. Thank you very much, she said primly. Happy to watch from right here. Neville tilted his head. Are you scared? She huffed, arms folding tighter across her chest. Of course I am. I've never even seen real ice skates before today. What if I fall and break my arm or something? Neville extended his hand, palm up, his expression soft. I promise I won't let you fall. Come on. It's fun, honest. Hermione stared at his hand for a moment, biting her lip. Then she let out a sigh. All right, but if I end up with a broken arm, you're doing all my homework. Neville grinned. Deal. She took his hand gingerly and stepped onto the ice, her ankles immediately wobbling. She let out a soft gasp as her balance tipped. Neville chuckled, steadying her with one hand. Don't worry, Hermione. I'm right here. Just keep your knees bent slightly, like mine. See? Hermione gave a small nod, mimicking his stance. Her skates wobbled for a moment, but she managed to steady herself. That's it, Neville encouraged. Then he pushed off gently, sliding backwards as he guided her across the ice. See? Not that hard, is it? Hermione gave him a look but said nothing. Truthfully, she didn't want to admit she was actually starting to enjoy it. Hermione glided to a cautious stop beside him, her cheeks pink from the cold and maybe just a bit of nerves. How are you so good at this? She asked, half amazed, half accusing. Neville scratched the back of his neck, looking a little sheepish. Just one of those things, I reckon. Like how Harry's brilliant on a broom. Maybe it's muscle memory or something, maybe I've skated before I lost my memories. After a while, she'd gotten the hang of it enough to skate on her own, still a bit stiff, but steady. Neville skated next to her, gliding backwards with a grin. Told you it'd be fun. Honestly, you picked it up faster than I expected. Next, We'll have to work on flying. Hermione shot him a flat look. The day I enjoy flying on a broom is the day Professor Snape says something nice about Neville in front of the class. Neville snorted. So never. Then, before she could swat at him, a magically amplified voice echoed across the grounds, unmistakably Professor McGonagall's. All students are to return to their common rooms immediately. I repeat, all students are to head to their respective common rooms at once. Prefects, please assist with escorting the students. Neville and Hermione stopped skating and looked at each other. Harry skated over quickly, worry written across his face. What do you reckon that's about? McGonagall sounded shaken. Hermione bit her lip. Could it be another attack? Neville nodded. Yeah, most probably. A Ravenclaw prefect cupped his hands and shouted, "All right, everyone, off the ice and back inside." Move it. Neville offered Hermione his arm. Come on. Let's grab our things. She took it without hesitation, and they skated back to where they had left their belonging. Whatever happened, Neville said, we'll find out soon enough. The Gryffindor common room was packed. Every student in the house had returned, filling the space with anxious murmurs and tense energy. An hour had passed since they were all called back inside, and the rumor spreading through the castle was chilling. There had been another attack. Neville, Harry, Ron, and Hermione sat together near the fire under a Muffliato spell. Hermione looked around nervously, then leaned in and whispered, "Who do you think it was this time? It definitely wasn't someone from Gryffindor, or someone would have noticed if one of us was missing by now." Ron frowned, arms crossed. "Probably someone from another house. I heard." He lowered his voice, "It was a prefect this time." Harry's brow furrowed. "But why didn't I hear it this time?" Neville nodded. "That's probably 'cause we were outside the castle. You only hear it when you're inside the castle." Then the portrait hole swung open, and Professor McGonagall stepped into the room, tartan shawl trailing behind her, face drawn and lips pressed into a thin line. Neville quickly ended the Muffliato. "May I have your attention, please?" she said briskly, though her voice wavered slightly beneath the usual firmness. The room fell silent. All eyes turned to her. McGonagall looked around at the gathered students, then unrolled the parchment she held in one hand. "Due to recent events," she said clearly, "a new set of rules will be going into effect immediately." Her eyes scanned the paper as she read aloud. "All students will return to their house common rooms by 6 o'clock in the evening. No student is to leave the dormitories after that time. You will be escorted to each lesson by a teacher. No student is to use the bathroom unaccompanied by a member of staff. All Quidditch training and matches are suspended until further notice. There will be no more evening activities." She paused for a breath, then rolled the parchment shut with a tight snap. Her voice dropped slightly as she added, "I need hardly say the school has rarely been so distressed. If the person responsible is not caught soon, Hogwarts may be closed." Her gaze swept the room, eyes steely behind her spectacles. "If anyone knows anything at all, even the smallest detail, I urge you to come forward." With that, she gave a stiff nod and turned, climbing somewhat awkwardly back through the portrait hole. The room erupted into nervous chatter the moment she left. Neville leaned toward the others. "Come on," he murmured, jerking his head toward the stairs. They slipped away from the crowd and climbed up to the boys' dormitory. As soon as they were inside, Neville flicked his wand and muttered, "Muffliato." The room went comfortably quiet, the outside noise fading into a dull hum. Harry was the first to speak. "Do you think they'll actually close the school?" he asked, his voice low but tense. Hermione nodded, worry etched across her face. "Yeah, most likely. It's getting too dangerous. We've been lucky so far. No one's died." Neville shook his head, sitting down on the edge of his bed. "I don't think they will. At least not yet." Ron gave him a look. "What do you mean?" "You heard McGonagall. She said if this keeps up, they'll shut it down." Neville ran a hand through his hair with a sigh. "If it keeps going like this, then yeah, they might. But Hogwarts, it's too important, Ron. To the ministry. To the whole country, really. It's not just about safety, it's political. Hogwarts is one of the oldest magical schools in the world. Shutting it down would send the wrong message." Neville took Lumina gently from his shoulder pouch and placed her in the little cushion nest on his bedside table. She chirped happily, curling into the soft fabric and fluffing her feathers. Remember what Gran told us before, the minister's already putting pressure on Dumbledore to arrest Hagrid. Now that another student's been attacked, he's probably going to push even harder. Hermione's eyes widened in horror. But that's awful. Hagrid's not the heir of Slytherin. Arresting him isn't going to solve anything. Harry nodded grimly. Yeah, we know. But the minister's not after the truth. He just wants someone to blame. A scapegoat. And Hagrid, he was the one they blamed last time, wasn't he? Neville gave a slow nod. Exactly. Unless we know who the heir actually is, there's not much we can do. Neville lay back on his bed with a quiet sigh, eyes staring up at the ceiling. Hermione glanced between them, hesitant. Should we tell a professor about what we've found so far? But Neville cut in before she could finish. Like I said before, Dumbledore probably already knows everything that happens in the castle. He glanced at Harry as he spoke. As telling him won't make much difference. Harry met Neville's gaze and gave a small, reluctant nod. So, he wants me to confront Tom Riddle myself, doesn't he? Hermione looked between the two of them, clearly uneasy, but didn't argue. Probably. Neville nodded as he kept staring at the ceiling, his brow furrowed. Should I just let them shut the place down? He wondered. Dumbledore will lose pull if that happens. That's good, but if the school closes, everything becomes unpredictable. And the diary might vanish. Hermione's eyes widened in horror. But that's awful. Hagrid's not the heir of Slytherin. Arresting him isn't going to solve anything. Harry nodded grimly. Yeah, we know. But the minister's not after the truth. He just wants someone to blame. A scapegoat. And Hagrid, he was the one they blamed last time, wasn't he? Neville gave a slow nod. Exactly. Unless we know who the heir actually is, there's not much we can do. Neville lay back on his bed with a quiet sigh, eyes staring up at the ceiling. Hermione glanced between them, hesitant. Should we tell a professor about what we've found so far? But Neville cut in before she could finish. Like I said before, Dumbledore probably already knows everything that happens in the castle. He glanced at Harry as he spoke. As telling him won't make much difference. Harry met Neville's gaze and gave a small, reluctant nod. So, he wants me to confront Tom Riddle myself, doesn't he? Hermione looked between the two of them, clearly uneasy, but didn't argue. Probably. Neville nodded as he kept staring at the ceiling, his brow furrowed. Should I just let them shut the place down? He wondered. Dumbledore will lose pull if that happens. That's good, but if the school closes, everything becomes unpredictable. And the diary might vanish. Tuesday, January 19, 1993, Great Hall, Hogwarts. The Great Hall was quieter than usual that morning. Not silent, but the sort of quiet where people were talking, just not as loud as they usually did. Conversations were hushed, nervous glances being traded between students. It had been 2 days since Penelope Clearwater was found petrified in the astronomy tower, and the whole school had been on edge since. Neville sat at the Gryffindor table, dressed and ready for the day. He had one leg propped up lazily, his arms on the table as he smeared strawberry jam onto a half-cut croissant. He took a bite and chewed slowly, not really tasting it. The rules they'd brought in after Penelope was found had driven him up the wall. Curfews. No wandering alone. No more dueling practice. Even no to the library. Bloody brilliant, he thought dryly, glancing at the enchanted ceiling above. Hermione sat beside him, already halfway through her breakfast and nose deep in the Daily Prophet. Harry was across from them, flipping through a book, some magical theory thing he'd borrowed from Neville. Ron was next to him, forking sausages into his mouth like he was on a timer. Luna hadn't joined them today. She was at the Ravenclaw table with her housemates, looking dreamily at her plate while one of the other girls talked her ear off. Neville took a sip from his goblet of orange juice, eyes drifting now and then toward the Hufflepuff table. He wasn't staring, just watching, quiet and casual as he bit into his croissant, looking to see if any of them were acting odd. Hermione's voice pulled him back. Hey, guys, look at this, she said, tapping the paper. A Muggle train disappeared yesterday. Neville blinked. Disappeared. Yeah, she said, her brow furrowed as she read aloud. A train went missing yesterday while heading from Paddington to Reading. Muggles were left stranded at the station for hours as investigators scrambled to locate the vehicle. As of this morning, neither the train nor its passengers have been found. Neville lowered the croissant onto his plate. Do they know what happened to it? Hermione shook her head, folding the newspaper slightly as she kept reading. No. There's an investigation underway, but listen to this part. While officials suggest a mundane technical failure, some within the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes have floated the theory that this could be the result of a prank gone wrong. Meanwhile, critics accuse the ministry of neglecting its duty to combat anti-Muggle sentiment, raising concerns that the disappearance may have been deliberate. Harry leaned forward, brow creased. What about the people on board? Did they say anything about them? Hermione glanced back at the article. Not really. It says the train might have been running empty, but nothing is confirmed. The ministry hasn't said anything official. Her tone didn't sound convinced. But why? Harry asked, confused. What would anyone gain by making a train vanish? Harry looked confused. But why? What would anyone gain by making a train disappear? Neville shrugged. Could be a message. Or maybe just a way to draw attention away from something else. Ron stabbed a sausage with his fork. Or maybe it's a message from you-know-who's old followers or something. I mean, I've heard stuff like this happen during the war. Hermione gave him a look. Ron, why would they do that now? They've been quiet since you-know-who vanished. Stirring things up would only bring trouble on their heads. Ron shrugged. Yeah, well, those nutters were never exactly known for their brains, were they? They did follow him willingly, after all. Neville set down his goblet. Feels more like a prank that went too far. Or just the ministry messing up. They've been suspiciously quiet about it, and that usually means they're covering their own backs. Ron nodded slowly, mouth half full of sausage. Yeah, sounds about right. Classic ministry move. Muck it up, then pretend it never happened. Hermione gave Neville a sideways glance, her brows drawn together. You really think it's just a prank? A whole train vanishing, Neville. That's not exactly small. Harry leaned back slightly. Or maybe they don't know what happened. Which honestly, might be worse. Neville gave a short nod. Yeah, that too. Either they're hiding it, or they've got no clue. And both are bad. He glanced toward Hermione. Did the article mention if the Obliviators were involved? Hermione shook her head. No, not a word. Which is strange. If the Muggles were panicking, the Obliviation Squad should have stepped in. Ron let out a snort. Unless they did, and the Prophet's just leaving it out. Wouldn't want to admit it got that far, would they? Before anyone could say more, the doors to the Great Hall creaked open. The chatter died down at once as every student turned to look. Lucius Malfoy strode in, calm and poised, dressed in sleek black robes with his silver-topped cane in hand. He walked like he owned the place, a smug smirk curling on his lips. Beside him waddled a round, nervous-looking man with thinning hair and a bowler hat. Students began whispering across the hall as they watched the pair make their way towards the staff table. Neville's eyes narrowed. He recognized the second man from photos in The Prophet. Hermione leaned closer, voice low. Isn't that the Minister for Magic? Ron gave a stiff nod. Yeah, that's Dad's boss, Cornelius Fudge. Harry frowned. What's he doing here with Malfoy? Neville didn't answer at first. His attention had shifted to Hagrid at the staff table. The gamekeeper looked like he was shrinking into his seat, face pale, eyes darting between the door and the exit behind him. He knows what's coming, Neville thought. Dumbledore had risen from his seat, descending from the high table with calm purpose. He met the pair halfway across the hall. Ah, gentlemen, Dumbledore said, polite but firm. Might we continue this discussion somewhere more private? My office, perhaps. Fudge looked almost relieved. Yes, that would be best. Lucius waved a gloved hand as if brushing off an unimportant suggestion. That won't be necessary, Dumbledore, he drawled, voice calm and oily. The minister and I are here on official business. No need for hushed tones. Dumbledore's eyes narrowed slightly. I see, he said calmly. Then, Might I ask what this is about? Fudge cleared his throat, fumbling with his bowler hat. It's regarding Rubeus Hagrid. Dumbledore's expression didn't change. He simply turned his head and called out, Hagrid, if you'd join us for a moment. Hagrid stiffened further. His chair scraped loudly against the floor as he stood. He walked slowly toward them, shoulders hunched. With a flick of Dumbledore's wand, a sound barrier was erected around the group. Instantly, the hall erupted into hushed chatter, students leaning toward one another with wide eyes. Hermione, looking worried, looked at the three and asked, What do you think they want with Hagrid? You don't think they're here for Hagrid, do you? Harry nodded, watching the group intently. Yeah, that's exactly why they're here. Hermione bit her lip. But there aren't any Aurors with them. Ron grunted. He doesn't need 'em. He's the ruddy minister. He can do what he likes. Neville kept his eyes on the scene unfolding before them. I think he wants Hagrid to come willingly. Less noise. Less mess. He leaned forward a bit, lowering his voice. I don't think even Fudge believes it's Hagrid. He's just doing this so it looks like the ministry's doing something about the Chamber of Secrets. Hermione's expression turned thoughtful. You think he's trying to calm the public? Neville shook his head. No. Remember what my gran said. They've been keeping the whole thing quiet. Hardly anyone outside Hogwarts even knows what's really going on. It's not about the public. It's about the people who do know. The Board of Governors, maybe some folks at the ministry. When this finally gets out, they can say, see, we acted. Makes it look like they've done something. Neville gave a small chuckle, shaking his head. And besides calling Hagrid the heir of Slytherin. That's mad. Wouldn't that go against everything Voldemort and his lot stood for? Harry looked over at him, brow furrowed. You mean 'cause Hagrid's half giant? Neville nodded. Yeah, doesn't exactly line up with their pure blood only nonsense, does it? Hermione let out a soft breath, her expression tight. They must know that, too. But I suppose it doesn't matter, not when they're just looking for someone to blame. Down by the staff table, they watched Hagrid's shoulders sag as he gave a small, resigned nod. Cornelius Fudge looked visibly relieved, adjusting his bowler hat and exhaling through his nose. Dumbledore leaned in, placing a hand gently on Hagrid's shoulder. He murmured something quietly. No one could hear it, and then, with a flick of his wand, the shimmering sound barrier dropped. The murmur of the great hall faded to a hush again. Very well, Cornelius, Dumbledore began, voice calm, but he didn't get far. Lucius' voice slicing through the hall. I'm afraid there's one more matter we're here for, Headmaster. Fudge turned, clearly caught off guard. One more matter. What are you talking about, Lucius? Lucius adopted a look of innocent surprise, though the smug glint in his eyes betrayed him. Oh, not a ministry concern, Minister. This is between the Board of Governors and Professor Dumbledore. Dumbledore's gaze shifted to Malfoy, unreadable. And what exactly is it that you want with me, Lucius? Lucius smiled as if discussing the weather. Dreadful thing, Dumbledore, he said lazily. He reached into his robes and drew out a rolled parchment, holding it out with a deliberate flourish. But the governors feel it's time for you to step aside. This is an order of suspension. You'll find all 12 signatures there, I assure you. He paused just long enough for the silence to grow uncomfortable. I'm afraid we feel you're losing your touch. How many attacks have there been now? One just a few days ago, wasn't it? At this rate, there'll be no Muggle-borns left at Hogwarts. And we all know what a dreadful loss that would be to the school. The words dripped with false concern, and his smirk never faded. A wave of murmurs rolled through the great hall. Shock, confusion, outrage. Whispers flew from table to table as students twisted in their seats, eyes wide and voices hushed. Neville raised an eyebrow, suspicion prickling at the back of his neck. All 12 signatures, he thought, eyes narrowing slightly. How did he get Grans? He doubted Augusta Longbottom, who practically despised Lucius Malfoy, would ever sign something with his name on it, especially after the scene at the platform earlier that school year. No, something about this wasn't right. Neville frowned, his mind ticking. Fudge looked increasingly flustered. Oh, now, see here, Lucius, he said, voice shaking slightly, Dumbledore suspended. No, no, that's the last thing we want right now. The appointment or suspension of the headmaster is a matter for the Board of Governors, Minister, Malfoy interrupted smoothly, not even sparing him a glance. And as Dumbledore has failed to stop these attacks. Now look, Lucius, Fudge said, mopping his brow with a handkerchief, if Dumbledore can't stop them, I mean to say, who can? That, Malfoy said with a tight, cold smile, remains to be seen. But as all 12 of us have voted. Lucius Malfoy. The voice cut through the rising noise like a whip. All eyes turned to the voice in question. Professor McGonagall strode towards them, her face pale but furious, her voice clipped and sharp. This is nothing short of a disgrace. You dare strut in here, disrupting the school, undermining the headmaster in front of the students. Lucius raised a brow coolly. I assure you, Professor, the Board of Governors has every right. You and your board should be ashamed of yourselves, she snapped. Dumbledore's done more to protect this school than the lot of you combined have done in your entire lives. Minerva, Dumbledore said gently, placing a hand on her arm. Please. It's quite all right. But Albus, she started, voice trembling ever so slightly. How many did ye have threaten and blackmail before they agreed? Malfoy, Hagrid shouted, voice booming through the hall. Lucius didn't flinch. Dear, that temper of yours, Hagrid. You really ought to watch it. The guards at Azkaban won't be nearly as tolerant. You can't take Dumbledore. Hagrid roared, voice shaking the very air. Take him away, and the Muggle-borns won't stand a chance. There'll be killins next. Gasps erupted across the hall. Calm yourself, Hagrid, Dumbledore said sharply, though his tone remained gentle. He stepped forward then, turning to face Lucius Malfoy fully, his expression calm but firm. If the governors truly wish for my removal, Lucius, he said evenly, then I shall, of course, step aside. But, Fudge stammered, glancing between them with a look of complete uncertainty. But, Dumbledore. Surely. Dumbledore did not acknowledge him. His eyes, bright and piercing, never once left Lucius Malfoy's cold, gray stare. However, he continued, voice clear and deliberate, you will find that I will only truly have left this school when none here are loyal to me. He let the words hang in the air for a moment, then turned his gaze slowly across the hall, sweeping over the students. His eyes landed on Harry, sharp, meaningful. And you will also find, Dumbledore said, voice carrying through the hall, that help will always be given at Hogwarts to those who ask for it. Silence. A hush fell over the great hall, thick and tense. Not a soul dared speak. Lucius gave a slight, mocking bow. His smirk hadn't faded. Admirable sentiments, he said smoothly. We shall all miss your, highly individual way of running things, Albus. And let us all hope that your successor manages to prevent any, killins. Without waiting for a reply, he turned on his heel, robes billowing, and walked out of the hall. Cornelius Fudge stood awkwardly for a second, then gave a weary sigh and adjusted his bowler hat. Well then, we'll be off as well. Dumbledore gave Hagrid a soft look, resting a hand on his arm. Stay strong, my friend, he said quietly. Hagrid nodded, blinking hard. Then he looked at McGonagall. Mind talkin' care of Fang while I'm gone, Professor? He asked, voice thick. McGonagall's expression was tight. She gave a small, stiff nod. Of course. Take care, Hagrid. Her eyes, though still steely, were glistening slightly. Hagrid sniffed and lumbered after Fudge, boots thudding against the stone floor. Dumbledore turned to McGonagall. Minerva, might I have a word? Preferably outside. Still visibly fuming but composed, she gave a curt nod and followed as he strode out with quiet dignity. The heavy doors closed behind them with a final thud. As the doors clicked shut behind them, the silence in the great hall shattered like glass. Chatter exploded in every direction, whispers, gasps, and frantic voices filling the air. Ron leaned across the table, face pale. They just sacked Dumbledore, he muttered. Now we're really not safe. Neville, arms crossed, let out a snort. Like he was doing anything. Ron shot him a sharp glare. Oi! He's the only one you know who was ever scared of. But Harry cut in, voice quiet but steady. No, Neville's got a point. We know Dumbledore probably knows what's going on, but he hasn't done much. And Malfoy orchestrated it, and I think he's behind the chamber as well. Neville nodded. Of course, Neville knew that Lucius was the one who gave Tom's diary to someone. Hermione looked up, her eyes narrowing. You think he's involved in the chamber business somehow? That he's helping you know who? Neville shook his head. Not directly. But yeah, I think he's helped somehow. Maybe even helped Tom possess someone, like how Tom was possessing Quirrell last year. He leaned in slightly, voice low. And Gran said he's been the loudest voice on the board ever since this started. We already know how he feels about Muggle-borns. Just look at the way his son acts, it's not hard to guess. Neville's eyes flicked toward the staff table, then back to the others. So why would someone like him be so eager to help? I think he knows exactly what's going on and he's using it to get rid of anyone who stands in his way. Starting with Dumbledore. Then he turned to Harry. You saw it, didn't you? Harry nodded slowly, frowning. Yeah, when he said, help will always be given at Hogwarts to those who ask for it. He was looking straight at me. He wants me to figure this out to deal with Tom. Neville nodded again. Exactly. But Harry cut in, voice quiet but steady. No, Neville's got a point. We know Dumbledore probably knows what's going on, but he hasn't done much. And Malfoy orchestrated it, and I think he's behind the chamber as well. Neville nodded. Of course, Neville knew that Lucius was the one who gave Tom's diary to someone. Hermione looked up, her eyes narrowing. You think he's involved in the chamber business somehow? That he's helping you know who? Neville shook his head. Not directly. But yeah, I think he's helped somehow. Maybe even helped Tom possess someone, like how Tom was possessing Quirrell last year. He leaned in slightly, voice low. And Gran said he's been the loudest voice on the board ever since this started. We already know how he feels about Muggle-borns. Just look at the way his son acts, it's not hard to guess. Neville's eyes flicked toward the staff table, then back to the others. So why would someone like him be so eager to help? I think he knows exactly what's going on and he's using it to get rid of anyone who stands in his way. Starting with Dumbledore. Then he turned to Harry. You saw it, didn't you? Harry nodded slowly, frowning. Yeah, when he said, help will always be given at Hogwarts to those who ask for it. He was looking straight at me. He wants me to figure this out to deal with Tom. Neville nodded again. Exactly. Monday the 15th of February 1993 outside Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, Hogwarts. The second years trudged along the corridor behind Professor Lockhart, who was humming cheerfully to himself as if the castle hadn't just endured multiple petrifications. Neville lingered at the back of the group with Hermione, Harry, and Ron. He was grinning like he was going mad. As they filed into the classroom and took their usual seats, Hermione leaned closer and whispered, "What's got you grinning like that? You've been smirking since breakfast." Neville only gave her a wink. "Patience, Hermione. You'll see soon enough." At the front of the room, Lockhart strode to his desk with dramatic flair. "Right, class. Turn to page 180 of Wandering with Werewolves. We shall." He paused, then said brightly, "We shall practice my favorite bedside pose." "Oh. Blast. No, that's not." A few students blinked in confusion. Dean gave a loud snort. Seamus nearly fell out of his chair wheezing. Within seconds, the whole class had burst into uncontrollable laughter. Lockhart flushed crimson. What I meant to say was, my most intimate campfire moment. No. That's not it either." Every attempt to correct himself only made it worse. He went on about hair tonic, pearly white teeth, and the vital art of smoldering at just the right moment. Each slip of the tongue had the class in absolute stitches. Neville bit his lip to stop from laughing too loudly. "Blimey, works even better than I hoped." Lockhart tried again. Now, to business. Potter. Front and center. There's a lad. Bend over. I mean stand over, oh Merlin. Harry looked stunned as he stepped forward. Ron had to stuff his sleeve in his mouth to keep from cackling. Lockhart continued, determined. "We shall demonstrate the defensive crouch I used against the Slovakian silver-backed werewolf. Marvelous beast, all fangs and rippling pectorals. Wait, that's me. No, the werewolf, was it me? He slapped a hand over his mouth, clearly horrified. The chalk dropped from his hand as if it had scorched him. Right. Clearly someone's had a bit of fun with my pumpkin juice, he said, voice pitched high. Ha ha. Very clever prank. Lessons off. Off you go now, everyone. A Ravenclaw girl near the front hesitantly raised her hand. But Professor, we're not allowed to wander the corridors without a teacher. Neville jumped in. Didn't you hear him yesterday? Castle's perfectly safe. Lockhart latched onto the excuse like a lifeline. Exactly. Perfectly safe. As safe as, well, safer than my first modeling shoot in nothing but dragon hide pants. Oh no, his eyes went wide with horror again as the words left his mouth. With a panicked squeak, he turned on his heel and fled for his office, door slamming behind him. The class dissolved into howling laughter again. Even Hermione had her head down on the desk, shoulders shaking. The class erupted in laughter as they filtered out into the corridor, still giggling and replaying the best of Lockhart's ramblings. Neville strolled out casually, hands tucked into his pockets, looking far too pleased with himself. Told you it'd be worth it. Hermione caught up to him, her eyes narrowed. You did it, didn't you? You spiked his drink. Neville kept walking, the corners of his mouth twitching despite his best efforts. Nope. Didn't do a thing. Hermione folded her arms, though a small smile tugged at her lips. Liar. Then she froze mid-step, her eyes going wide. Hang on, Fred and George. She hissed, jabbing a finger at his chest. I saw you whispering with them in the common room last night. Neville grinned openly now. Yep, 6 galleons well spent. The day before, he'd quietly handed over the gold to Fred and George in exchange for a very specific favor. Spike Lockhart's pumpkin juice with the babbling beverage that'd leave the man a rambling mess. Harry let out a laugh. Brilliant, mate. I honestly thought he'd finally cracked. Ron snorted. After yesterday, he had it coming. Neville shrugged, not bothering to hide the satisfaction on his face. Come on, we've got the whole period free. Might as well enjoy it. Later that day, potions class, dungeon. Neville added the crushed bat spleen into his cauldron and stirred it anti-clockwise, just as the textbook instructed, 4 times. Beside him, Daphne Greengrass was focused on her own potion, stirring with smooth, practiced motions. Snape had split all the students by house today to make everyone more miserable. Hermione sat behind him and partnered with Hannah Abbott from Hufflepuff. Harry was 2 rows back, working with Terry Boot behind Malfoy's desk. And Ron, poor Ron, was stuck at the very back with Pansy Parkinson, looking like he'd rather chuck himself into the cauldron. Neville glanced down again. His potion had darkened to the right shade, bubbling gently. Almost ready. He lowered the flame beneath it carefully. From the desk next to Hermione's, Draco's voice rang out, loud enough to be heard across the room. I always thought Father might be the one who got rid of Dumbledore, Draco drawled, clearly fishing for attention. He's always said Dumbledore was the worst headmaster the school's ever had. Maybe we'll get someone decent now. Someone who doesn't care if the chamber stays open. McGonagall's only filling in. She won't last long. He's impossible, Hermione muttered behind him. Tell me about it, Neville muttered back, shaking his head slightly. Snape swept down their aisle and paused beside Daphne's cauldron. He bent slightly, examining it with his usual cold precision. Excellent, as always, Miss Greengrass. Then he turned to Neville's. Acceptable, he said, lips curling in a sneer before drifting onto Hermione and Hannah's table. Daphne glanced at Neville's potion, frowning faintly. Acceptable. Neville just shrugged, pouring his finished potion carefully into a small glass vial and setting it on the collection tray. Better than a fail, he muttered. Snape moved over to Malfoy's table, where Draco sat beside Crabbe. He peered into Draco's cauldron and gave a rare nod. Excellent work, Mr. Malfoy. Sir, said Malfoy loudly, not missing a beat. Why don't you apply to be headmaster? Snape's mouth twitched. Now, Malfoy, he said, voice smooth. Professor Dumbledore has only been suspended by the governors. I dare say he'll return soon enough. Yeah, right, Malfoy said with a smirk. I bet you'd have Father's vote, sir. I'll let him know you're the best teacher here. Snape didn't respond, but the slight smirk on his face said enough. His robes billowed dramatically as he swept off around the dungeon, clearly pleased. Neville rolled his eyes as he quietly corked his vial. More like the worst teacher in the school though, to be fair, at least he's better than Lockhart. Seamus, seated in front of Neville, hunched over his cauldron, made dramatic gagging noises. Ugh. Can't take much more of this, Professor Snape for headmaster, rubbish. I'm gonna spew, he groaned, but made sure Snape didn't hear him. Neville chuckled, unable to help himself. But the mood shifted in an instant as Malfoy's voice rang out again, loud and cruel for everyone to hear. I'm quite surprised the mudbloods haven't all packed their bags by now, he said, lips curling. Bet you 5 galleons the next one dies. Then he turned in his seat, eyes locked on Hermione. Here's hoping it's you, Granger. Long overdue. Hermione's expression faltered. Her lips parted slightly, her frown deepening, but she didn't say anything. Her eyes went a little misty, not with tears, but the sheer shock that someone would so casually wish her dead. She looked toward Neville, unsure. Harry, seated behind Malfoy, glaring. Shut it, Malfoy. Malfoy sneered, unfazed. What, Potter? Thinks she can hide behind Longbottom's robes? Pathetic. He never finished. Neville, jaw tight, waved his hand subtly. Malfoy's cauldron suddenly flipped over. The swelling solution spilled straight onto his face and hand with a wet splat. Yar! Draco shrieked, stumbling back as his arms and nose swelled comically. He tripped over the leg of his stool and hit the floor with a thud. The parts of him soaked in potion were inflating fast, his fingers like sausages, face puffing up like a balloon. He tried to scramble upright, only to collapse again, landing face first with a loud thunk. The class erupted into laughter. Seamus nearly fell off his stool, howling. Dean slapped the table. Even Hannah Abbott let out a gasp that sounded suspiciously like a giggle. Neville leaned back, arms folded, smirking just as the bell rang. Hermione clapped a hand over her mouth, trying not to laugh, but her eyes found Neville's. She already knew. Of course she did. Neville gave her a small wink. Her cheeks flushed pink. What is the meaning of? Snape snapped, storming over as the laughter died down. He stopped beside Malfoy, now resembling a grotesque balloon animal, and looked him over with no real urgency. Snape's eyes flicked toward Neville briefly. When I find out who did this, he said coldly. Then, more curtly, Mr. Malfoy, come with me. You'll need a deflating draft. Rest of you, wait outside, Snape snapped. I've got to take you all to herbology. As the class began filing out of the dungeon, Hermione walked up beside Neville. You all right? He asked softly. She managed a shaky smile. I will be. Thank you. Then, in a whisper only he could hear, serves him right. Neville's grin returned. Couldn't agree more. Harry came up next, grinning widely. That was brilliant, mate, he said, giving Neville a high five. Doubt he's learned his lesson, though. Neville shrugged. Then we'll just have to keep teaching him. Over and over. Ron, catching up, looked confused. So what happened in there? Harry quickly filled him in. Ron's expression turned stormy. He said that, to Hermione. Bloody hell, if Snape wasn't in the room. Just then, Snape reappeared from the dungeon, Draco trailing behind him. Malfoy looked perfectly normal again, save for his bruised ego and the sour scowl plastered across his face. He shot Neville a venomous glare before hurrying to rejoin Crabbe and Goyle. Enough loitering, Snape barked. I don't have time to waste. He turned and began leading the class down the corridor toward the greenhouses. Neville lingered at the back of the group. As they moved down the hallway, he flicked his fingers subtly at his side. A soft spark leapt from his hand, just enough to cast a gentle tripping jinx. Malfoy suddenly pitched forward with a loud crash, slamming into a suit of armor which collapsed on top of him in a metallic heap. The corridor burst into laughter. Snape whipped around, eyes narrowing. What are you doing, Mr. Malfoy? Draco scrambled upright, brushing off his robes. I tripped, Professor. Snape gave him a hard look, then flicked his wand, sending the scattered pieces of armor flying back into place. Well, do try not to again. Move along. Malfoy glared daggers at Neville as he hurried past, his cheeks red. Neville gave him a lazy look. What? Draco hissed something under his breath and stalked off, shoulders stiff. Neville smiled, flicked his hand again. Whump! Malfoy hit the floor a second time. More laughter erupted behind him. Merlin's saggy socks. Draco, Neville drawled, mind the floor, would you? Hermione gasped softly and whispered, Neville. Professor Snape's right there. Neville smiled innocently. Gravity's a harsh mistress, my own. Draco didn't say a word this time. He simply got up, red-faced, and stormed off ahead, trying to put as much distance as possible between himself and the Gryffindors snickering behind him. Neville strolled on at the back, hands in his pockets, whistling softly as if nothing had happened at all. They were descending the central staircase, making their way through the castle as Snape escorted them to the greenhouses for herbology. Neville, walking near the back, couldn't help himself. He cast a few more subtle tripping jinxes, sending Malfoy stumbling now and then on the stairs. He was careful, of course, only doing it when Malfoy was already near the bottom. No real harm done, just bruised pride. Eventually, though, Malfoy got wise. Huffing and red-faced, he positioned himself right next to Professor Snape and didn't budge from his side. Coward, Neville thought with mild amusement, hands in his pockets as he strolled behind the rest of the class. As they reached the second-floor landing, a group of first-years blocked the corridor. They were bunched in a loose circle, murmuring and fidgeting, clearly distracted by something. Snape's voice sliced through the hall. What is going on here? He drawled sharply. Why are you all outside of class? The first years flinched at the tone and parted quickly, making way as Snape and the second years approached. There, on the floor, lay a B-owned girl, looking pale, her eyes shut. Her small form was slightly curled on her side, motionless. Gasps rippled through the second years. Several students exchanged nervous glances, whispers already starting. Is that another one? Could the heir have attacked again? Neville narrowed his eyes, stepping closer but staying near the back. He leaned toward Harry and asked under his breath, Did you hear anything? Harry shook his head, frowning. No, nothing at all. That wasn't good. The basilisk's approach had always been loud and unmistakable to Harry before. Daphne, who had gone stiff, suddenly darted forward. Tori, she cried, dropping to her knees beside the girl. She gently took her hand, checking her pulse and brushing the hair from her sister's face. Astoria, can you hear me? Snape strode over and knelt beside them, his eyes narrowing. What happened? He asked coldly. One of the first years swallowed nervously. We were just on our way to Charms, sir. Then she just fainted. Neville's eyes narrowed on Astoria. Fainted. He rubbed his chin in thought. Could she be the one being possessed? But Ginny never fainted when she was under the diary's control. Something's not adding up. Snape nodded curtly. I see. And where is the professor meant to be escorting you? Another first year answered. Professor Lockhart cancelled class, sir. Snape sighed through his nose. That idiot, he muttered. Then, with a flick of his wand, he levitated Astoria gently into the air. I'll take her to Madame Pomfrey. I'm coming with her, Professor, Daphne said at once, stepping up and grabbing her sister's bag. Snape gave her a short nod, then turned to the group of first years, eyes narrowing. His gaze swept across them, then drifted to the back of the second years. Longbottom, escort the first years to their class. He then addressed the second year students again. Since it's nearby, I trust the rest of you can make it safely without me. Move along. Then, he snapped, turning on his heel and heading up the stairs, Astoria floating ahead of him with Daphne close behind, clutching her sister's things. As Astoria passed, Neville's eyes followed her. Get going, Longbottom. You've got a class to attend, Snape barked over his shoulder without stopping. Neville gave a small nod and turned toward the group of first years. Harry, Ron, and Hermione had lingered behind, standing beside him. You lot go ahead, Neville said. I'll come after I take them to Charms. Hermione folded her arms. You're just going to skip class again, aren't you? Harry gave him a look. Weren't you the one who said we should stick together to stay safe? Neville didn't answer straight away, walking alongside the first years as they started down the stairs. Harry, Ron, and Hermione followed a few steps behind. As they reached the next landing, Luna appeared, drifting beside them like she always did, calm and dreamy. Hello, she said, voice soft as ever. Neville nodded in greeting, and Harry asked, Hey, Luna, do you know what happened to that girl? Luna shook her head. No, she just fainted. I wonder if Astoria saw a whisper worm. They grow inside walls, you know. I've seen her staring at the stone like she's listening to something. Neville raised an eyebrow, watching Luna curiously. Listening to the walls. He glanced back toward the corridor where Snape and Daphne had taken Astoria, his mind turning. As Astoria passed, Neville's eyes followed her. Get going, Longbottom. You've got a class to attend, Snape barked over his shoulder without stopping. Neville gave a small nod and turned toward the group of first years. Harry, Ron, and Hermione had lingered behind, standing beside him. You lot go ahead, Neville said. I'll come after I take them to Charms. Hermione folded her arms. You're just going to skip class again, aren't you? Harry gave him a look. Weren't you the one who said we should stick together to stay safe? Neville didn't answer straight away, walking alongside the first years as they started down the stairs. Harry, Ron, and Hermione followed a few steps behind. As they reached the next landing, Luna appeared, drifting beside them like she always did, calm and dreamy. Hello, she said, voice soft as ever. Neville nodded in greeting, and Harry asked, Hey Luna, do you know what happened to that girl? Luna shook her head. No, she just fainted. I wonder if Astoria saw a whisper worm. They grow inside walls, you know. I've seen her staring at the stone like she's listening to something. Neville raised an eyebrow, watching Luna curiously. Listening to the walls. He glanced back toward the corridor where Snape and Daphne had taken Astoria, his mind turning. Monday evening, the 15th of February 1993, Gryffindor second-year boys' dormitory, Hogwarts. The sun dipped low over the Scottish Highlands, casting a warm orange glow across the castle. The last rays slipped through the tall windows of the second-year boys' dorm, filling the room with soft light before the shadows took over. Neville sat cross-legged on his bed, wearing a worn Gryffindor jumper and black trousers. One earbud was tucked in his ear, the other dangling free. He held a book on runes in his hands, but his eyes weren't really following the lines. He was humming lazily along to the music, mind elsewhere. How in Merlin's name am I gonna sneak into the hospital wing without getting caught? There's no way Madame Pomfrey'll let me in just to check on Astoria. Next to him, Lumina was waddling around the bedside table, fussing with random odds and ends she'd collected. The little magical rooster still hadn't grown any feathers, and her bare pink skin made her look oddly vulnerable, but the tiny scarf Hermione had knit for her gave her a bit of charm. She let out a soft peep, then poked at a button she'd found. Hermione was sitting right beside Neville on the bed, her legs tucked under her as she worked through a hefty revision book for their final exams. They'd gotten used to studying in the boys' dorm now, what with curfews still in place and the common room constantly packed with upper years. And since boys weren't allowed up the girls' staircase, the second-year boys' dorm had become their unofficial study den. Across the room, Harry was perched at the desk beside his bed, quill scratching as he hurried to finish up his potions essay. He let out a quiet sigh and scratched his head, staring down at the last paragraph. The door swung open suddenly, and Ron came strolling in with Dean and Seamus following behind, still mid-conversation. Blimey, you lot still buried in books. Ron said with a frown as he walked over to his bed. He knelt down and flipped open his trunk. Don't know how your heads haven't exploded yet. Hermione looked up from her book, raising a brow. Some of us actually enjoy learning, Ronald. Neville blinked, pulling out his earbud. Huh, you lot just back. Thought you were off playing gobstones or something. He glanced around. What time is it, anyway? Ron huffed. It's been over an hour, he said, his voice a little sharp. Where were you? Daydreaming again or what? It's 6:40, mate, Seamus added with a grin. Come on, everyone's gathering outside the common room to head down for dinner. Neville's eyes widened slightly. Already that late? He turned to the window, surprised to see the sky fully dim, the sun well gone. The dorm was now lit more by lanterns and the fading sunset glow than anything else. He stretched, a long yawn escaping him. Well, I suppose we should head down soon, then, he muttered, closing the book on his lap. Hermione gave a little nod, still scribbling down a note in the margin of her parchment. Seamus chuckled as he flopped onto his bed. You lot need to relax. Finals are still 3 months off, Hermione. Bit early to be panicking, yeah. I mean, reckon they might cancel 'em anyway, with everything going on. Hermione didn't even glance up from her notes. That's exactly why I'm revising now. And no, they are not canceling the exams. Ron dropped onto his bed with a groan, frowning. You really reckon we'll still have exams, Hermione? After everything that's happened? I asked Professor McGonagall, Hermione said primly. She said final exams are still happening. Why else would the school even still be open? Seamus blinked. Wait, seriously, we still have to sit the finals. He groaned and let his head fall back. Brilliant. Just what we needed. Ron snorted. Yeah, fantastic. Bet the ones who've been petrified get out of it though, don't they? Hermione shrugged, flipping a page in her book. I'm not sure. I suppose they'd have to retake the year if they missed too much. Dean cleared his throat. Hermione, any chance you could give us a minute? I'd like to change my top before we head down, he said, looking sheepish. Oh, right, sorry, she said quickly, cheeks going a little pink. She rolled up her parchment, gathered her books, and stood. I'll just drop these in my dorm and meet you in the common room. Ron looked over at Harry, who was still hunched over the desk, scribbling away. Oi, you still at that? Aren't you coming to dinner? Yeah, I will, Harry muttered without looking up. Just need a second. Nearly done. Neville stretched and sat up, letting out a small grunt as he grabbed his sling bag from the floor. He shoved his rune book into it. A sudden chirp came from the table, and Lumina tilted her head at Neville, as if scolding him. Neville sighed. Yeah, I know, he grumbled, reaching over and gently picking her up. Wouldn't dream of leaving you behind. He tucked her into the inside pocket of his jumper. Seamus laughed as he pulled off his shirt. Mate, that bird's clingier than a niffler after gold. Tell me about it, Ron muttered. That bloody bird never shuts up. Woke me up way too early this morning. Neville rolled his eyes. Better than sleeping with a rat. The room burst out laughing. Ron's ears went a little pink. Oi, Scabbers is clean. Neville smirked as he slung his bag over his shoulder. Yeah, until he starts nesting in your socks again. That was one time. Ron shot back. They all laughed again at Neville's jab, while Ron muttered something under his breath, still looking a bit red around the ears. Dean, pulling on a clean jumper, glanced over at Lumina, who had just poked her head out of Neville's pocket. You sure there's nothing wrong with her? He asked, brow raised. I mean you've had her for months, mate. Still no feathers. Not even fluff. Before Neville could answer, Lumina let out a sharp, indignant chirp, loud enough to startle Seamus, who dropped a sock. Blimey, Seamus muttered. She understood that, didn't she? Neville sighed. He could feel her shifting slightly, like something was bothering her. Is she feeling insecure? He wondered, gently rubbing the top of her soft, bare little head with his thumb. What kind of bird gets self-conscious? I think she's fine, mate, Neville said softly. Just taking her time, that's all. I've got a feeling we'll know what's going on soon enough. Truth be told, Neville had given up trying to figure her out weeks ago. He reckoned when it mattered, he'd get his answers. Dean shrugged and yanked the jumper down. If you say so. Seamus clapped his hands once. Right, I'm starving. Hope there's apple pie today. Didn't get any yesterday. Bloody third years took the lot. Right behind you, mate, Harry said as he slotted his essay into his bag. He stood up and gave a long stretch before glancing over at Neville. You coming? Neville grabbed his wand off the dresser and nodded. Yeah, let's go. The four of them made their way down the spiral staircase, stepping into the warm, noisy bustle of the Gryffindor common room. Students were trickling out through the portrait hole, chatting and laughing as they lined up in the corridor to be escorted to the Great Hall. Neville, Harry, and Ron paused by the portrait hole, waiting near the exit. It wasn't long before Hermione came hurrying over. "Come on, boys," she said. They were just about to step out through the portrait hole when a loud, magically magnified voice echoed through the corridor. "All students are to stay in their house dormitories and not to leave," came Professor McGonagall's voice, sharp and clear. "Prefects are to keep students from leaving their common rooms. All teachers, report to the second-floor corridor. Immediately, please." The common room fell still for a moment. Neville's eyes narrowed. Another attack, he thought grimly. The group slowly stepped back as students who had already exited began filing back inside, murmuring to each other with anxious faces. The prefects started shooing everyone away from the portrait hole. Neville looked over at Harry. "Did you hear anything?" he asked as they started walking back toward the boys' dorm. Harry shook his head, looking just as concerned. "No, haven't heard a thing all day." Hermione, close behind them, frowned. "Do you think it was another attack?" Ron nodded as they reached the landing. "Most likely. Last time McGonagall made an announcement like that, it was." But Harry didn't hear it, Hermione pointed out. "Wouldn't he have heard the monster again if there was another attack?" Ron shrugged. "Maybe it can keep quiet now. I dunno. Maybe it's changed tactics or something." They stepped into the dorm room. Neville didn't join in the discussion. Instead, he began pacing slowly near his bed, brows furrowed deep in thought. "Hold on, if there's been another attack, then Astoria probably doesn't have the diary. Madame Pomfrey wouldn't have let her out of the hospital wing if she were still possessed. But then why didn't Harry hear the basilisk this time? He always hears it before something happens. What's going on?" He stopped pacing, a chill running down his spine. "We need to check. We need to know what's happened, before it's too late." His eyes snapped up to the others. "We have to go check out what's going on." Harry gave a firm nod. "Yeah, I was thinking the same thing." He walked over to his trunk, flipped it open, and pulled out his invisibility cloak. "We can use this." Hermione eyed the cloak doubtfully. "I don't think all four of us will fit under that." Ron nodded. "She's right, mate. It barely fits two of us." Harry started to say, "Then me and," but Neville cut him off. "That's fine. I'll use the disillusionment charm on me and Hermione. You and Ron use the cloak." He'd already pulled his wand out. Hermione blinked. "Wait. When did you learn that?" Neville shrugged. "Been practicing since the start of term. Finally managed it over Christmas." He stepped toward her. "Now stand still." Hermione straightened up, and Neville tapped his wand gently against the top of her head. Illusioned. A shimmer ran down her body, starting at her hair and moving all the way to her toes, until she vanished entirely. "Wicked," Ron muttered under his breath, eyes wide. They heard Hermione's voice, a little breathless. "That felt weird. Like someone cracked an egg on my head." Neville held his hand out. "Hermione, grab my hand so we don't lose each other." He felt her fingers close around his. Turning to Harry, he added, "Go on ahead. We'll meet you by the stairs outside the common room." Harry nodded, already pulling the invisibility cloak over himself and Ron. "Right. Follow me." Neville tapped his wand to his own head and muttered, "Illusioned." A wave of cold ran down his body as the magic washed over him, rendering him invisible. He gave Hermione's hand a gentle squeeze and began following a few steps behind Harry and Ron. As they crept down the stairwell, Neville could hear the soft fumbling of Harry and Ron just ahead, the occasional quiet bump against the wall. How do these two always manage not to get caught? He thought, shaking his head. Pulling Hermione gently along behind him, they slipped into the common room. It was still busy with students returning and gathering near the fire or milling about, talking nervously about McGonagall's announcement. Near the portrait hole, two sixth-year prefects stood firmly, arms crossed, watching everyone closely. Neville suddenly bumped into someone's back. He heard Ron whisper, "Oi, watch it." Harry whispered next, "There are prefects near the entrance, think we can sneak past them." Hermione's voice came from beside Neville. We'll get caught if we try. They're watching the door too closely. Neville nodded, already turning them around. Come on. Back to the dorm. We'll think of something else. They made their way back up, slipping quietly past groups of chattering students, and re-entered the dorm. As soon as the dorm door clicked shut behind them, Harry pulled off the invisibility cloak, letting it fall into his hands. Neville let go of Hermione's hand and gave his wand a flick. Finite. The shimmer peeled away as the disillusionment charm lifted from both of them, revealing Hermione beside him. Well, what now? Ron asked, flopping onto his bed. Harry ran a hand through his hair. I guess we wait till everyone's asleep. Try again then. Neville's eyes flicked over to the window. Or, he said, walking over to his sling bag, we could use the window. He bent down and pulled out the bag, reaching inside. Ron stared at him like he'd gone mad. Are you mental, mate? We'll fall to our deaths. Unless you've invented a way to fly, he added, dripping with sarcasm. Neville rolled his eyes and pulled out a small, shrunken broom. With a flick of his wand, it returned to full size in an instant. I don't need to invent it, he said, smirking slightly. Someone already did. Ron's jaw dropped. You had that thing the whole year, and never used it. Harry grinned. That's brilliant, Neville. He walked over to his bed and picked up his nimbus, resting neatly in its stand. Ron looked between them, eyebrows raised. Yeah, all right, but we've only got 2 brooms. He pointed at them. You forgetting that part. Neville mounted his broom, already swinging a leg over. Hermione'll ride with me. Ron, you go with Harry. Hermione crossed her arms. You're forgetting something. I don't like flying. Neville smiled, holding a hand out toward her. Come on. You trust me, don't you? She bit her lip, clearly unsure, eyes flicking toward the window. Fine. But if I fall, it's your fault. Neville chuckled. Fair enough. Get on behind me, and hold on tight. Just don't let go. Hermione climbed onto the broom, wrapping her arms tightly around Neville's middle. Maybe not that tight, Neville muttered, feeling like he was being squashed. Hermione loosened her grip slightly with an embarrassed huff. You ready? He asked. He felt her nod behind him, so he kicked off from the ground. They soared out through the wide window, the night air whipping past them. Harry and Ron followed right after, shooting out into the sky behind them. Just as they flew out the window, the door swung open. Dean stepped inside, Seamus following close behind. Huh, Seamus said, glancing around. They're not here either. You didn't see them in the common room, did you? Dean asked, frowning. Seamus shrugged. Nope. Figured they'd be up here. ... Harry flew up beside Neville. So where to? Neville kept his eyes on the towering walls of the castle. We need to find an open window, somewhere we can slip in without being seen. The 4 of them flew low around the castle, but every window they passed was shut. After a few more passes with no luck, Neville pointed. We'll land on the astronomy tower, he called. They descended quietly, landing astronomy tower's telescope room. Neville hopped off his broom and reached for his wand. Hold still, he said, and with a quick flick, he muttered, illusioned. One by one, he cast the disillusionment charm on each of them. The shimmer passed down their bodies, cloaking them in invisibility. All right, Neville said, now fully hidden. Let's move. Stay close. And quiet. They slipped through the tower, moving quickly down the spiral stairs. It didn't take long before they reached the second-floor corridor, where Professor McGonagall had called the teachers. As they stepped into the corridor, it was empty. They must have already left, Hermione muttered, glancing around. But what are we even looking for, anyway? They turned the corner, and all of them came to a halt. Look, Harry said, his voice low. He pointed at the wall. Right beneath the original message, there was a fresh line scrawled in the same eerie writing. Hermione moved closer and read it out loud, her voice tight with worry. Their skeletons will lie in the chamber forever. Her eyes widened. The air's taken someone into the chamber. Neville's stomach dropped. That's too early, he thought, a chill running through him. Didn't Tom wait till nearly the end of the year to take Ginny in the film? And this? Both their skeletons. Why would he need more than one person? His mind raced. Wait, could this have something to do with Astoria fainting earlier? Bloody hell. Has he taken her? Who did the heir take? Ron asked, snapping Neville out of his thoughts. This is serious, Hermione said, stepping back from the wall. We've got to tell a professor. We know where the entrance is now. Ron's eyes widened. Wait. What? You lot know where the entrance is? Neville shook his head, frowning. We don't have time to get a professor, he muttered. He sighed, shoulders tense. He really didn't want to do this, but there wasn't a choice. If Tom's already taken someone down there, then he's got everything he needs to come back. Hermione paled. Come back? You mean? I think he's trying to perform some sort of ritual, Neville said, pulling out his wand. With a quick flick, he cancelled the disillusionment charm, cloaking them. Something to bring himself back to life. If I'm right, then Astoria doesn't have much time left. He must have needed someone else to siphon life from. Then we've got to stop him, Harry said firmly. Before he comes back. Neville gave a short nod and turned, heading quickly towards the nearby girls' bathroom. Hermione hesitated for just a moment, then followed, biting her lip. But it's too dangerous, she said. It's not just Tom down there, it's the basilisk too. Ron spun around to look at her. Wait. What? A basilisk? What even is that? Hermione glanced at him, her voice grave. It's a giant serpent, she said. It can kill you just by looking you in the eye. Ron's face turned pale. Bloody hell. Neville stopped in front of the bathroom door. Which is why only Harry and I are going in, he said, pushing it open. Wait. What? Hermione called out, hurrying in after him. Neville ignored the protest, walking straight to the sink where a tiny snake was etched into the metalwork. He tapped it lightly. Here's the entrance. Harry stepped up beside him. So how do we open it? Neville looked at him. Parseltongue. I think you can open it. Try saying, open, in Parseltongue. Harry frowned. But I've never done it on purpose. I don't even know how. Hermione stepped closer, clearly getting impatient. Neville, listen. Neville turned to her, calm but firm. Hermione, you and Ron need to find a professor. Me and Harry will go ahead first. Try to stall him. But, Neville cut in gently but firmly. Hermione, listen. Harry's protected by his mum's sacrifice. It's still got power against Tom. And I can handle myself. But if we all go down there and something goes wrong, no one'll be left to get help. That's why you and Ron need to find a professor. It's the only way. Hermione bit her lip, torn. After a moment, she nodded. All right, but both of you, please, be careful. We'll find someone and come back as quickly as we can. Neville gave a small smile. We'll be fine. Turning to Harry, Neville pulled something out of his sling bag, a small, charmed tape recorder. Right, try this. Imagine the sink's a snake or something. Just focus on that. Harry nodded slowly, shut his eyes, and concentrated. He opened his mouth and hissed. Parseltongue. A moment later, the sink began to tremble, then slowly sank into the floor, revealing a wide, gaping pipe. Neville quickly pressed on the recorder, capturing Harry's hissing perfectly. He handed it to Hermione. Here. Just in case the entrance closes again, you can use this to open it. Hermione took it carefully, holding it tight. Then, without warning, she threw her arms around both of them, hugging them tight. Be careful. Both of you. She stepped back and added softly, good luck. Ron gave an awkward shrug. Yeah, good luck, you too. His face was conflicted, his tone stiff. Neville grinned. I've got a feeling, Harry and I'll sort this out before any professor gets here. Harry smirked. Yeah, we will be fine, guys. Hermione gave them one last look, eyes shining, then turned and ran out of the bathroom, tugging Ron along behind her. As soon as the door shut, Neville turned to Harry. Right. Let's use our brooms. I'm not sliding down that slimy pipe. Harry grimaced and nodded. Yeah, good call. They both mounted their brooms. Neville muttered, well, here we go, and pushed off, flying straight into the pipe with his wand out, casting Lumos to light the way. Harry followed close behind. Harry nodded slowly, shut his eyes, and concentrated. He opened his mouth and hissed. Parseltongue. A moment later, the sink began to tremble, then slowly sank into the floor, revealing a wide, gaping pipe. Neville quickly pressed on the recorder, capturing Harry's hissing perfectly. He handed it to Hermione. Here. Just in case the entrance closes again, you can use this to open it. Hermione took it carefully, holding it tight. Then, without warning, she threw her arms around both of them, hugging them tight. Be careful, both of you. She stepped back and added softly, good luck. Ron gave an awkward shrug. Yeah, good luck, you too. His face was conflicted, his tone stiff. Neville grinned. I've got a feeling, Harry and I'll sort this out before any professor gets here. Harry smirked. Yeah, we will be fine, guys. Hermione gave them one last look, eyes shining, then turned and ran out of the bathroom, tugging Ron along behind her. As soon as the door shut, Neville turned to Harry. Right, let's use our brooms. I'm not sliding down that slimy pipe. Harry grimaced and nodded. Yeah, good call. They both mounted their brooms. Neville muttered, well, here we go, and pushed off, flying straight into the pipe with his wand out, casting Lumos to light the way. Harry followed close behind. Monday, the 15th of February 1993. Tunnels beneath Hogwarts. Neville led the way, holding his wand in front of him to cast light as he maintained a steady pace. He and Harry flew along, following the pipe. It felt as though they had been flying for an eternity, the tunnel seemed endless. Along the way, Neville spotted several smaller pipes branching off from the main one they were following. After a few more minutes, the pipe leveled out, and then exited the pipe into a vast, open chamber. Neville came to a hover, holding his broom steady as he lifted his wand higher. The soft light from the tip of his wand illuminated the wide cave-like space. The floor below was littered with bones, small ones, broken and scattered, like they'd belonged to rats or birds. Harry floated up beside him, casting his own Lumos. His voice was low, odd. We must be miles under the school. Yeah, probably under the lake, Neville muttered, narrowing his eyes at the slimy walls surrounding them. Harry glanced around. You think this is the chamber? Doubt it, Neville said, eyeing the chamber. Feels more like an entryway. He pointed toward a tunnel at the far end, then flicked his wand and whispered, Muffaliato, just in case Riddle was listening in. Neville turned to Harry. If we're going to face the basilisk, we need a plan. Harry gulped and nodded. You got one. Yeah, Neville said, keeping his voice low. A few. So hear me out. You're going to enter the chamber alone. Harry's eyes went wide. Wait, what? Neville held up a hand. Or at least make it seem like you're alone. I'll be right there with you, under the disillusionment charm. It will give us the advantage. Harry let out a breath and nodded. All right, makes sense. Neville continued, tone serious. And I've got a feeling we'll find Tom in there. If he's anything like last year, he'll want to talk. He'll want to explain everything, show off a bit. Sounds like him, Harry muttered. If he's in there, and he starts monologuing or whatever, I want you to lunge for him. Touch him. Harry blinked. Touch him. Neville nodded. Your mum's protection is still in effect. Same as with Quirrell last year. If you touch him, it might burn him, might even stop whatever he's doing. If we're lucky, we won't even have to deal with the basilisk. Harry's brow furrowed, worry creeping into his voice. But what if he's possessing someone? Wouldn't touching him kill that person? Neville nodded grimly. Yeah, if that's the case, we switch to plan B. While you keep him talking, I'll be setting traps for the basilisk. We can't fight it head on. Not without looking at it. So I'll rig something to blind it. Should buy us enough time to finish the job. Harry nodded. All right. But what's the signal? I'll send up a flare, Neville said. You just run toward it. Yeah. Got it. But how are we supposed to kill it? Harry asked. Didn't you say basilisks are immune to magic? Neville nodded again, then flexed his wrist. With a click, a dagger shot out into his hand. He pressed a small switch on the hilt, and the blade extended and locked into place, forming a short sword. With this, Harry stared at him. You've had that the whole time. Yeah, Neville said, shrinking it back down and sliding it into a wrist sheath. Since Christmas. Neville continued. Also, give me your broom. I'll hang onto it, just in case Tom tries to snatch it off you. Once you've led the basilisk into the trap, I'll toss it back to you. Should give us an edge when we're fighting it. He lowered himself to the ground, dismounted his broom, and handed it over to Neville. Here. He looked over at Harry. You all right with the plan? Harry nodded. Yeah, easier said than done, but it's better than anything I would have come up with. Neville took the broom and gave a firm nod. All right. If you see Riddle, try to touch him when he's distracted. If that doesn't work, or if he's possessing someone, I'll send up the flare. When you see it, run straight to me. And remember, act like you're alone in there. At least until I give the. Harry nodded. Yeah, I got it. Touch him if I can. If not, wait for the flare and run toward you. He took a deep breath, steadying himself. All right, let's get this over with. All right. Good luck, mate, Neville said with a nod. He flicked his wand, canceling the muffliato, then waved it around himself, casting the disillusionment charm over both his body and their brooms. As soon as he vanished from sight, Harry climbed down onto the pipe and started forward, wand outstretched. The tip of his wand cast a soft glow ahead, lighting up the dark, damp tunnel. Neville hovered silently just behind him on his broom, the faint hum of magic around him as he floated invisibly. They moved slowly, the passage quiet except for the sound of Harry's footsteps echoing off the stone. Suddenly, Harry froze. He took a step back, nearly bumping into Neville, and pointed ahead with his wand. Neville whispered, Harry, what is it? Harry squinted, raising his wand. What's that? He stepped forward a little, shining his light over something large, curled and pale. The glow slid across a massive object. A dry, scaled shape that stretched out across the floor. It's snake skin, he murmured, walking up for a closer look. Neville floated over beside him, eyeing the skin. It was huge, easily the length of a train carriage. He reached out and touched it, half wondering if it was worth something. But as his fingers brushed the surface, the ancient skin crumbled to dust. Neville sighed. Well, that answers that. He leaned in and whispered, yeah, we're close. Has to be nearby. Harry nodded silently and stepped over the remains, moving deeper into the tunnel. Not long after, they reached a dead end, a massive wall of smooth stone, and in its center stood a large metal door. Snakes were carved into it. Neville hovered close, whispering, this has to be it, mate. Good luck. Remember the plan. Harry gave a quick nod, then stepped forward. He cleared his throat and hissed. The carved serpents twitched to life, pulling back one by one. A final snake slithered in an arc around the edge, and with a low rumble, the stone door slowly swung open. Wand raised, Harry stepped cautiously inside. Neville followed behind him, guiding his broom quietly, making sure not to make a sound. The chamber looked just like the one Neville remembered from the movie in his past life, but everything was on a much grander scale. The high ceiling soared above them, disappearing into darkness, and the entire space felt cold and hollow. At the far end of the chamber, a massive stone face was carved directly into the wall, an ancient, proud-looking man with deep-set eyes and a long beard. Neville guessed it must be Salazar Slytherin. The floor was slick with water, the air heavy and damp. Along the sides are shallow pools of murky green water. Multiple snake head statues lined the walls, mouths agape, like they were waiting to strike. Neville followed closely behind Harry as they made their way deeper into the chamber. His eyes swept the space. He noticed several tunnels near the snake head statues. Up ahead, Harry suddenly stopped. That's Daphne, he said, shocked, and broke into a jog. Neville's eyes snapped forward, and there they were. Two figures, lying motionless on the cold stone floor. So I was right then, he thought grimly. The diary was with Astoria. And Tom must have stunned Daphne and taken her as backup when they were both in the hospital wing. Not wasting a second, Neville veered off to the right, steering his broom toward one of the nearby tunnels beside a snake statue. He slipped inside, dismounted quickly, and flicked his wand to cancel the disillusionment charm cloaking him. He rummaged through his bag and pulled out a thick, folded cloth. Kneeling down, He spread it across the tunnel floor, then silently cast Engorgio, watching as the cloth expanded. Once it was large enough to cover the space properly, he mounted his broom again. With a flick of his wand, Neville cast a spell that enchanted the cloth to act like a massive rubber band, ready to snap shut with force. Then, with another flick, he used a spell usually meant for laying carpet or wallpaper, stretching the cloth and fixing it tightly along the tunnel wall. The trap was set. The moment the basilisk slithered through, the cloth would spring up and snap around its head, blinding it. Just then, he heard Harry's voice echo through the chamber. "Who are you?" Neville heard Tom's voice echo through the chamber. "No, I'm a memory preserved in that diary." Satisfied with the setup, Neville flew back out of the tunnel and hovered near one of the snakehead statues, peeking around its side to get a view of what was happening. Down below, Harry stood facing a tall, dark-haired teenage boy, and unfamiliar to Harry, but not to Neville. "That's him," Neville thought, eyes narrowing. "That's Tom. Voldemort's original face Merlin. Why'd he trade that in for the noseless look?" "Are you a ghost?" Harry asked, wand still raised. Neville watched carefully, ready to move, but then, from inside his pocket, Lumina let out a loud, sharp chirp. "Shit," Neville cursed silently, pulling back just as both Harry and Tom snapped their heads in his direction. Hermione burst out of the girls' lavatory, still hauling Ron by the sleeve. Her shoes slapped the flagstones as she tore down the corridor. "Oi! Slow down!" Ron puffed, scrambling to keep up. "Where are we going, Hermione?" "The Dada office," she shot back without breaking stride. "Defense class." Ron's eyes went wide. "You mean Lockhart? Blimey, why him?" "He's closest," she said, yanking Ron round a corner. "And if even half his books are true, he's fought monsters before." Ron snorted. "Yeah, on paper. The bloke's a walking hair gel advert." "Maybe," Hermione snapped, "but McGonagall's in Transfiguration, Sprout's in the greenhouses, and we don't have time to sprint across the castle. Harry and Neville need help now, Ron." That shut him up. They pelted up the marble staircase, careened along the first-floor landing, and skidded to a halt at Lockhart's office door, gilded nameplate and all. Hermione hammered on it. "Professor Lockhart. Professor." No answer. She tried again, louder. "Sir, it's urgent." At last, the door cracked open. Gilderoy Lockhart peered out, half-dressed in traveling robes, a packed suitcase on his desk behind him. "Ah, Miss Granger, Mr. Weasley," he said, forcing a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "Terribly sorry, I'm in the middle of important business. Pop back later, there's good children." "No, sir." Hermione pushed forward. "Harry and Neville have gone into the Chamber of Secrets. They might be facing a basilisk right now." Ron nodded, breathless. "We know where the entrance is, Professor, second floor girls' loo. But we need a teacher." Lockhart's smile froze. "You know where it is?" "Yes," Hermione said. "Please, they're buying time. We have to help." Lockhart dabbed his brow with a lavender handkerchief. "Well, that's, marvelous news, but I, have a pressing engagement. Publishers, you understand. Terribly strict deadlines." Ron scowled. "Deadlines. Harry could be dead in an hour." Lockhart's eyes darted to his desk, and he said. "Look," he whispered, "it's all been a dreadful misunderstanding. Dangerous beasts. Cursed chambers. Not really my field." He edged for the bag. Hermione stepped between him and the desk. "Professor, the school is in danger. You wrote about banishing banshees and tussling with trolls. Surely one basilisk." Lockhart's voice quavered. "Yes, well, my book did say that." He exhaled shakily, then straightened his turquoise robes with a theatrical flair. "All right, children, if you insist." He offered a strained smile as he walked past them toward his desk, reaching into an inner pocket. "Just let me get my wand." Hermione let out a breath of relief. "Thank you, Professor." But before she could say another word, Lockhart spun on the spot, wand already raised. "Obliviate," he shouted. "No, sir." Hermione pushed forward. "Harry and Neville have gone into the Chamber of Secrets. They might be facing a basilisk right now." Ron nodded, breathless. "We know where the entrance is, Professor, Second floor girls' loo. But we need a teacher. Lockhart's smile froze. You know where it is. Yes, Hermione said. Please, they're buying time. We have to help. Lockhart dabbed his brow with a lavender handkerchief. Well, that's, marvelous news, but I, have a pressing engagement. Publishers, you understand. Terribly strict deadlines. Ron scowled. Deadlines. Harry could be dead in an hour. Lockhart's eyes darted to his desk, and he said, Look, he whispered, it's all been a dreadful misunderstanding. Dangerous beasts. Cursed chambers. Not really my field. He edged for the bag. Hermione stepped between him and the desk. Professor, the school is in danger. You wrote about banishing banshees and tussling with trolls. Surely one basilisk. Lockhart's voice quavered. Yes, well, my book did say that. He exhaled shakily, then straightened his turquoise robes with a theatrical flair. All right, children, if you insist. He offered a strained smile as he walked past them toward his desk, reaching into an inner pocket. Just let me get my wand. Hermione let out a breath of relief. Thank you, Professor. But before she could say another word, Lockhart spun on the spot, wand already raised. Obliviate, he shouted. Monday the 15th of February 1993, Defense Against the Dark Arts Classroom, Hogwarts. Obliviate, Lockhart shouted, his wand aimed at them. A blinding flash of light burst from the tip. Hermione's eyes widened the moment she saw Lockhart's wand pointed their way. Months of dodging spells with Neville and Harry kicked in, her body moved on instinct. She barely managed to hurl herself to the side, the spell shooting past her by inches. Ron wasn't so lucky. The spell struck him square in the chest. He stumbled backwards, blinking rapidly with a dazed look on his face, then sat down hard on the floor, staring blankly at the wall. Hermione hit the floor with a thud, but scrambled back to her feet in an instant. Her wand slipped smoothly into her hand, eyes blazing. Are you mad? She snapped, aiming her wand straight at Lockhart. You just tried to obliviate 2 students. Lockhart's expression didn't change. Didn't think I'd miss, he said breezily. If you'd only left when I asked, none of this would have been necessary. Necessary? Hermione shouted, furious. That's your excuse. You're the Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher. You're supposed to protect us, not curse us. Lockhart gave a theatrical sigh, wand still leveled at her. Yes, well, nothing in the job description said anything about fighting actual monsters. I'm not risking my life to save a bunch of children. Hermione stared at him, eyes wide in shock. But your books. You wrote about facing banshees, hags, and all sorts of dark creatures. Were those stories all just for show? Lockhart's face twisted into something smug and cruel. My dear girl, do use your common sense. My books wouldn't have sold half as well if people didn't think I'd done those things. Her voice rose with disbelief and anger. You've been taking credit for other people's work. You must have gone around stealing their stories, and wiping their memories. Neville was right about you. You're nothing but a fraud. Lockhart shrugged, his smile never quite reaching his eyes. Small price for. His expression shifted. The smugness drained away, replaced by something cold and calculating. Now, Miss Granger, he said softly, I can't have you 2 ruining my reputation, now can I? Imagine the scandal. 2 students running around telling everyone I'm a fraud. His voice dropped, almost casual. Can't leave loose ends. I'll tell everyone I arrived too late, found you both raving mad after witnessing your friends inconveniently dead. He gave a sigh, as if commenting on the weather. Such a pity, really. Hermione's grip on her wand tightened. Her eyes narrowed. Neville and Harry aren't dead. They soon could be. Nothing personal, Lockhart replied, giving a casual flick of his wand. Now, be sensible and stand still. He raised his wand. Obliviate. A flash of light burst from the tip, but Hermione was faster. Protega, she shouted. A shimmering blue shield erupted from her wand just as the memory charm hit. The spell rebounded instantly, slamming straight into Lockhart. He was flung backwards with a loud crash, smashing into a filing cabinet before sliding to the floor, unconscious, robes crumpled, wand clattering to the ground. Hermione stood frozen for a second, breathing hard, the shield still glowing at the end of her wand. Then, seeing Lockhart wasn't moving, she let out a shaky breath and lowered the spell. Wow! Hermione's head snapped toward the voice. She turned and rushed to Ron, who was sitting up on the floor, dazed. Ron, are you all right? She asked, kneeling beside him. Ron blinked at her, confused. Ron, who's Ron? And who are you? He looked around the room, frowning. Where are we? And who's that? He added, pointing at Lockhart. Hermione bit her lip. He doesn't remember anything. Her eyes flicked from Lockhart's limp form back to Ron. The spell must have wiped all his memories. You're Ron, she said gently. And I'm Hermione. But we don't have time to explain right now. We have to find Professor McGonagall. She grabbed his hand and pulled him to his feet. Come on. We have to go. Dragging him out of Lockhart's office, Hermione's thoughts raced. Fast. Harry, Neville, please be all right. They tore through the corridor, Hermione leading the way, her hand gripping Ron's tightly as they sprinted towards the headmaster's office. Harry kept his wand trained on the boy in front of him, eyes narrowed. That still doesn't explain who you are. Only reason for you to be in the chamber would mean you're the heir of Slytherin, but I haven't seen you at Hogwarts before. His voice stayed level, playing dumb, buying time. Tom Riddle clapped his hands slowly, a smirk spreading across his face as he began to pace around Harry and the two unconscious girls on the floor. My, you're a sharp one, aren't you? He said smoothly. The rumors about you must be wrong. I didn't think you'd put it together so quickly. And as for why you haven't seen me, well, that's because it's been 50 years since I walked these halls. 50 years, Harry repeated, brows furrowing. What are you on about? And what have you done to them? Tom stopped in front of Daphne and Astoria, glancing down at their still forms. Nothing that concerns you, he said calmly. But I can say this, they're not dead. At least not yet. He turned away, walking again. You know, I've waited a long time for this, Harry Potter, Riddle said, his voice low and almost reverent. The chance to see you. Speak to you. Harry gritted his teeth. And why's that? Riddle's eyes gleamed. Well, you see, dear little Astoria told me all about you. Your whole fascinating history. His gaze drifted to the lightning bolt scar on Harry's forehead, and something cold flickered in his eyes. I knew I had to meet you. I have many questions, Harry Potter. Like what? Harry spat, fists tightening. Tom tilted his head, smiling with eerie calm. Like how is it that a baby, one with no remarkable magical talent, managed to defeat the greatest wizard of all time? How did you survive with nothing but a scar while Lord Voldemort was reduced to nothing? Harry opened his mouth to snap back, but at that moment, a sharp chirp echoed from the far end of the chamber. Both Harry and Riddle froze. Their heads snapped toward the sound. Tom's eyes narrowed. Harry's head snapped back to Tom, and without hesitation, he lunged forward, hands outstretched, aiming straight for Riddle's face. The sudden move caught Tom off guard, but as Harry's hands reached him, they passed straight through, as if through mist. As if Tom wasn't really there at all. Harry stumbled, his whole body slipping through Riddle like he was a ghost. He caught himself and spun back around. Tom raised his eyebrows, amused. Really, Potter? Were you planning to strangle me with your bare hands? Very muggle of you. Harry straightened, jaw tight. All right. That didn't work. To business, Harry, Riddle said, still smiling broadly. Twice, in your past, in my future, we've met. And twice I failed to kill you. How did you survive? Tell me everything. The longer you talk, his voice dropped, the longer you stay alive. Harry clenched his fists. I need to keep him busy till Neville gives the signal. I know who you are, Tom, Harry said firmly. I know you and Voldemort are the same person. At least, you were, before you turned into him. For the first time, Riddle's smile faltered. His eyes narrowed slightly. How do you know that? He asked, voice sharper now. Before Harry could answer, a loud chirp echoed down the chamber. Tom paused, then sneered. It doesn't matter, he said with a smirk. Seems your friend is eager. Harry's stomach sank. His eyes flicked toward the sound. He knows Neville's here. Then, Slowly turning to face the massive stone statue at the end of the chamber, Tom raised his voice. Speak to me, Slytherin, greatest of the Hogwarts Four. Meanwhile, tucked tightly in Neville's front shirt pocket, Lumina squirmed. Now's not the time, Lumina. Keep quiet, Neville hissed in his thoughts. But she shook her tiny featherless head and looked up at him with urgency. Then she chirped. Louder this time. Neville frowned, confused. But through their bond, he felt it. Her emotions weren't playful or bratty. They were sharp, desperate. He blinked. Wait, you want me to throw you? Right now, he whispered incredulously. Lumina chirped again. Louder, more frantic. Neville's mind raced. Why now? She's not doing this for attention, she's scared. She's trying to protect me. Before he could decide what to do, a low hiss echoed throughout the chamber. Neville froze. His eyes widened as he realized what that meant. Not now, girl, he muttered, gripping his wand. He raised it and pointed upward. A bright red light shot into the air, exploded with a loud pop, signaling Harry. The moment the flare lit the ceiling, Neville heard it, a wet footsteps pounding toward their location, growing louder with every second and stone grinding. And Lumina chirped again. Louder, shriller, over and over, more frantic. Refusing to stop. Then came a splash. Loud and deep, as if something massive had dropped into a pool of water. Another hiss echoed through the chamber, followed by Tom's voice, low and full of triumph. Parseltongue won't save you now, Potter. It only obeys me. As the final word left his mouth, a deafening roar shook the air, followed by the unmistakable sound of something huge slithering its way. Neville swallowed hard. Stick to the plan. If we stick to the plan, we'll be fine. Just then, Harry ducked behind the snake head statue Neville was using for cover. Without a word, Neville quickly handed him the broom. Harry grabbed it and mounted it in one swift motion. Neville hissed, "Follow my lead," and shot forward into the tunnel. Harry flew after him without hesitation. Neville kept his broom just fast enough to stay ahead, but slow enough to keep the basilisk chasing them. Behind them, a low growl rumbled through the darkness, followed by the heavy scrape of scales against stone. It was coming. Just as they passed the trap, Neville heard it. The basilisk was right behind them. It lunged. Neville flicked his wand. With a sharp snap, the enchanted cloth launched from the wall like a rubber band, wrapping tightly around the basilisk's head. It clamped down hard, sealing over its eyes completely. A violent shriek tore through the tunnel. The creature thrashed wildly, smashing into the stone walls. The entire passage trembled with its fury. Neville leaned low on his broom and accelerated. Harry did the same. They shot out of the tunnel and into the main chamber, finally pulling to a stop near the tunnel entrance. Neville reached into his sling bag and pulled out a pebble. You think it worked? Harry asked, glancing back at the shaking tunnel. Neville shrugged. Think so. The basilisk was still flailing inside, the sound of destruction echoing behind them. Neville threw the pebble toward the tunnel's mouth. As it reached the entrance, he pointed his wand. Engorgio. The pebble expanded midair, slamming into place and wedging itself perfectly in the tunnel mouth, completely blocking the exit. Do the other side, Neville said quickly, tossing another pebble to Harry. Harry caught it and nodded, turning toward the second entrance. All the while, Lumina wouldn't stop chirping. Loud, insistent, and frantic. Neville looked down and scooped her up into his right hand. Hey, this isn't the time, Lumina. I'll deal with it later, he said gently. But through their bond, he felt her panic. She wasn't being noisy for no reason. She was scared, and she wanted to help. Neville frowned. What could throwing her possibly do? He thought, completely confused. Avada Kedavra. Tom's voice rang out across the chamber. Then, out of the corner of his eye, Neville caught a flash of green. The killing curse was flying straight at him. They shot out of the tunnel and into the main chamber, finally pulling to a stop near the tunnel entrance. Neville reached into his sling bag and pulled out a pebble. You think it worked? Harry asked, glancing back at the shaking tunnel. Neville shrugged. Think so. The basilisk was still flailing inside, the sound of destruction echoing behind them. Neville threw the pebble toward the tunnel's mouth. As it reached the entrance, he pointed his wand. Engorgio. The pebble expanded midair, slamming into place and wedging itself perfectly in the tunnel mouth, completely blocking the exit. "Do the other side," Neville said quickly, tossing another pebble to Harry. Harry caught it and nodded, turning toward the second entrance. All the while, Lumina wouldn't stop chirping. Loud, insistent, and frantic. Neville looked down and scooped her up into his right hand. Hey, this isn't the time, Lumina. I'll deal with it later, he said gently. But through their bond, he felt her panic. She wasn't being noisy for no reason. She was scared, and she wanted to help. Neville frowned. What could throwing her possibly do? He thought, completely confused. Avada Kedavra. Tom's voice rang out across the chamber. Then, out of the corner of his eye, Neville caught a flash of green. The killing curse was flying straight at him. Neville's eyes widened as the green light streaked toward him. Shit, he muttered. Instinct kicked in. Clutching Lumina in his left arm, he yanked hard on his broom with his right, trying to veer out of the way. But he wasn't fast enough. The killing curse clipped the back of his broom, shattering it. The whole thing jolted violently. Neville lost control as the broom bucked and spun out. He plummeted toward the ground. Neville! Harry shouted, horror in his voice. Neville slammed into the wet stone floor, skidding painfully across it, but never loosening his grip on Lumina. He cradled her tightly against his chest as they rolled to a stop. She chirped wildly, wings flapping in panic. Neville winced, groaning. I'm fine, he gasped, forcing himself into a sitting position. His body ached from the impact, but he glanced down. Lumina was unhurt. When he looked up, Tom was standing just a few feet away, smug and calm. Neville's thoughts raced. Wait, how did he use the killing curse? I thought he couldn't, that's why he didn't attack Harry directly in the books. His eyes narrowed, watching the way Tom's form still shimmered faintly at the edges. He's not solid, not yet. That means he's still in the middle of reviving. Good. That means there's still time. Then his gaze shifted, past Tom, to the diary lying next to Daphne and Astoria's still forms. Harry landed beside him and immediately rushed over. Neville, are you all right? Yeah, Neville grunted, pushing himself fully upright with Harry's help. I'm all right. They both turned to face Riddle. Tom stood there watching them, amused. You know, I was rather hoping that curse would finish you off. Shame, really. Neville and Harry stood side by side, tense, wands ready. Lumina chirped softly from Neville's chest, pressing against him. Harry growled, you, his grip tightened around his broom. Tom's smile stretched wider. I knew Harry would come, of course. And I had a feeling he'd bring you along, Longbottom. You've been snooping about, trying to figure out who the heir of Slytherin is. Neville's wand slid into his palm from the wrist holster. He kept it low, casual. All the while, Lumina kept nudging him gently. She wanted to be thrown. He could feel it. I really hope you've got something good, girl. So you noticed, huh? Neville said calmly. Tom chuckled. It wasn't exactly subtle. Watching people like a hawk in the Great Hall, loitering near the girls' bathroom, right by the entrance, I might add. Neville raised an eyebrow. I see. So Tom Marvolo Riddle, or is it Tom Riddle Jr.? You're Voldemort, yeah, hard to see how you ended up noseless. Bit of a downgrade if you ask me. Tom's sneer deepened as he looked between the two of them. So both of you figured it out, then? Harry gave a curt nod, his eyes hard. Yeah, we figured it out by Christmas. It wasn't that hard after you framed Hagrid after killing Myrtle. Tom gave a soft, mocking laugh. Ah, yes, the big oaf. I can see how that might have tipped you off. Neville tilted his head, voice as dry as ever. And we just connected the dots, moldy shorts. Yeah, I doubt anyone's mum and dad called their kid that. You being Slytherin's heir and all, figured you'd use that to brainwash a load of pure blood nutters. I mean, how else does a no-name orphan end up with a fan club? Tom's eyes narrowed. You think you're clever, don't you? Neville didn't blink. Not really. Just observant. Bit hard not to point it out when Dark Lords start giving themselves ridiculous names. He snorted, unable to stop the grin tugging at the edge of his mouth. Honestly, Voldemort, that's what you went with. You took your full name and played anagrams with it. Really? He paused, tilting his head mockingly. Oh, and by the way, I've been meaning to ask. How old were you when you named your little club the Death Eaters? Really? That's the best you could do. He raised a brow. What were the runner-ups? Soul Snackers. Dementor's Delight. The Gloomy Gits. Tom's face twitched. His fingers curled around the wand he was holding. You mock what you don't understand, he said coldly. I have become the greatest wizard the world has ever known. I will live forever. Neville rolled his eyes. Yeah. Immortality. Followers. Power. Pure blood nonsense. Heard it all before. You lot really need new material. All talk. Harry cut in, stepping forward slightly. But you're still just a memory trapped in a diary. You're not even real. Tom's eyes flared with rage. Not yet. But I will be. The girls' souls are nearly gone. I'll use their lives to return. Fully, completely. I don't think you will, Neville said, voice low. Why do you think we're here? Lumina let out a sharp chirp, wings twitching against his palm. She was ready. Neville could feel it through their bond. Tom's sneer deepened. You think two schoolboys can stop me? Neville shrugged. Well, you already failed to kill a baby once. Not exactly setting a high bar, is it? He elbowed Harry sharply, a quick signal. You dare? Tom snarled, raising his wand. Yeah, I dare, Neville snapped, eyes burning with focus. And when I'm done, I'm snapping that diary in half and flushing the pieces down Myrtle's toilet. Seemed poetic. I really hope this works. Neville thought before gently tossing Lumina up into the air. In the same motion, he raised his wand. Lumos Maxima. A white light flashed from the tip of his wand, flooding the chamber and blinding Tom in a flash. Harry, get the diary. Neville shouted as he dove to the side. Harry didn't hesitate. He mounted his broom and kicked off the ground, shooting past Tom toward the girls and the black book lying near them. As soon as Lumina left Neville's hand, she erupted into blue flames midair, her small form engulfed in magical fire. Tom, still shielding his eyes, growled and whipped his wand in Neville's direction. Avada Kedavra. The green curse blazed across the room, but Neville had already jumped to the side and rolled to a stop as it scorched the floor where he'd been and looked up. Lumina burst from the blue flames above him, wings spread wide, her body fully transformed into a fiery phoenix. She let out a piercing cry, light reflecting off the damp stone around them. Bloody hell. Neville breathed, eyes wide. She's a shiny phoenix. The awe in his voice barely left his lips when the water beside him exploded. A massive serpent burst out of the pool of water, hissing loudly. Water sprayed in every direction as the basilisk reared up, towering and furious. Neville's eyes flicked toward it on instinct, just for a second, but luck was on his side. The cloth was still wrapped over its face mostly. The lower part had been torn clean, likely from the basilisk opening its jaws. Shit, Neville muttered, backing up. Before he could move, Lumina launched herself at the basilisk. Leave it to me, he felt her say through their bond. She soared toward the basilisk in a streak of blue. With sharp talons outstretched, she struck, tearing into the basilisk's eyes through the shredded cloth, clawing and screeching. The basilisk thrashed violently, twisting and slamming into the walls in its attempt to shake her off. Neville dove to the side as its tail whipped across the chamber, narrowly missing him. Tom's expression twisted in fury. No, he shouted, then started hissing rapidly, trying to regain control. Neville didn't give him the chance. With a flick of his wand, he cast a silent diffindo, aimed straight for Tom's wand arm. But Tom was just as fast. With a sharp flick of his wand, a shield charm snapped into place, deflecting Neville's diffindo cleanly. He sneered across the space at Neville. Suit yourself. Then he pointed his wand straight at Neville. Avada Kedavra. Meanwhile, Harry shot forward on his broom and reached the diary. Still hovering, he grabbed it off the floor in one smooth motion. As he turned around, and he paused. Seeing Lumina burst out of blue flames, now a full-sized phoenix, burning a majestic blue as she flapped her wings. Harry's mouth dropped slightly. Wow, he muttered, barely above a whisper. Then water exploded upward as the basilisk reared out of the pool near Neville. Without missing a beat, Lumina launched herself at it, shrieking as she clawed at the serpent's face. Harry's eyes snapped to Tom when he heard him yell, "No, leave the bird and go after." But Tom was cut off as Neville fired another spell at him. Harry saw Tom flick it away like it was nothing, then fire off another streak of sickly green light toward Neville. Neville dove to the side, the curse missing him by inches and blasting a chunk out of the stone floor. Harry watched, heart thudding in his chest. If I don't act now, Neville's going to be killed. His eyes dropped to the diary in his hand. This has to be it. Neville told me to grab it for a reason. He wants me to destroy it. You think you can keep dodging my spells? Riddle hissed, raising his wand again. Neville rolled to the side, dodging another killing curse. As he moved, he flicked his wrist, and a dagger shot into his left palm from his holster. Gripping the hilt tightly and squeezed it, the blade expanded until it became a full-length sword. Another curse flew at him. Neville swung the blade just as the spell reached him, deflecting it to the side. Then he spotted Harry, hovering just behind Riddle on his broom. "Harry!" Neville shouted. "Quick! Throw the diary into the basilisk's mouth. Now!" Without waiting, Neville turned his wand on Riddle and launched a rapid chain of spells. Arresto Momentum. Flipendo. Incendio. Stupefy. Bombarda. One after the other, hammering at Riddle with no pause, forcing him on the defensive. Lumina, get ready, Neville thought, as he kept firing spells at Tom one after the other. Hearing Neville's shout, Harry leaned on his broom and shot forward, straight toward the basilisk, where Lumina was still darting and diving through the air. Tom blocked and countered each of Neville's spells with tight, controlled flicks of his wand. But then he saw Harry streaking past on his broom. "No! Stop! What are you doing?" he shouted, eyes wide with panic. Just as the basilisk snapped its massive jaws at Lumina, she vanished in blue flames. Harry reached the basilisk just in time and hurled the diary as the basilisk's jaws came crashing down. However, instead of Lumina, it bit cleanly into the diary. The moment the fangs punctured its cover, Tom let out a strangled cry, his body flared with light and erupted into a blinding burst before vanishing completely. Lumina reappeared in blue flames behind Neville. She grabbed the back of his sweater vest with her talons, then disappeared again in blue flames, this time taking him with her. In a flash of blue flames, they reappeared high above the basilisk's head, and Lumina let go of Neville's vest. Neville fell fast, sword in hand. He angled his body, aiming for the top of the creature's skull, right between its eyes. With a roar of, "Die Mother F. Kerr," Neville drove the blade down with his full weight behind it. The sword plunged in deep. The basilisk screamed, thrashing wildly. Neville drove the blade in deeper, gritting his teeth as he twisted it hard. The basilisk let out another roar, thrashing violently. Its massive body crashed into the chamber walls. Neville held on as long as he could but soon lost his grip and was flung into the air, tumbling. Before he could hit the ground, Lumina streaked through the air and caught him by the back of his sweater vest, wings not even straining against the weight. Below them, the basilisk let out one final, bone-rattling roar, then collapsed with a thunderous crash, its body slamming to the ground and going still. Dead. Lumina descended slowly, wings beating steady and sure, and gently lowered Neville back onto the stone floor. He dropped to one knee, gasping for breath, chest heaving. "Well," Neville muttered, breathless and aching, that actually worked. In a flash of blue flames, they reappeared high above the basilisk's head, and Lumina let go of Neville's vest. Neville fell fast, sword in hand. He angled his body, aiming for the top of the creature's skull, right between its eyes. With a roar of, "Die Mother F. Kerr," Neville drove the blade down with his full weight behind it. The sword plunged in deep. The basilisk screamed, thrashing wildly. Neville drove the blade in deeper, gritting his teeth as he twisted it hard. The basilisk let out another roar, thrashing violently. Its massive body crashed into the chamber walls. Neville held on as long as he could but soon lost his grip and was flung into the air, tumbling. Before he could hit the ground, Lumina streaked through the air and caught him by the back of his sweater vest, wings not even straining against the weight. Below them, The basilisk let out one final, bone-rattling roar, then collapsed with a thunderous crash, its body slamming to the ground and going still. Dead. Lumina descended slowly, wings beating steady and sure, and gently lowered Neville back onto the stone floor. He dropped to one knee, gasping for breath, chest heaving. Well, Neville muttered, breathless and aching, that actually worked. Monday the 15th of February 1993, Headmaster's Office, Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall paced back and forth across the office, her robe swishing with each step, worry etched deep into her face. The fireplace flared green, and Albus Dumbledore stepped through the flow, dusting off his robes calmly. "Minerva," he said, brushing ash from his sleeve, "what's happened?" She turned sharply. "It's the chamber, Albus. There's been another message, but this time, students have been taken." Dumbledore's expression sobered. "Taken. By the heir." She nodded grimly. It was scrawled right beneath the original message, "Their skeletons will lie in the chamber forever. 2 girls are missing." "Who?" "That's what doesn't make sense," McGonagall said, voice tight. "It's the Greengrass sisters, Astoria and Daphne. Both pure-blood witches. Astoria fainted this morning and was brought to the hospital wing. Daphne stayed behind to watch over her. Poppy left them for only a moment, and when she returned, they were gone." Dumbledore's eyes narrowed. "I see. And Severus? He's gone to fetch their parents." Dumbledore gave a small nod, but said nothing. McGonagall wrung her hands. "Albus, we have to do something. We should contact the Aurors. If the chamber really has been opened, we can't waste time." Just then, the door opened, and Snape entered, followed by 2 figures. The man was tall, sharply dressed, with neatly combed blonde hair and a look of cold curiosity. The woman beside him, also owned, wore a deep expression of worry as she stepped inside. "I've brought them," Snape said simply. Cyrus Greengrass's eyes flicked around the room. "What is this about, Headmaster? What's happened?" Ophelia Greengrass spoke next, her voice trembling slightly. "Does this have something to do with Astoria?" McGonagall looked to Dumbledore, who gave a solemn nod. "I'm afraid it's worse than that," he said quietly. "Mr. Greengrass, your daughters have been taken. By the heir of Slytherin." Ophelia gasped, hand flying to her mouth, her face turning pale. Cyrus stiffened, voice low and sharp. "Taken? What do you mean, taken? What the bloody hell is going on?" Snape stepped forward, his tone clipped. "Exactly what it sounds like. You may have heard that the heir has been attacking Muggle-borns. Well, it seems your daughters were taken to the chamber." No, not my babies, not my little girls," Ophelia cried, covering her face with both hands as her body shook with sobs. Cyrus immediately stepped closer and held her, glaring at the staff through gritted teeth. "This has to be some mistake. Why would the heir go after them? They're pure bloods." McGonagall's voice was tight. "We don't know why they were targeted. Astoria had fainted earlier and was resting in the hospital wing. Daphne stayed behind to watch her. Madame Pomfrey left them for a short while, and when she returned, they were gone." Dumbledore spoke quietly. "It's possible they saw something. Perhaps they knew who the heir was. That may be why they were taken." Ophelia sobbed even harder, trembling. McGonagall gently pulled a chair forward and guided her to sit. "Headmaster, please," Ophelia cried, pleading through her tears. "You have to save them. Please, I'm begging you." Cyrus looked between the professors, his voice tight with panic. "Surely the Aurors have been informed by now. They'll know what to do, won't they?" He turned to Dumbledore, eyes sharp. "And you must know where they've been taken. You've got a plan, don't you?" He helped his wife sit, still looking desperately at the headmaster. But Dumbledore slowly shook his head. "I'm afraid we don't know where the chamber is," he said quietly. "I'm sorry." Ophelia covered her face again and sobbed, shoulders shaking. Cyrus stood rigidly beside her, hands clenched. "What do you mean you can't do anything?" he snapped. "You're Dumbledore. Are you telling me you're just going to sit here and let my daughters die?" Dumbledore, ever calm, replied gently, "Cyrus, we don't know where the chamber is. We've searched for decades. Without knowing the entrance, we cannot act." Before Cyrus could shout again, a voice interrupted them. A portrait near the door stirred. The painted witch inside tilted her head and spoke. Headmaster, there's a young lass at the door. Looks quite frantic. She does. Dumbledore turned to the painting. Let her in. The door creaked open, and in rushed a breathless, panicked Hermione Granger. Hogwarts corridor. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the stone halls. Hermione dragged Ron by the arm as they bolted up the staircase leading to the headmaster's office. She looked flushed and breathless, but determined. Ron, on the other hand, looked like he was about to collapse. Oi! Slow down. Ron wheezed, trying to pull his arm free. My legs are about to fall off. Where are we even? We don't have time, Ron. Hermione snapped without looking back. Harry and Neville are in danger. They reached the landing, Hermione wrenching open the heavy wooden door that led to the corridor outside the headmaster's office. Ron groaned. Who even are Harry and Neville? You've been dragging me all over the castle, and I don't even know who you are. He stomped his foot, stopping in place, frustration written all over his face. Hermione huffed, still catching her breath. Ron, please, just trust me. We're nearly there. Since leaving Lockhart's office, she'd hauled him through half the castle. First to McGonagall's office, empty. A portrait told them she was in the headmaster's office, so they'd sprinted up the west tower, barely slowing down. At last, they reached the gargoyle statue guarding the headmaster's entrance. Hermione let go of Ron's arm and ran up to it, voice rising. Professor McGonagall, it's urgent, please. We need your help, please. The gargoyle rumbled as it shifted aside, stone grinding against stone. A spiral staircase rose into view. Ron groaned. Brilliant. More stairs. We don't have time for this. Ron, come on. Hermione snapped, grabbing his wrist and dragging him up. They hurried up the winding stairs, and Hermione shoved the door open without knocking. Professor, she called out, then stopped short. Dumbledore stood at the center of the room, looking grave. Beside him were a blonde man and woman, Cyrus and Ophelia Greengrass. Ophelia was sobbing into her hands, her shoulders trembling. McGonagall turned at the noise, eyes widening in surprise. Miss Granger. Mr. Weasley. Her expression quickly shifted to stern disapproval. What are you doing out of your common room? You'd better have a very good explanation. Hermione opened her mouth, but before she could speak, Snape cut in with a sneer. Probably poking their noses where they don't belong, as usual. Professor. Hermione said frantically, ignoring him. You have to help Neville and Harry. Snape scoffed. Whatever foolishness Potter and Longbottom are up to, we've got more pressing concerns. They went down to the chamber. Hermione shouted. A stunned silence fell over the room. Ophelia's sobbing stopped abruptly. She lifted her head, tear-streaked and pale. Dumbledore's voice was quiet but urgent. Miss Granger, please. Tell us exactly what happened. They've gone down to the Chamber of Secrets. Hermione repeated, chest heaving. They're trying to stall the air until help arrives. I don't know how long they can hold out. Please, you have to help them. McGonagall gasped, her hand flying to her chest. They went into the chamber. Merlin's beard. What were those two thinking? Ron, still panting, finally spoke up. Who's Neville again? And why have you dragged me all over the... Hermione elbowed him sharply in the ribs. Oi! Ow! Snape arched a brow. It would seem Mr. Weasley has suffered an obliviation mishap. How charming. Hermione shot him a glare. We went to Professor Lockhart. He tried to obliviate us both. I jumped out of the way. Ron didn't. But that's not important right now. Dumbledore stepped forward, eyes suddenly sharp and focused. Miss Granger, did they say how they got into the chamber? Hermione nodded quickly. Neville worked it out weeks ago. It's in Ning Myrtle's bathroom, the sink with the snake on the tap. You have to speak Parseltongue to open it. Neville gave me this. She reached into her bag and pulled out a small tape recorder. He recorded Harry saying, open, in Parseltongue. Just in case. McGonagall paled. The monster a basilisk. Oh heavens. Albus. We have to go. Now. Cyrus Greengrass stood up straight. Then what are we waiting for? We know where they are. Headmaster, you'll lead us there. At once. Dumbledore nodded. Yes. We leave immediately. He turned. Severus, come with me. Minerva, fetch Madame Pomfrey. And take Mr. Weasley with you, he'll need looking at. Miss Granger, please, lead the way. McGonagall snapped to action. At once. Ophelia rose from her chair, still wiping her tear-streaked cheeks. I'm coming as well. Those are my daughters. Dumbledore inclined his head solemnly. Of course. And with that, they rushed out of the office together, robes billowing, urgency in every step. In the Chamber of Secrets, Neville knelt on the damp stone floor, panting, shoulders rising and falling with each breath. Lumina fluttered down and landed gently on his shoulder, chirping softly as she nuzzled against the side of his head. Neville gave her a tired smile and reached up to rub her warm, feathered head. You did great, girl. Really. Harry landed nearby and quickly knelt beside him. You all right, mate? Neville gave a short nod. Yeah. Just tired. That's all. Harry looked at Lumina, blinking in awe. So this is Lumina, huh? What is she? He reached out to pet her, and Lumina leaned into his hand with a soft trill. Neville chuckled. She's a phoenix. Blue-colored, even. Bet that's gonna be a surprise when everyone sees her. Harry turned to glance at the basilisk's massive form lying stretched out across the stone floor. Is it dead? Neville followed his gaze and nodded again. Most likely. Just then, a girl's scream rang out, echoing sharply through the chamber. Both boys jolted. Neville's eyes flicked toward the sound before he exhaled. They must be awake. Probably scared stiff seeing that thing. You should go calm them down. The basilisk's corpse lay in between them and the two girls. I'll go check on them, Harry said, standing up. Neville nodded. Yeah, go on. As Harry hurried around the serpent's body, Neville could faintly hear him saying, Daphne, it's okay, the snake's gone. Are you hurt? Neville turned back to the basilisk's head. He stepped over cautiously, reached for the sword hilt still embedded deep between the creature's eyes, and gave it a hard tug. It didn't move. It's really in there. Huh, Neville muttered, frowning. Lumina chirped quietly, nudging his cheek. Yeah, Neville murmured. Got it. Bracing one foot against the basilisk's skull, Neville gripped the sword with both hands and pulled with a grunt. With a squelching sound, the blade finally came free, and Neville staggered back a few steps from the force of it. He looked down at the blade, thick with dark blood, and gave it a flick. Drops splattered onto the ground. Definitely needs a wash, he muttered, holding it at arm's length. Neville gave the blood-covered blade a little shake, muttering, definitely needs a wash. He made his way over to the basilisk's gaping jaws and spotted the diary jammed between one of the serpent's massive fangs. Carefully, he reached in and pried it loose, making sure he didn't nick himself on the venom-coated tooth. He stared at the battered, punctured diary in his hand. 1 down, 6 more to go, he muttered, glancing up at the basilisk's jagged teeth. Might as well take a few, never know when you'll need basilisk venom. Gripping the sword tightly, Neville swung it down against one of the fangs. The first strike cracked it, the second knocked it loose. He did the same to a second tooth, collecting both and tucking them into his sling bag. Just then, he heard Daphne's voice, shaky and confused. She's not waking up. Harry's voice followed, concerned. Maybe she's just tired or something. Neville frowned and quickly stepped around the basilisk's body, walking over to where Daphne was kneeling beside Astoria, her hand gently shaking her sister's shoulder. Harry hovered nearby, uncertain. Tori, wake up, Daphne whispered again, more desperate this time. Neville crouched down beside them. What's wrong? He asked, his tone sharpening. Harry looked over. It's Astoria. She's not waking up. Daphne came round fine after the diary was destroyed, so Astoria should have too, right? You think something's wrong? Daphne wiped her tears, her voice shaky. We need to take her to Madame Pomfrey. Neville leaned over and studied the younger girl. Her face was pale, far too pale. He reached out and pressed 2 fingers to her neck, trying to find her pulse. It was there, but weak. Unsteady. Neville's heart sank. Her pulse is really low. I don't think we'll make it to Pomfrey in time. Something else is wrong. His mind flicked back to earlier that day, when Astoria had fainted in the corridor. Daphne's face crumpled as she started to sob. No. Tears welled up in her eyes as she began to sob. We need to take her to Madame Pomfrey, please. Neville turned to her, his tone gentle but urgent. Daphne. This morning, when she fainted, do you know why? Come on, if there's anything at all, you have to tell us. Maybe we can help. Daphne nodded slowly, wiping her eyes again. She has malediction. That's why she fainted. Neville's expression darkened. So that's it, he muttered, more to himself. The curse must have already been weakening her, and then Tom leeching her life on top of that. He needed Daphne because Astoria wasn't strong enough alone. Harry, still crouched beside Astoria, looked up, confused. Malediction. Neville turned slightly. It's a blood curse. Passed down through families. It doesn't kill you outright, but it eats away at you over time. Slowly. Painfully. Harry frowned. You think that's what's doing this to her now? Neville nodded. Yeah. Between the curse and Riddle draining her, she's barely holding on. He rubbed his chin, thinking. Would that even work? Just then, Lumina landed on his shoulder, chirping loudly. Neville blinked, turning toward her. You think so? You really think that'll work? Lumina chirped again and gave a little nod, nuzzling his cheek. Daphne looked between Neville and Lumina, biting her lip. What will work? Phoenix tears, Neville said, locking eyes with her. But Daphne, I can't promise anything. Do it, Daphne said immediately, voice trembling. Please, just try. Neville nodded and quickly rummaged through his sling bag, pulling out a water bottle and a pen. He downed the rest of the water, then poured out what was left before pulling out his wand. Harry stepped closer. What do Phoenix tears do? They're one of the most powerful healing substances in the world, Neville explained, already focused. Only thing that can counter basilisk venom, and basically heal anything short of death. With a flick of his wand, Neville transfigured the bottle into a small glass vial. Then, he dismantled the pen, transfiguring its casing into a needle-like syringe. A quick scourgify cleaned them both. He held the vial gently to Lumina's eyes. The Phoenix blinked once, then tilted her head forward. A single glowing tear fell into the vial, then another, and another. When it was half full, Lumina leaned back, done. Neville nodded to her gratefully and drew the tears into the syringe. Daphne frowned, confused. Why not just pour it into her mouth? Neville shook his head. It won't work like that. It needs to get into her blood, fast. He looked to both of them. Daphne, hold her hand steady. Harry, shine Lumos on the inside of her arm. I need to find a vein. They moved quickly. Daphne lifted her sister's arm, holding it steady. Harry knelt beside her and raised his wand. Lumos. Neville checked the syringe, cleared the air bubbles, and carefully found the vein. Here goes, he muttered. He slid the needle in, slow and steady, injecting the tears. When it was done, he set the syringe aside, and Harry extinguished the light. For a few moments, no one said a word. Then, slowly, the color started to return to Astoria's cheeks. Daphne leaned in. Did it work? Her voice trembled with hope. And then, Astoria's eyes fluttered open. Daphne, she whispered weakly. Story. Daphne broke down, hugging her sister tightly as tears ran down her cheeks. Neville sat back on his heels, letting out a long breath. Bloody hell, it actually worked. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.